The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challengers stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Blast TV RMR. My name is Lisa. I'm joined by Hawker and now Jackie. How are you feeling today, Jackie?
I'm good. I'm excited. It's the first time we get to cast together. I haven't been able to cast with Hawker in a long time. We got some good games for it, so it's going to be a good day.
Some really exciting ones. Got Big Nip coming up first. Hawker, you're excited for that one?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for it. I mean, I think all in all, we've got some pretty good games here. You can see some of the results, though, coming through. We had some important matchups yesterday. It was nice to see G2 booking their spot in the major and Vitality as well.
Yeah, I think they're 2 of the big storylines from yesterday, as G2 making it through and Vitality, the French team at the major, Jackie.
Yeah, flying the flag high, right? And that was a great series versus Big. Very close down to the wire, back and forth maps. But at the end on Overpass, Vitality just went off. Looked like a whole different team, Lucy.
Indeed, and well, unfortunately, it did mean we have to say goodbye to a couple of teams. We can take a look at the eliminated teams so far. Any names jumping out there on the list for you, Hawker?
Oh man, seeing the Astralis go, I mean, I know they haven't been in great form recently, but it is a real shame. And, you know, for Device especially, he was playing really well. Just not enough for those guys to make it through. And there is the man himself. I mean, not being at the last CSGO major, it's got to feel tough for this guy who's been so consistently so good.
Yeah, it's a very sad story for Astralis after their run last year and looked like they were building back into new form with Device and BlameF in the mix. We can take a look at their results as they came through. And it started with that very close affair with Vitality, and from then on out, didn't quite work out how they hoped.
No, not really at all. Obviously, losing out to Eternal Fire as well, 16-7. That was a big win for the Turkish Terminators. 2-1 versus Spirit, a bit of a better result, but finally, NIP just absolutely coming in and kicking the doors down, really, with a 2-0, looking really clean.
Yeah, and that's kept NIP in contention, which is why we have them here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's been nice seeing NIP deliver because they have been a roster who have been in sort of turmoil recently. I think it's nice that the roles seem a little more set now. They were saying that that's something they were working on. So good to see from NIP, and I hope they can continue today.
Yeah, we take a look at the qualified teams because we've got a few exciting names in the list. Obviously, we had Heroic and 9 coming through as legends. Now Monte, G2 and Vitality, they're actually battling for a legend spot.
Oh, hell yeah. I like this as well. It's cool that Monte obviously sort of turned up, really got all the eyes focused in on them. And for Big Boros the Butcher, right? What a run he had at the RMRs. He's got to have built himself a nice large fan base.
Yeah, come on through and just absolutely runs over some of the best teams in the game. But Vitality, that's been the big story, right? The French team qualifying yesterday. I think just getting to the major has been just an absolute massive mission for them because it's in Paris, right? And you've got to have the French team there.
Jeez, Apex. All right, yeah. Very excited after that win. And we also see some of the other guys making sure to get excited themselves.
Yeah, I think one of the most exciting storylines here as well is Dupree, right? The only player to have attended every single CSGO major, 18 appearances, and we can see some of his nice numbers there.
Yeah, some big old numbers, right? I'm not talking about the age. I'm talking about everything else that you've got factored in. The major appearances, the map plays, the notable trophies, because, boy, they are notable. Some of the wins he's picked up over the years, Hawker.
Yeah, and he wants to get one more at the end of CSGO if he can. Definitely good to see Dupree as the vet of this team, I guess you have to say, at this point, doing real good work. And I hope we see him continue to play into the future as well for CS2.
Yeah, it'd be an absolute relief for them to have made it to the major. Another team that it's a big relief to have made it through with G2, right? After their unfortunate run at Rio, didn't make it through the RMRs. This time around, they get through.
Yeah, and it looked like they were going to have a bit of a slow start coming into the RMRs, which is quite worrying. You didn't really know if maybe something had gone a little bit wrong for them, but it was just one blip. That's all it was. Instant reset. The team looked so different. And Monte, man, what a tournament he's had so far.
Yeah, what a machine the young Orpa has shown. And yeah, we can see here their results. Obviously, that first match against 9, very close to the full 30. But after that, they recovered, Hawker.
Yeah, definitely a couple of close maps in there in some of the BO1s. Close one against Aurora as well. But then once they played against Cloud9, once they played against an opponent they're maybe a bit more used to playing, they looked pretty damn convincing in that one, even if they needed some heroics to take it over the line on that second map.
Yeah, that last map was very close to fair. I think Monte was kind of the star of the show there, right? Really put in the efforts on that Inferno map to kind of get it over the line. But it was quite the affair against Cloud9, who have looked like a very strong team this year.
Yeah, Cloud9 have been really on good form, right? Especially if you think back to like EPL. What, we had like nearly 2 weeks, about a week and a half before we then got here. So to see a bit of a drop-off from them, struggling in certain situations, it's interesting. But let's have a look at the major moves from Monte, a squad that really has commanded a lot of respect.
Yeah, going all the way through now, qualifying. Boros, obviously the big star of the show. SDY also just seems to have elevated this team, right? This extra level of experience that has come through.
Yeah, I remember Boros saying he really says the team look to SDY when they're struggling because he's got that bit of experience on the squad. And it was also nice hearing Boros say yesterday, basically, follow me on Twitter. Follow the guys on Twitter because they definitely deserve it after that run.
Well, they are going to be one of the teams looking to make it to that last legend spot. We can bring up the bracket here. We can see how that one's going to pan out. We're going to have G2 versus Vitality a bit later today. That's a really exciting matchup. The winner of that then will be versing Monte.
Yeah, that is a good bracket, actually. I think in terms of how quality these games could be, all right, I like this. This is really getting me excited for what's going to be coming up later on.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the Swiss bracket, the groups, as how it's all panned out. A lot of action has taken place, which puts us now in the 2-2 bracket, Hawker.
Yeah, all down to these deciding matchups for these teams. You can see those matchups on your screen right now. I think for Cloud9, they definitely want to be coming through against ENCE after that loss against G2. They're probably the biggest name left in this stage of the tournament. Now,
Yeah, I think the key thing to be looking at here is the winners of these matches will automatically qualify to the Challenger stage. The losers aren't eliminated, though. They go through the Challenger playoffs, and there's a couple of scary teams there. Yeah,
that last chance qualifier, right, where FaZe, Falcons, and Bait have been waiting in the wings with bated breath for about a week now, just ready to get into those games. So that's going to be intense. Maybe we could see a bit of change up as well in terms of the playstyle. Falcons, some of the key moments weren't really there for them, but you've had time to correct things.
Yeah, and I think if you're a team like Cloud9 or ENCE, you know, these teams that we kind of expect to go through, the last thing you want to do is end up being in that last chance qualifier with FaZe is waiting for you, right? But we can take a look at the schedule of the games that we've got coming up today, because there's a lot of excitement. It's a big day, plenty of action, Hawker.
Yeah, lots of matches coming up today, starting with some of those 2-2 matchups. Aurora go up against FORZE, Big going up against NIP, and then later on we also have that Cloud9 ENCE game. So those are the all-important deciders for those teams. But as you said, then we have those Challenger playoff games coming up later.
Which ones are jumping out to you here? Because there's some exciting games.
I'm kind of excited about the Cloud9 ENCE game, because if I'm not mistaken, I think technically every player that was at the RMRs that has played under Endpoint at some point in their career, if ENCE were to make it to the major, would have all qualified.
Well, the ENCE Academy project really working, right? Bringing up all these talent that get to come on through. So yeah, we have a lot of exciting games coming on through.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely going to be a good day of CS, and I think we get to see some of the players arriving ready ahead of this matchup. It is going to be Big versus NIP that we're focusing on. A little fumble with the seat, but they're going to get out soon enough. It is Big showing up here, and they've had themselves a pretty decent run so far at this event, but not able to take down Vitality yesterday. They've had a couple of BO1 wins, but I think this is the important matchup for them.
Yeah, I think for Big, obviously a few very close games. That series against Vitality, I mean, they looked really good on that opening map, right? It was actually a really impressive affair from Big, but Vitality were the ones that closed. There was also that overtime against 9 in their second best of 1, which, again, a map that could have gone either way. And then we have NIP on the other side of things, where they've had a bit of an up and down affair, a couple of losses to Vitality, who seem to be taking down all of these teams here. We can take a look at the lineup, Jackie. We can see how these players have been performing so far.
Yeah, like honestly, for NIP, I think after the result they were able to pull out yesterday, right, they've got to be in a good mental headspace individually as well. Config had a huge day of games. It feels like the whole team's starting to realize as well, we can play a bit more aggressive. We can really fight and go for those ego challenges.
Well, we do have Rez on the sidelines for a pre-game interview, so we'll jump over to that one.
We're joined now by Rez. I want to start off by saying you guys had a really good performance yesterday versus Astralis. It felt like the game plan was very clear. It felt like everyone came into this on the same page. Is it a similar feeling in terms of the prep and the confidence heading into today's matchup?
Of course, we put a lot of focus and energy on this match in particular, because this is the qualifying game. So yes, and I just want to show the NIP that we showed yesterday, and if we do that, I think we can win this pretty easily.
In terms of head-to-heads, I think a pretty exciting one is the clash of the Academy AWPers, right? You have Hedrick taking on Hyped. Do you think, you know, with him already having some history there, do you think this is something that's going to like fire him up? He wants to show he's one of the best to come out of the Academy League?
I mean, maybe, but I think in general, like Hedrick has been like improving every event and every day. I just feel like he really want to go to the major, his first major. So he's giving his all, he's grinding a lot, and I wish that the best for him.
And when I spoke to Config yesterday and we spoke a little bit on Hedrick, he said that one of his goals was to try and be like very high energy, very hyped, and kind of bring that energy to the team. Is that a role that you see Config fitting into and playing within this squad?
Yes, of course. I think Config is bringing in a lot in terms of energy, and especially motivating us to like hype us up and like yelling a lot, be loud and all that kind of stuff. It does a lot, and I think it helps the team as well to become more vocal and like bring up the communication, all that. So I think it's a very good fit for us.
Well, Config bringing the hype, you think that's going to be enough for them, Hawker?
Oh, I hope so. I do like the mood that Config's been bringing to the team. I feel like he's the one that's keeping it a little relaxed, while a lot of them seem quite stressed. And they might be stressed in this matchup because of how important it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously on the other side of the server, we have Big, and we can see all their lovely faces on the screen, the German roster, with that Academy AWPer coming through in Hype, who has impressed in a few performances. The numbers here, though, it's actually Keto. It's been the standout.
Yeah, big key. Oh, he had some great rounds yesterday, but I will say Tabson, for me, actually was incredibly impressive, Lucy. He was the difference maker on Mirage versus Vitality.
Well, we have the coach of God B on the sidelines.
Joined by God B, the man you see standing behind the big boys. I want to start off by saying very quickly, getting your thoughts on today's matchup, some of the prep that's gone into it, and overall, how you guys are feeling.
We're feeling pretty good. It was very late last night. Preparation was, I would say, enough, but it could have been more, but we didn't have so much time. And yeah, we were figuring out the vetoes, and yeah, I think we are pretty happy with how it went. We are pretty prepared, and yeah, we just want to finish the line now.
And, when I spoke to Tabson on day one of this, I was asking him a little bit about this being the last global offensive major, if that's something that maybe, for you and him, you've given any thought to. He kind of said he hasn't really thought about it, but this is a guy who started his career back at EMS1 all the way back in 2014. He's been someone who's attended a lot of majors flying the German flag. So for the sake of, Counter-Strike history and the fact that we have so many of the old guard missing out from this major, do you think it's important for this run to happen for him as an individual?
I don't think for him it's, to be fair, too important, but I think it's more important for the young guns. I would really be happy to have hyped stickers, so I also work really hard for that, and I know also Tabson is also doing everything he can, but I wouldn't thought about myself as well, or for Tabson especially, but I would want it more for the young guns to be there first.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my next question. I was on hyped because I think that's a funny contrast in the sense that you have guys like you and Tabson who have been around since the very beginning, and then you have hyped about to potentially make his first major at the last major. He's still been playing really well. We love the debut from this guy back at Pro League. He looked fantastic there. Caught a lot of eyes, caught a lot of attention. But do you think this pressure, is this going to amp him up to kind of bring his A game today? Right, this idea that right now it feels all or nothing.
Yeah, definitely that would be very good, but yeah, it is very hard for a young player, also like a young op. I would say it's very much a lot of responsibilities. It's hard to be in the shoes. I would say it's easier to be like a clutching rifle or an entry rifle who's coming up, because your role and your decision making is more set. I would say on op, you need to be a lot of on point, and but he's doing so far good. He can do better. I know that as well. We saw it in the prags and in a lot of other matches, and let's hope that this pressure shows his real diamond in him.
All right.
A lot of hype for Hyped after his land debut at EPL, and he's been looking pretty decent here, but I think will be a bit of an X factor needed for this series. We have the predictions we can take a look at and see what everyone's been thinking. Right here, we're a little split. We've got very different predictions amongst us. Hawker, you think NIP are taking this one?
Yeah, listen, this roster, I didn't have faith in for a while, but I think I'm starting to see the individuals start to show up. It seems like it's a much more well-rounded roster, so I actually think NIP might edge this.
Jackie, I got to call you out. What's going on?
I assumed it was golf rules, so I've been trying to go for the lowest number of points, but I was then informed by the Blast team that actually we need the highest points.
Right, so you are backing big and ENCE then?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're not still going for the lowest points?
No, in this instance, I've realized how to play the game, and yeah, I will go for big and ENCE. I'm actually kind of going for ENCE just more so for that storyline of if we get Nerds at the major, we get all the endpoint boys.
Well, in this one, Hawker, NIP, the odds are favoring. Unicorn odds 1.66 to 2.1. You feeling confident about your choice?
I think it should be a pretty close matchup here heading into this one. Heading into this tournament, I'd have maybe assumed that Big would be slight favorites in this sort of matchup, but NIP have shown enough that it seems like people are believing in them. And for Big, listen, they've got some decent wins, but that loss against Vitality putting them into this position, a major spot on the line for whoever can pick up this series.
All right, let's see it then. Hopping into Vertigo, the map pick of NIP. They'll be starting on that T side. Head trick. In fact, a big group of the T players making their way through mid early.
Well, let's see what conundrums can be caused here into the opening pistol. or if it'll be smooth sailing for them.
Brolin's ready to throw the Molotov up. That's going to go into elevator to allow this mid-split to come on through. Smoke goes on forward. They're actually going to be taking the space in towards A, splitting onto the side. Head trick goes on down. Now they split the defense, but look at Crimbo. Power position with the dual Berettas. Hyped only gets the one, but Crimbo can still be a thorn in their side. A 2v3 ensuring now for Rez and Alexi.
And they still have to clear out this ramp area. And that makes it really difficult for NIP to get that bomb down right now. Crimbo still waiting around the corner. Close quarters, definitely good for the dualies. And Rez will peek him. Now they know where Crimbo is, and they are able to deal with him. They might not get back to the bomb site, but maybe they don't need to. They can go back down ramp.
I love that from NIP, right? Knowing that you got a single player here down on ramp that you can remove, and then you put it back into that 2 versus 2.
Pull the wool over their eyes and keep on surprising. Here in the final 40, the rotation comes in. They want to take the bomb back towards B. You've got deep mid control as well, so you have a bit more of a read on the info of the round. And Favon, he's going to start to clear out back towards elevators. It'll be a late rotate back to B, and you've got to deal with this from NIP.
It's an interesting position from Keto, right? If they do decide to go out through the ladder, it's pretty much ending the round there. It does mean that it has to be the retake onto the B bomb site. Smoke comes through. Keto can't see anything here, and Rez is going to get that bomb down. Now Keto starts to push on forward, knows that he's got a player stuck into the site here. Rez wants to try and extract himself from this situation, but also playing around this smoke. Alexi tucking behind the wood. Rez, just as he's moving, gets peeked on through, but now he has the information. Player crosses over towards the corner. Alexi up on high, can't connect either shot. Comes now all down to Rez in the 1 versus 2, and they are trying to swarm him, just overwhelming, jumping around. Favon takes the shot, and the pistol goes to Big.
Man, what a cheeky jump and back turn to make it so difficult for NIP there to land those shots in the 2-on-2. Really nicely done by Favon and Keto on the retake. NIP doing a decent job at making this competitive, though, after a pretty poor start for them. But Big holding on nicely, and definitely a well-deserved pistol for Big here.
One that they're going to want as well, because this team definitely seems to build the hot hand. If they have a great start, it feels like they're always going to have a good finish. Tabson as well was another key player into the series yesterday. He was actually winning out like a lot of his opening duels, more so than you'd expect from Tabson, but he was back to his old sort of form, Lucy, not just bringing up the young guns, focusing on his own fragging.
Yeah, we know he can be such a powerful entry fragger. Now he's looking to take a bit of point over towards ramp with the M4 A4s, 2 of them in play here early. Spamming on through, going to be spotting a few players here, and it's Rez's AK that strikes. Crimbo not quite able to complete the kill. Alexi gets that one, and Config coming through on mid as well. Alexi did go down to a HE, lobbed over by Hyped, and he's here with the scout.
Yeah, this force buy looking very promising now for NIP. Smoke will go down from Big to try to delay, but NIP have so much time left on the clock. They don't have to commit here, but Smoke in suggests they want to.
Favon, he could be a key player into the round if he can find some success from this angle. Peaks up, but Rez, well, the Lazarus effect comes in as it takes down Favon and forces this one into a really iffy scenario. Smoke spam to see if there's anything in the dying moments you can get. When that doesn't go your way, you've got to go away and save this one.
Yeah, Keto's already on the B bomb site. That one's a really nice execution from NIP, and it really comes down to Rez there, just getting a few key frags. That flashbang was also fantastic after they take down Tabson, knowing that there's going to be a secondary player allowing that aggressive peek from him, so they're able to punish that immediately as well. Only kill that comes through is from that HE. So a nice bounce back with the forced investment from NIP. You can see the virtue of getting that bomb plant down in the second round. Doesn't matter that you got 2 M4A4s on the ramp. Neither of them really gets much done.
No, and this is good. It keeps it competitive as well, because I was worried if we saw a lot of momentum early from Big, this could actually be a little bit of a tussle that always seems to end in their favor. But here already the game's starting to begin because Rez is fired up. He was saying as well, you know, he's starting to feel like he can play a lot more confident again, that maybe he wasn't really showing his true form in the past. So if you're going to give the best sort of case and eye test for yourself, this would be the time to do it, Lucy.
Yeah, a lot of conversations about Rez. A good start here for him. And again, it's Big with the investment back. No loss bonus, and they kept these 2 rifles in play. Let's see what Hype can do with this. Ooh, Config. He's forced back by Favon, taking a lot of space with that MP9.
Ooh, aggression aplenty from Big in this round. And they've done big damage there onto Brawl, and down Down to 6 health, the man who was furthest forward for NIP. See that CT smoke deployed. Hyped can look for legs underneath it. And NIP decide they can't really take this ramp control they wanted early.
You got a lot of aggressive rifles on this NIP squad, don't you? Everyone that's always hungry for a fight.
They do love a bit of a scrap. And for Hyped, we'll see if he can hold them back. Minute on the clock, he's in a prime position, looking through the little gap to get contact, see if he can spot them out. Ooh, the X-ray's gone off. Here we go. We get the true test of vision. Can this man spot him on the jump? He tries to get the little bit of info as he slivers away. Bolsters the defense with the rest of the boys on big.
Not a lot of utility here on the defensive side. Just that smoke on Crimbo. They know they have to try and take the fights. Don't want to let NIP get comfortable. Tabson starts to creep on forward with that CZ. Brolin is so low around this corner. Slight gap in the smoke that he's using to his advantage, but not spotting anyone out yet. Gonna walk on through, but Brolin was holding for it. That's a safe pair of hands. It Hyped. Oh, he's tucked into the back lines. Collects the first, but the 360 from Config gets one back. Grimbo sitting up on high with the MP9. Comes through for 2. Bomb plant denied, and time is ticking now. They have to try and get this one down. The fake comes on through. Grimbo out in the open, pulls his knife, and that's actually going to cause him to come on through. Alexi B with the big brain play.
Yeah, Alexi coming through with big impact there in the late round. And that is something we talk about with this team. NIP have a lot of aggressive star riflers, so Alexi has more opportunities to come through in the late round. That's that turnaround from Config. But this is Alexi coming through with some of these trade kills, something he kind of needs to provide now, and something he definitely delivers there.
And for the mental as well, man, it's probably good that Config does find that flick across, right? You could see him giggling a bit, hyping up the team. A round that could have gone down the pan if they were able to find the 2 kills off the back of the angle with a Galil. Instead, the knock-on effect is now NIP a 1 round up, and this should be a freebie as well. It's just the pistols, only really a deagle on Crimbo. I know he's damn sick with it, but I don't think this will be a Christmas present, Lucy.
No, I don't think so. Not in this month of April. Forced by Wars. 1 out by NIP. Ooh, nice shot from Brolin. The DM server here as they try and warm up their aim with a few crispy headers. And it's Head Trick that collects one. Favin with the deagle. Any damage to be done?
Bomb has been planted.
Doesn't look likely right now. Oh, he's got one at least, but trade pretty immediate for NIP. Nice start for them, bouncing back after that initial round loss. They pick up 3 in a row, and the Rifles should be carried on over into this follow-up round. Get to see how Big decide to approach their first gun round. We've seen already on NIP, Brolan loves to get aggressive towards ramp, up towards that scaffolding area. I'm sure that's something that Big will have in their scouting report. Big always a very well-prepared team. We'll see if Brolan goes for it here. Looked like he might. Meanwhile, Config also making a move on mid.
Ooh, doesn't quite work out. Timing not there for him. Takes damage, and he has to fall on back. That's kind of the conversation we've had a few times about this NIP team, right? Just the amount of players that are always willing to go for those aggressive fights.
No, they love it. They'll take angles that are unfavorable, and they'll look to try and leave you in a predicament. And for Big, the one predicament I could see as well, if his hype doesn't find his way into the game early, not having that AWP as well affects that massively. He likes to go for those first 30 to 40 second picks on a lot of maps. They use him as a classic sort of AWP, an entry tool. Here, though, it's Tabson in position up close, looking to let loose and rumble. Takes the 1v1, but it's getting awkward. Will at least trade out as Crimbo is punished, but the Molotov, luckily, extinguished. Saved by his teammate on the comm across. Favin drawing the attention, and Tabson should be able to do some damage here, Hawker.
He's looking for it. No more nades really left for Big. And Rez has snuck into short there, so he will try and find a way to get this pick. Tabson has been dealt with, and now Rez sneaking up on the site. Another kill comes through, but Favin fighting back into the 2v2.
Reposition. Look at this utility. There's nothing here. It's just going to be a scrap. Hedricks walked on through, picks up that bomb, looking for the angle. It's Brolin that finds the kill, but Favin immediately puts it into the 1 versus 1. 20 seconds left. Hedricks committing to the plant here. Favin tries to jump peek at the bait out the shot, and Hedrick takes it to him.
Ooh, the artist with the AK. painting a very pretty picture, and NIP will be in Louvre with that one. Great result for them here so far. 3-1 up with the way the game's been going. They just keep adding to that tally. I do like to see tabseN getting a little bit more vocal, right? Give that input in. In the series versus Vitality, he was so loud, commanding respect. God B as well. At times, it looked like there was just such a back and forth.
I really like that round as well, just by Big and the way they set it up, right? You had tabseN stuck there, and you just know he can't go anywhere, but the idea is to kind of bait them in the hype there, right? So he gets those favorable fights, but NIP were a step ahead by playing the ninja card and slipping Raz up into short.
Yeah, and seeing Headtrick deliver on the rifle, definitely a good sign. I know he's meant to be the AWPer on this team, but he's really capable with the AK as well. Get to see that there in the clutch. And this looks like a fantastic start for NIP. Make sure you clear the corner, Config. He will. Up against the pistols here, so definitely a fight that Config's happy to take.
Yeah, you don't want Nip to slip against Big here in this round. And that might be a way to do it. Crimbo makes that 5-7 work. Config's holding for this mid aggression though, so should be okay. The P250 takes him down. Now they're walking into Keto, who's tucked on in with the Desert Eagle, but Raz clears.
Raz, with the instant headshot, puts this back into a 3 versus 3 and makes it look like there's a whole lot more for Nip to be done. Whoa, spam across as well for Alexi B onto the top. tabseN, he goes flying straight down. It's really just hyped that you want to focus on into this round. Crimbo runs in to draw the attention, but the reload's there at the wrong time. Repeats now, looking for the scrap. Knows there's one on the left. Suspicious of the position of Rez as well towards the back. Time starting to tick. Hyped has to make a move. He's got that smoke in the back pocket in case he needs it. Throws it across, but still isn't aware. Rez can peek off the contact. Spam shots into Headtrick, playing around the edge of the smoke, but time really is getting awkward.
Oh, and it's a nice shot from Rez at the end to make sure that NIP hold on. It's some decent damage from Big, all things considered. And it did seem for a second like they were going to have a chance in the round once tabseN got that kill onto Config. The solid recovery from Rez and Alexi into this B bomb site.
A little bit of frustration knowing that you could have stolen that one away, but at the end of the day, it was very low percentages. So the fact they made that one so close is quite a testament. But NIP are now on fire. You can see that's 5 in a row off losing that pistol.
Yeah, we got those AWPs out for both teams as well. 2 pretty inexperienced AWPers on the server. See who can have the better of it between Hyped and Headtrick here.
I don't know if that was the smoke he was intending for. Normally it goes under that ramp, right, for the one-way. Roland can't continue to fight that. Config back in towards mid. And he has a bit of help with him this time. Maybe we'll see a boost come through, or maybe he'll just go for the contact. Oh, and almost an opportunity there for Hype. Spotted out Brolin, but couldn't connect.
It was on a silver platter, Lucy, but he's missed it. The control of the hands wasn't there, a little bit shaky. So his food will get away from him. And I will say I'm impressed with just how much map control NIP are being able to take in the opening moments, right? You're always putting that pressure on mid. You know that you feel like you've got a lot more to work with here. Headtrick's still alive as well. We might have spoken about Hypesorb. Headtrick, 7-2. What's he got in store for us here in the 7th?
Well, setting up the util, the flashbang over, just to allow this control to come on through. Hype fires off a shot, but it is just sent out just in case it can hit. Playing behind the one-way now with the AWP, and well, they're wary of it. Brolin takes him down. Still a player in towards the sandbags, but not for long. Oh. Brolin's on a tear. 3 fall, and that's the side open.
Man, that's so clean from Brolin. The final shot, I didn't expect him to get so quickly. The turnaround onto the sandbags player, very well taken. And I think you see for Big that one-way smoke, that little smoke you try and deploy, that was common quite a while ago, but you don't see it as much anymore because it's just so hard when they know that you're going to be behind that smoke. You can get spammed pretty easily.
And also just deploying it so late, right, while they're already progressing up ramp. Normally you'll see it just so that you can actually peer down the ramp, right, Jackie?
No, of course. And I think also, like, looking at things now with how this is already going, I'm kind of talking about the fact that Big need that early game momentum, right? It's where a lot of their players start to get themselves into server hype, especially. The one time he has the AWP there, he must be kicking himself, thinking, right, that was a free frag, could have made the difference in the round, wasn't able to hit it. And the knock-on effect is now, much like going on a run on a cold morning, Nip's going hard. They're looking damn sick, right? You've been able to find yourself a big buffer of rounds already on the T side.
Yeah, they're definitely looking good right here. Brolan delivering with his aggressive plays.
Yeah, he's happy with that one.
Yeah, man, instant kill.
First time out for Big. He had to pick up a round since that pistol, which came down to a 1v1 as well, so could have easily gone the other way.
Yeah, an IP here with a pretty good map selection for themselves. I think this veto on the whole leaves both teams maybe a little uncomfortable at times. We do have the Inferno coming up later, which NiP have struggled on in the past. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if this goes to 3 maps. I think that is most likely, especially with NIP having this strong of a start. Veto at least able to hold on to that AK, but his teammates don't have the best weapons alongside him here.
So, minute and 30 on the clock then. NIP grouped up towards the bottom of the ramp as the Wolf Pack is in position. But will they be howling? And will the Moon support them on this play? Up close as well towards yellow, you've got the 2 players with the pistols, and they're actually going to play a little bit more aggressive with this. Tapson and Kimbo playing off each other's contact. The molly should screw things up, but instead, the top comes off. Brolan dropped, and the AK recovered. Oh, hello, Alexi.
Oh, almost Tabson gets another. Alexi, though, is doing a lot of work here. That spam almost connects. Doesn't quite. Alexi's limping, but he's already inflicted so much damage here. And off the back of this contact, NIP start to make their way over to B. But Big, they are nowhere near. Keto is in CT spawn. This smoke not going to last for too much longer. They're going to be walking into this site.
At least it is Keto with the AK arriving. But he's got a lot to do, and they're already sneaking up on him. Flash is fantastic. Keto hiding on the bomb site. Headshot delivered, but the transfer not good enough on this occasion. I thought he could have got that second kill there, but not clean with the spray transfer. And a couple of low health players here on NIP, but it's not going to be easy for Big to find those fights.
Well, with the PJ50 and the Deagle, it's certainly doable, but it becomes less doable now. Hedrick takes down one, and it might just be exits being played for here.
Dead now, of course, so just Favon is the only man with his heart still pounding. He's got the Deagle in his palms, and he will just play for the exit, see if anyone walks back out at the bomb site, and he can potentially slap them up. As Rez is on 19, Alexi's down to 11 as well, and they are funneling themselves towards him. Can he put the icing on the cake? That's one. Rez is on the tight left as well towards the stairs. They'll just stay where they are. Bomb Blows doesn't do any damage as it is Vertigo, and they're going to be content with that then.
And delivers him an AK as well. It's always nice. Doesn't need to go run out and collect it. Just come straight to him, express. And again, a round that gets a little spooky there, but Alexi B proving to be a very capable pair of hands in those situations. If Keto gets 2 there, yeah, that's frustrating. He felt like that one was free.
It seemed like he was going to get it, right? The spray transfer, like Hawk was saying, was actually pretty clean, but just hard commits to the spam with how low they were. See, if he would have had that information, could have reset your spray a little bit, could have been different. Here, it's all about the chip damage, the utility, just rinsing Alexi immediately.
Tough position. Oh, Brolan, another entry. I think he's 4-0 in opening duels at the moment. Not missing too many.
God, this guy's killing it right now. Brolan looks so sharp today. And that could be a real big benefit to NIP on this map. We know what he can do on this ramp aggression. He's getting left alone right now, pressuring himself. He baits out the AWP shot, but his teammates are all back towards B. So even though he goes down, this B site is wide open for the taking.
Yeah, so much information off that swing. Literally spots 3 players standing out in the open, plus he just baited the AWP off.
Okay then, big. Can they actually mount a retake here? And this round flashes over the top, straight through the smoke. They go running on in. Faven finds the first. Alexi getting aggressive, but Hyped reveals his card a little bit too late into the round. A Molotov from Rez burning, and he will go up in a puff of smoke where NIP just keep riding that high.
Yeah, that was a very quick retake over and done before it even really got a chance to begin there. Got to see Brolin's sharp entry. Look at that. And then he gets so much information off the back of it. And like this, not afraid to take the fights. Don't even let Big get into it.
Yeah, just a really quick reaction there as soon as they hit the B site. Brolin gets them that info, and now the low buy from Big in play. Haven't seen these rounds be successful, but Big have bought some of these close.
These have been the closest rounds it actually feels like a lot of the time.
Weirdly as well, yesterday it was the same sort of situation. Big would have rounds where you're looking at like the low econ quasi buys and you're thinking, yeah, weirdly they do kind of have a chance to win this. They just feel like they hit their shots, and I think they take a lot of stress off themselves as well. You'll start to see more aggressive angles like from Keto here, Lucy.
Yeah, well, that one not going to work out, unfortunately. Out on the stairs, nobody around to support him with any utility. Goes down immediately with the MP9. Brolin still looking to be a terror, but he has been dinged on down. Has to fall on back, gets away with his live tabs and activating, but can't connect the shots. A little bit of chip damage, but that's all he's going to find. Config with the entry. Now that rifle of Faven comes on over, but look at Config and look at Rez. It's headshots across the server. Everyone on NIP looking so sharp today.
Oh yeah. They've used their whetstone Hawker and they have sharpened the blade in the garden shed all night long. It is very sharp. Don't touch it unless you are confident with how you're holding it.
Yeah, man. This has not been an ideal start for Big. They've been running right into NIP. And it is a real team effort right now over on the NIP side. Gotta say, for NIP, this is pretty much the perfect start. I think they're a team who have looked stressed at times here in the RMR. They did go down to that 1 and 2 bracket. They had to beat Astralis yesterday. That series didn't look too stressful for them, though. They won the first map very convincingly. And they also obviously had that Vertigo win against Astralis yesterday.
Yeah, it's been good to see them come back into form, right? This is a team that went through a lot, right? We saw so many different change-ups in the roster even early this year, right? Then they bring in Config. We're not quite sure where that's going, but confirmed at EPL that that is a long-term part of the project. This is the team that they're working with, and now they've had some more time, some LAN experience, EPL, now here at the RMRs. It feels like we're starting to see, you know, what they're trying to aim for with this team. There is just a lot of firepower, and once it's all clicking and coming together, they become a very dangerous prospect.
Absolutely. I think you've got a lot of good things to look forward to for the future for NIP, which always bodes well. It's always nice to know that this team is looking, you know, long term. You're not just thinking on a event by event basis.
Yeah, and it comes back to that interview with Rez, right? Talking about Headtrick and how he's getting better as well. And, you know, you've already got these experienced riflers. If Headtrick starts, you know, stepping up and being a tier 1 AWPer on this adaption. Oh, hold a second. Rez jumped on over, but Keto spots it.
Yeah, very important from Keto to win that early fight. Something Big have had some struggles with. And it's because of this man, Brolan, who is looking for action over towards A. Almost got the opportunity there. But they tuck away and don't give him that opportunity to get the early fight.
I kind of like the run boost.
It's nice,
Normally
right?
it comes out when you're getting a little like desperate and you're just looking for something to catch someone off, but just throwing it out just when you're on a roll, it's kind of like sending a message, right?
Yeah, a little pocket strategy. Throw it into the mix, see what sticks. Here for Tabson, he finally shuts down Brolan. That's been such an aggressive entry towards ramp. Even on shots where you feel like he's out of position, he shouldn't hit the flick, he still comes home with the bacon at the end of the day. Here though, Config, he's been cooked up. Chef Fabin's in the kitchen, and he is looking to hit them with the pots and pans.
Hedrick and Alexi now, 2 versus 5, and Big are starting to swarm. The spam is good, and another one comes through for Hedrick. Suddenly looking a lot more doable. Smoke goes on down. That's going to enable that bomb to come on through. Hedrick planting, the HE comes on over, but that bomb is already down, and he's got the AWP. Getting up close and personal. Alexi as well, looking to catch them off in these fights. Gets above Tabson. Sitting behind it when this one fades. Alexi walks on through, finds one. The trait is fast. Has to be Hedrick now. The new AWPer on the squad looking to get damage done, but can't. Crimbo comes on through.
Good work there from Big, even if NIP did well to bring it back in the 2v5. Got those couple of kills to get onto the bomb site. Started to make it close, but Big maintain. They make sure the Lexi can't make that proactive play. And then Hedrick with a tough position there. When you have the AWP in the clutch, you are just going to get run down. So these early fights really important there for Big to get into this good position in the first place.
And I feel like this is the other side of the coin, right? Where you have all these very aggressive space-taking players. When they go out on these individual players, when it doesn't work, suddenly you're playing from a disadvantageous position. And that's why you actually do need your clutches. You need your players like Hedrick to be able to make magic happen.
Yeah, you definitely do. And I think at the minute, you know, we're seeing the car dealership. There's a lot of clutch that's on offer. Some of it may be a bit burned at times, but it's on a case-by-case basis. And I will say, you know, going back to that conversation about Hype kind of having his confidence built up in a roster that supports him as an individual, where they're feeding the hot hand, not bringing his confidence down. Same sort of sentiment for Hedrick, really,
yeah,
isn't it,
exactly.
right? So it's cool we have that head-to-head with the AWPers.
Two Academy stars now on the big stage. Mid-control being taken now. Config inserting space in here. How fast he is moving. That smoke's got a massive gap in it, though, and that's going to cause some issues. Tabson walks through it, and he finds Config trying to get on through, but Alexi has found one back. Keto now under pressure, taken down from mid. The site now in the hands of NIP.
Very solid B split there from NIP. They're able to get up mid really quickly. There is still now the opportunity for Big, but they have to get these players into position. Hyped has the utility, but they've got a big flank coming in as well, so they'll wait for Crimbo.
Roland down the stairs. Finds the first as he hits into the face of Crimbo, and off the back of that, I think this is going to be them throwing in the towel. Upgrade onto Tabson, get rid of the M4, take the Kalashnikov, but the round itself will not have any claim staked in it. So Ninjas in Pyjamas, the big NIP roster, round it out with 10 so far in the first half.
Yeah, what a dominant T side that they're showing here. Double digits already, and chance to extend that even further here. And another change up as well. This time around, rather than putting all the pressure on towards ramp, it's mid. That's the objective. Config might go down first, but in the chaos, all the smokes go down and they get that split through successfully. Get to see how that one transpired here. This is the big kill. Alexi taking down Faven, and that sets up the site.
I will say, NIP have definitely missed a trick if they don't release a line of like NIP-themed pajamas, right? Surely that's got to be a thing at this point.
Yeah, right? That's kind of their whole shtick, right?
Yeah, like where's the pajamas at? Imagine rocking up to LAN, you know, like the little like bell bottoms. You're just like, yeah, I'm feeling it.
Needs to have like a katana slot or something, you know, for throwing
yeah.
slip on in. Those ideas are free, NIP, if you're watching.
Ooh. Brolan sneaking through this smoke again. Crimbo flashed in, but not effective. Brez able to get that opener. Config with another. It's so many openings here for NIP. They've got all the kills on this A side of the map.
It's just so explosive, isn't it? As soon as one comes through with the punch, the second is there to deliver. Hyped and Keto, they can't even look this in. They need these weapons into the further rounds.
You know, you need the two-man save. So again, they're forced to just sliver away and clutch on to what they've got. The AWP, the armor, kit, investment into the utility as well. But for NIP, that is a rapid round. And I think that's worst case scenario, right? It's not as if Big is starting to build up the confidence again towards the end of the half. It's NIP just really steamrolling and feeling like, yeah, we can take these fights. We can really just run away with this now.
Yeah, it feels like when Big have gone for these aggressive plays, whether that is towards ramp or perhaps a player getting down deep. We saw Keto doing that with the MP9 over towards B one stage. It hasn't really netted them anything, and you know, maybe it is time to look at some different strategies. We haven't seen too much mid-focus from the CTs. We often will see that being a change-up at some point. You put like the AWPer there with a rifler to take the space. AWPer falls back, the rifler can then start poking and prodding through ladder, but mostly it's been going for this fight over ramp, and when it goes down, it's kind of the round.
Yeah, it's not been working for them here. See, that flash didn't blind the players on the left side of ramp. And then the rest of the big team are just kind of caught in the open. I think Tabson realizes it's going to be a long day here, at least on this map.
At least they do have their pick of Mirage coming up next. Brolin looking to get involved, but decides that utility stay alive. Gets on back, have another chance in a moment. Rez also having a bit of an explorer over here. Little boost about to be coming on through. This boost is very common these days. It is being held for, but doesn't stop the damage coming through. Keto limping off of that one.
Oof, Alexi B as well. Taking a ton of damage there. Same can be said for Rez as the flames are burning bright and keeping them trapped in position, softening them up, making them nice and supple for when the push comes in as well.
Brolin just sitting in the smoke, head tucked on down. Hype strikes with the ult, but Brolin is very close here, but spotted out. Oh, an opportunity for two here, but can't quite connect the shots this time around. Repeat comes through from Hype, but Brolin has extracted himself. Look at Config though. This whole time he just snuck on through. A sharp shot from Config. And now he's in the back lines. He can be such a nuisance here. Looking for the fights. Another one comes on through for Config. Up on over. Crimbo eventually finds him.
Haven't had too many rounds where Big have been able to bring it close on the openers, but Favon almost caught there. That jump was so risky. His teammate goes down, but Favon gets a frag back while blind. And now he wants to work behind this smoke. Ron boost coming into the bomb site. Wow, up on top, but Favon able to find it. And Alexi needs to clutch with 20 seconds remaining. Oh, he tries to get the first fight, but Hyped waits the whole time. And finally, some more success for Big.
And this is great. This is what Big need, right? Couple of rounds towards the end, get a bit of confidence back, fix your mental slightly. It can make all the difference staring up at that scoreline and thinking, boys, one pistol round, it's all gone down the pan. Instead now, you start to get a little bit more involved into the action. But talking of being involved, right? Config, he's just putting these rounds on his back. He's got a huge rucksack, Lucy, lots of room for kills.
Yeah, just finding those gaps, right? And it felt like Hype had done a lot over towards ramp, and Config tries to capitalize on space elsewhere. Hendrik was looking for the timing shot there, but falls on back. Again, it's Brolin working up this ramp, a master of his craft. Smokes giving a lot of space here for him to crawl on through. You can see he's ready to get on up into short early. Already deep in here. Taps in, is ready for him though. Finds that opener.
Finally, an early denial of Brolan in this position. And we'll see if Big can fully take over ramp here. Smoke's going down, flash in for Tabson. Meanwhile, NIP are just sitting back right now. I think Big with the 5v4, looks like they're happy to play it pretty safe. Oh, they've actually snuck past the Orb of Hyped here.
Config, he's done it again. He's found the gap. Oh, Hype spotted him through the edge. Not taking any chances there. Able to eliminate Config before he can get into the back lines once more. But look at Headtrick. He's looking like he's ready to jump on through, but no, decides not to. Smoke comes on through. Hype gets to extract, but Alexi looking for gaps. Only able to fill it for a moment. Meanwhile, Rez looking to do the same over on B. Has walked all the way in. And again, it's one of these NIP players getting in the back line, but that HE might just announce his presence.
It's like the London Underground, Lucy. You've got to mind the gap, and for Rez, he might fall between the lines over the yellow. As Crimbo hits the first head trick being pushed, he's hitting sick flicks. Madman's trying to clutch onto the round at the end of the half, but it was just a farce. 11-4, Big trailing in the rear. Can they bring it back in the second? Find out after the break.
Strong half from NIP gives them the 11-4 lead, but a few rounds at the tail end there, setting them up for something for big.
Yeah, something. I think they need more than just something, though. They need something special at this point because they are pretty far down. And honestly, NIP have come to play today. You can see Config and Broan, 9 kills each, but they've just been so involved in a lot of the early round action, a lot of impact in those frags. And for Big, well, they picked up some utility, and they really could do with winning this pistol.
Pistol round on the platter. But will they be able to hit their shots and leave the players all splattered? As we do head into the 16th then. Early control towards the B site, setting up by the stairs. Keto looking for the lurk on middle as well.
What a stack coming through here for NIP. 4 players committed over towards A. Big are definitely not interested in that early on. Starting to take this space in mid. The rest of the team groups up to B. This is going to be a split, and NIP, well, they have to make their way over.
Oh man, Config could be in trouble if his teammates can't come to help him, and they are starting the rotate now. Rez has found one in the meantime. Config able to get away with the reposition, so Big have got to find their way in, but Config denies. Another from Config. Nothing going right for Big right now.
Oh, that is despicable. Config, stone cold killer. Ill plays as he slays with a free K, and it's all on Crimbo. Around, left in dismay for Big, really. And he's looking if he can find a way back in, anything, but they're not going to give him a single opener, Lucy.
Now, here's the man that was bringing all the utility to play. He was setting up his team, and now he's the one that has to step up. 5 players, 30 seconds. An impossible task put on his shoulders. Spots out one. Good clean kill onto Hedrick. See what else he can find here. Peeks on through. Spots out the shadow of Rez, but can't quite find the head. And now there's just so many CTs. Config with another 4 in the round for the big man.
Yeah, listen, Crimbo's the player with the most clutches at top tier CS this year, but you've got to give him something to work with. He's very good in the clutch, but a 1v5 not really available. And yeah, I mean, Config just gets away with so much. Second shot was great, and he even wins that extended duel. And for Big, I mean, this map might just end up being a write-off for them right now.
Not going to be given too much of a chance here. Big, it's Glocks out. You're conceding 13. A very scary scoreline to be looking down. And when we consider the context of this matchup, right, the winner goes through to the Paris Major as a challenger. The loser has to go to that last chance qualifier where we know there's some very intimidating teams already.
Doesn't get any easier. What's dwelling down in the depths below, but what's waiting for you on the corner? It's Hedrick with the MP9. Man is farming. Brolin for the final 2 as well. And they are climbing to just 3 away from locking down this first map now.
Yeah, they've really stepped up to the plate here, NIP. Not feeling the pressure whatsoever in this one. That one against the full eco. But they do have to focus on this upcoming round from Big. I mean, this has been really lacking from the Big side. Wow.
This is the first time out for NIP. I think speaks volumes to just how dominant it's been from them.
It's just been like so easy in terms of the rounds where they're just playing tempo, right? That even when they have lost a couple of rounds, you're like, boys, we've got enough bank. We don't really need to adjust anything. That one was just unfortunate in the clutch. So let's just run it back, keep the momentum in our favor. But yeah, it really is like an interesting tidbit. That's the first one you've taken already at the 18th round, whereas for Big, they've used a lot of these timeouts to try and mentally set themselves back into the game.
All right, well, 5 AK is their best opportunity to get back into this. A couple MP9s still in play for NIP. Check out this smoke lined up on the arrow. That one's going to be sailing on through. Brolin caught between the flames here, has to be careful, but his HE is the one that does the utility damage. Keeps hyped at bay, already low. Keto's found Rez though. That's a big kill to be picking up on that aggressive play towards the stairs.
Yeah, they tried to flash him in, but it looked like Keto dodged it and then came back for the fight. And now the molly is going to put the CT in a very uncomfortable position. Another flash, this time effective for at least the 1 kill. But 1 for 1, not really good for NIP right now as they stay down a man.
Great flash though, right? Just to be in that position while he's being burnt out, to throw that one on over. How do they respond now? Because Big have the read. There's at least one more here, so it hasn't led to them just putting the pedal down. Still going to be playing this one carefully. Alexi drops the smoke just to deny that molly. Give him something to work with as this MP9, but he is the only one here at the moment. His other teammates have gone to stack over at A with the rifles. So for Alexi, it's a lot on his shoulders here.
It's got to be Big. Needs to buy time, at least find the 2 frags for the rotation to come in. Sees the info as well from the nades that are soaring over. Ooh, a bit of a risky maneuver. Man's repositioning. Starts to unbutton the round as he hits the first head onto Hyped. Can he hold on, though? On the reposition, Tabson turns and burns. And you've got a 3 versus 2 with Hedrick and Brolin being slightly apart from one another.
That was a flashback from Hedrick to come over and support Alexi there, but doesn't quite set him up in the way that he hoped. These rifles can still get something done, but there's not a kid, and they've used their last bit of utility, and with Brolin falling, Hedrick not really given much to work with here. He's actually giving this a look in and finds that first kill, looking for the transfer, but Tabson takes him down. And finally, Big getting some confidence here with a round on the T side.
Much needed for them. I think even if you can't fully come back, you want to get a couple round wins because the intensity has not been there in a lot of these rounds. Finally, that changes in this one. Tabson having a really good round for himself here. Got this final kill as well on the trade.
It's a great entry from Keto as well, right onto that player on stairs. We've seen how snappy his aim can be. It's the highest rated player for them. And as I say it, he makes it sing. Keto, 3 huge kills. And it's just against the pistols, but it's a display of prowess. And it shows that Big are not out of this yet.
Oh, that was not a keto diet, Lucy. This man is a cannibal. Runs in and mauls them all like an animal. And that's sick. This is the momentum we needed to see. Even if NIP go on to shut this down, right? Win the game here on the first map. For Big, you need that oomph, that upward draft of momentum coming into the second. It can make all the difference, but the USP trying to sing will not find any sweet, somber tones there.
Yeah, even just making NIP have to work a bit harder, it has an impact. Stresses you out slightly, makes you start to have to think. And Keto had been having a pretty quiet game up until this point, even though he had been having such a good tournament so far. I think that is something that is the case with Keto on this roster. Pretty inconsistent at times, but the highs can be very high because of how good his aim can be. See if he can continue to step it up, as NIP should be ready with a buy here. That's just so clean on the first kill.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing for Big to have in their tool belt, right? Is having Keto as this opener coming into a site, hitting these sharp shots, and then you've got the closer on the other side, Hawker. You mentioned Crimbo with the most clutches in Tier 1 competition. When you've got this kind of opening and closing part of your bookshelf, it's really just those bits in the middle that need to come together.
Ooh, Brolan turns back just in time. And he'll just get away with a ramp kill. I feel like pretty much all Brolan's kills have been on ramp.
He's been sick, man. The way he's playing is really fun to watch. But this Big squad's starting to come alive a little bit in the dying moments. Favon wins out on the 1v1. Ooh, Brolin, hello. Can he actually back off from this just as the folk will dissipate? Hype's waiting for it. But he's got back into the safety zone. They can work together now towards the ramp, exchange the utility for the re-smoke at the bottom. Config tackles in through middle as well and gets a read.
Yeah, but this play from Hyped, he managed to catch that timing there where Brolin spotted nobody on the ramp, and as he went back to juggle utility, that's where Hyped slipped on through. Crimbo also looking to slip on through over on this side, but look at Hyped. He's in the back lines. He's walking on through. He's about to find Hedrick with no idea, but doesn't continue to commit. Knows that he has the A bomb site down. If he can find Brolin, they can come on back. You can see immediately on the minimap. That's the play here. Brolin's jump spotting, but he's not going to be ready for this one. Not spotted at all. Takes a moment, but then connects the shot. No chances taken for Hyped. And this one now becomes very difficult for NIP. They were not ready for that backwards hit.
Yeah, I love that Hype takes a second there as well, just to make sure that the rest of the squad are ready to immediately move up into the A site and just have that play be so fast that NIP have absolutely no opportunity to respond. So some signs of life from Big now. Oh, and even trying to hunt these players here, Keto. 1 for 1, but they have a good amount of money. That's a good shot from Config. Still seeing some of those individual moments from NIP.
Yeah, I feel like we talk about Keto as a bit of an inconsistent player. I feel like Config is kind of the same story for NIP, right? It feels like he can have these games where he's an absolute terror, and this is one of those where on both sides of the server he's finding those multi-kills, finding those timings. You saw so many times in the T side where he slipped the net and got a multi-kill. Sometimes can go a little absent, and that's part of the reason that NIP is sitting here in the 2-2 spot, right? It's not always been the full team effort. It is looking very sharp today.
Yeah, it definitely seems like this roster's dealt well with the added pressure, right? Some teams would crumble from it. Other teams here, in NIP's case, have turned themselves into diamonds, and that's what you need as Config. 16-13, head trick 17-9 as well.
No
Even the
weak part of
grouping,
this,
right? Yeah, there's no weak link. It all looks good.
Actually not that much different on the big side, though, all things considered, despite the round discrepancy.
Well, still a chance to be competitive in this round for NIP. They have boosted up one of these rifles, and they've got Config waiting. So the 2 rifles on the right side of the map here for Nip.
Deadly duo ready to be revealed. Crimbo starts to walk on through. Hedrick's angle is perfect for it. Brolin's found one as well. 2 openers go their way, and now Config gets activated. Sprays on down Hives. It's just these 2 players remaining, but Hedrick oversteps the mark a little bit. Goes for the wrong target there and ends with his demise. It's still the player advantage for NIP.
NIP, and the 3 versus 2 then. Sporting the 1 rifle that was scavenged for Rez, the rest of them rocking the upgraded pistols. Keto leads the charge back through Diagon Alley. But what wizard plays do they have up their sleeves here in the final 40 seconds?
Well, it looks like a bit of a push from Alexi in towards the ladder room. Now he's going to get the information. The issue is, might come a little bit too late. 1 smoke was thrown over to B. That's not going to slow down Big for too long. Alexi will be in the back lines pretty quickly, but the rest of the team needs to get a move on. Give him the space to work with. Brolin, if he reveals his presence here, and that's exactly what he does, that's going to allow Alexi B to slip on through.
Oh, it's got to be a kill. The bomb plant allowed, but Keto has a lot of work to do in the clutch now. He's trying to make a forward play here, but Brolan catches him from the side, and out of nowhere, NIP take their 14th round.
NIP building such a large buffer. Incredible first half for them, right? They absolutely dominate in the way they were playing it and in the individual head-to-head. Here now, a bit of an upset round to sneak through.
Get themselves an AWP as well. It feels really good. They sent out a player to go collect that one, and it all comes through this great setup where not only does the boost come through for the kill, but the extra piece there is Brolin finding success in from Gap, gets a kill as well. And that just sets them up for success. Config goes for that swing onto ramp. Everything works out for them. Now they're just 2 rounds away from taking their map pick.
We've got a Config AWP on the server. He does play mid, so makes some sense.
Spearman looking to impale a few. Might be given that opportunity too. Ramp currently passive. So upholding the angle. 2T's about to walk around the corner. They jiggle the angle. Config drops the smoke and falls on back.
He nearly actually wall-blanked the player behind instead. There's some aggression from Brolan. Good utility from NIP on ramp, but Hype was able to find one before he fell.
And now the fact that you got 2 ops, that's no longer a conversation, right? You know that you've taken down Hedrick over at ramp, but the AWP fight off in mid, so you know Config's still got that one in play. This is currently the weak point, though, just the sole player on B.
I mean, at least it's an AK for Rez. Gives him a better chance to get kills, but it's still going to be so hard.
Rez lurking at the back of the site. Already, the ebb and flow causing a bit of a rotation, though, so he'll have backup, a bit of a bolstered defense if they can arrive in time. The smokes are already down. Rez looking, playing anti-flash, waiting for the contact to come through. His teammates already bounded through the smoke as well. Tatson clacks one onto Brolan, and Rez will not be resurrected into the round as this one is dying in the water. Nip, only got 2 players left. You've probably got to back off, hold on to what you've got, the AK and the AWP.
Yeah, nice clean hit. Looked like Rez was in a good position to do some work there as well. Ratty headbutts the smoke, which makes it land a little bit off and gives him some more space to work with there. But unfortunately, there was just no util really to slow that down at all, and Big can just take those fights. They swing on through. Now even being hunted. Lexi with this AWP, they are spreading out. They don't want him to get away with it.
And this looks a lot more like Big, especially for Keto, right? He's kind of put on his config cosplay on the T side, the way he's playing it. He's hitting those 6 shots. He's causing momentum, and Crimbo, oh, he was served up, but it won't matter, as he will hit down hard on that one, get rid of the AWP, so no save for Alexi. Can't carry that over into the next round. Big, finding momentum.
I feel like if you looked at the headshot percentages from these players, I feel like everyone's got to be over 80%, maybe except the AWPers, just with the way some of these kills come through. They're so sharp. Check this from Keto. Boom. Config doesn't know what hit him.
Yeah, big reaction from Big. They know they're in a good position now, especially with NIP on their last legs in terms of the economy. Roland again pushing into ramp. Hyped this AWP has been here on the other side, but previous round he got traded. In this round he gives up on that control entirely. That means Big need to take some ground elsewhere. It looks like mid is where they want to make their move.
Haven charging on through. Hype found Roland, so gets his revenge, and look at this space being taken. The teaser in CT spawn, but Alexi's ready, as is Config with the pistol. Crimbo trying to recover, but Headtrick on the fast response. Keto and Hype now, they might be taking the B bomb site, but the rest of the split has fallen, and so will theirs. Rez and Alexi shut them down, and NIP get map point.
There you go, fist bumps coming out, match point secured in the first map of this best of 3, because you know how much it means for either of these two teams right now. And to get 15 on the board first takes a little bit of pressure off you. You feel a whole lot better about things. And for Big, they were starting to find rounds, starting to find a little bit more of their true selves that we've seen throughout this RMR run. You've really got to give the best case explanation here. There's a single mistake, Lucy, will mean they lose out on this one.
That's one way to line that one up.
Yeah, I see most people just stand next to the wall when they have a lineup. Lexi goes a bit more complicated. Faven not spotting this man in mid. Config sneaking to the left side, but he will be cleared. It won't matter though. Config too good in that opening fight.
Look at this though, Keto is charged on through. How's he managed to find this space? Config scrambling, but Keto's already at the generators. Look at the response from NIP. They were so responsive last round. This time around, well, Keto has something to say. Tabs and activating in mid. This one has looked brutal from Big.
Ouch. I mean, that's just Keto getting into such an advanced position. NIP not ready for it whatsoever. And we are seeing what Keto can provide to this team. His kills are incredibly impactful when he's able to find them.
And a surprisingly passive hold on that B bomb site from Rez, right?
Yeah, that's the bit that's going to leave you scratching your head somewhat.
How did Keto get there?
How did he get there? It's like, where's Waldo? But where's Keto? Or where's Rez,
Yeah,
right?
Rez Keto, that rhymes better.
Yeah.
He's the one you're looking for, actually.
We'll go for that one.
You're right.
I like that. We could sell that as a book. That's Big merch this time, not NIP
Yeah,
merch.
we're offering ideas to everybody out here.
Terrorists win.
Wow, it's still a pretty good position for NIP. But I'm glad we're seeing those signs of life from Big that we were hoping to see as this map went on. And NIP taking this seriously. Need to take the time out ahead of this one. The kill distribution does look so nice from NIP. They're all between, what, 17 and 19 kills?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? I mean, it is similar in Big, right, between 13 and 16, considering they are 6 rounds behind. Feels like both teams are really shining here, even if it is NIP with that really strong lead that kind of set them up for success.
Ooh, awkward one for NIP. They've invested pretty much all their money into this, but you can see with the weaponry that it hasn't really got them into a great bite. Always got to hold that run boost, you never know.
A lot of damage done here with the util on Tabson. XB dancing with the devil, but is able to still stay standing. MP9 at that range, honestly, probably is very accurate because it is the MP9. Decides to fall on back without the utility. Can Config do what Brolin was doing around here?
Has he got any answers for that question with the Dirty Deeg in his hands? For now, Big have slowed down on the push, established themselves in more of a split and pick style, just holding for the angle, see if there's any ego challenges from NIP that would give you an advantage to build back into the round. They've still got the util to work with as well. And just under a minute on the clock as the pressure gets reapplied.
Brolin might be the man, has to answer first. That smoke, though, does still slow Big down a little, and Alexi's peering on over. The MP9 connecting, 90 damage done, but not a kill found. But again, look at the space. They're just creeping on through. 3 players. They're taking the space. There's another split onto B being set up, but Headtrick is holding forward. AWP, that's Crimbo with the bomb. He's about to get pincered, has to get a move on, but can't get past the AWP. Favin at least gets one back. Look where the bomb has landed. Rest is still on the site. Does go down. They have managed to collect the bomb, but only for a moment. Roland finds another, and it falls forward. But Tito with the KO. And Config now has to step up to the plate.
Config, last man left standing, 19 frags to his name. We were debating if he would open up the round, but can he do something to clutch it out? Time starting to tick away, recovers the AK. Worst case scenario, if he does take this through into the next round, it will be 15-10. He's still got a rifle that he can have in his hands because the cash is at an all-time low as well. No one on Nip in good standing.
Yeah, Big are really starting to find their ways into this round, or into this map, I should say. I mean, that round was pretty well taken there. I love that Favin just wraps CT. It makes it so difficult for Headtrick. He holds up top, he gets traded quite quickly, and then for a second it looked like Brolan might be able to drop the bomb and bring the round back. But Quito has stepped up tremendously in this second half. He's been Big's best player on this T side by some distance. This is the initial position from Favin, but then it's all about Quito. Look at this transfer again. This guy gets only headshots.
Yeah, it's brutal, right? And he had to get both there, because look where the bomb had landed. If he doesn't get that double, I think the round's done. And the map at that point.
Yeah, just lock it down in one foul swoop. Could have made the world of difference. Tabson here, though, looking for a little entry. Goes running in up the stairs. Ooh, but it's the Bananas in Pyjamas that are coming down the stairs with the USPs as they strike against Tabson. Leave it all down to the rest of the squad to recover. Good clean flicks from Favin for the 2K, and they deal with the site control.
Yeah, Tabson trying to do his Quito impression, but Quito, well, you can't beat the original. Grimbo with a couple as well, and 11 for Big. That 11-4 scoreline, that, what was it, 11-2 scoreline, in fact, at one point. Now so far in the rearview mirror, as now Big get to 11.
Yeah, I was saying that I just want to see Big show up and make this map somewhat competitive just for their own morale's sake. But maybe there is an opportunity for them here to try and snatch something away in this map. We're getting to the position where NIP will be stressed if they lose this round. Big round here for NIP, they need this. They would love to just convert this while they still have a bit of a buffer. Brolan playing this aggressive position again. This time it works out for him.
Finally finding the open on the NIP side. Rez has found one as well. Quito removed. A big kill to be finding. He's been the opener. Grimbo now, that closer, looking to do just that. Alexi is dancing in a position where he'll spot it out. They find each other. Grimbo now has to drop on off. That HE over will do a lot of damage as well. Look at that, hefty. Favin down to half. Smoke might be here, but Headtrick's on the other side of it. If they decide to phase on through, it's to their demise. Headtrick collects. Now it's hyped to Favin in a 2 versus 5. NIP, it feels like they've finally done this. Unless a slip comes through.
NIP just need to contain this round that's opened up fantastically for them. Like buses, they had 2 frags at the same time. They all came at once. And that's been working well for them. Here, though, 35 seconds. Favn turn, doesn't quite catch Hedrick's reposition, couldn't see him, and it all drops onto Hype, the Orpin superstar. But here, he's really got to go above and beyond. Hits the first shot, pushes out towards the site as well. Luckily, has the bomb and a flashbang towards the peak from Brolin. You're thinking maybe there's a chance, but no. 16 to 11, NIP lock it down.
So I just immediately like,
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great. Let's go, baby! It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to... How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
NIP take the first map, and well, it looked pretty convincing to begin with, but Big put on a bit of a comeback there.
Yeah, they started showing up. I'm really glad to see Keto especially start to deliver there. He definitely needs to show up for this squad.
And speaking of showing up, if you guys want to catch a show, we have the Launder Show live on Blast TV. You can go watch the first 3 episodes. I know you've seen all those teasers, and you must be very excited. We all are.
Oh, hell yeah. It looks good, man. It's like the Eric Andre show, but with Launders. That's a dream combination for me.
Yeah, it's what everyone's been waiting for. Launders obviously putting on a great performance in that teaser, and you can check that out. We can check out the scoreboard. We had a few players stepping up.
Damn, Hedrick's top fragging, but he's bottom of the ADR on his team. That's the life of an AWPer, I guess. But yeah, definitely a good enough showing from NIP. I think they've got to be happy they closed it out, even if it did get a little uncomfortable for them. I think for Big, we saw all the signs I want to see ahead of that second map, though. As that went on, we started to see some of their star players showing up. NIP, a little bit of a relief here as they were finally able to close out that map.
Yeah, got a little scary for them for a moment there. They had that really dominant lead. It was an 11-2 at one stage, and Big were fighting their way back in it. We saw some great stuff from Keto, but I think everyone really from the NIP side stood up and performed here today.
Yeah, no, across the board massively, right? You're thinking about the configs on the timing from config on the T side, where he was able to really just create so much space for them. Brolin as well, with the fights he was winning on ramp, 7 for 3 in opening duels, Lucy. He was a machine.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, Hedrick, I think, is also kind of one of the players I want to hone in on because, you know, we talked about what this kid can do, the young gun coming into the squad, filling the AWP role, a very difficult position for an inexperienced player at the top level, and he performed both with the rifle and the AWP Hawker.
Yeah, he's definitely been showing promise since he got picked up by NIP, but I think we're starting to see that promise come into the server much more. It's feeling like he is slowly improving. NIP have been saying that themselves. They all feel like he's getting towards the point where he can deliver consistently, and we definitely saw that in that map.
Yeah, great stuff from Hedrick, top of the server with 22 kills, but the rest of the team not that far behind him, and I think that was the big win factor here for NIP. As we mentioned, everyone really firing off, config getting up in there. We saw Rez with a few key moments. Brolin as well with those entries at ramp was phenomenal. Yeah,
he really was the difference maker in quite a few key rounds for them, and I think that just pays dividends massively. But I suppose that's the sort of contrast we could build for both of these teams, right? There wasn't really one player lagging behind massively. It's not as if we're sort of debating, okay, yeah, this could have been a game for Big if they just had a little bit of extra help. Actually, the fragging department for either side was really tight, so I think it just goes down to speak more volumes for how Nip played that one.
Yeah, and I think also it really speaks a lot to Big being able to build back into that hooker. We can see the rounds as they transpired here. Look at that T side from NIP.
Yeah, that was just a sea of rounds there for NIP initially. Even after Big won the pistol, NIP bounced back and just went on a tear. But yeah, Big definitely starting to come back into it. I think this series in general kind of feels like you have NIP who could be really effective in the openings of rounds with a lot of their players. But I do feel if they don't get the advantage early, Big with their coordination might have the edge in some of those late round scenarios. I think their trades were pretty solid throughout. So I think that could be an interesting dynamic because that Big streak was really off of Nip just getting so many early advantages.
Yeah, and I think moving to Mirage now, a map that Big have really made their home after Dust 2 got removed, right? You know, that they kind of love these old school dust-themed maps with all the sand on them. Looking towards Mirage, how are you feeling about Big's chances coming back into this, Jackie?
I actually think this is a great map for it. Like, genuinely, in terms of some of the games I've seen from Big at the RMR here on Mirage, they've actually looked pretty damn sick. And Tabson seems to just kind of really command respect on the server, right? Which is the dream scenario. If you've not only got Tabson fired up in the server, that means he's going to get fired up outside of the server, which keeps the team sort of in the same mindset. You know, you get the 5 fingers on one hand. So yeah, I think this bodes well. This definitely should be a lot tighter of an affair. So hopefully we get to see that.
Yeah, and I think a play we haven't touched on here is Hyped, who I felt looked pretty good with the AWP. Obviously wasn't, you know, at the top of the scoreboard, but definitely had his moments. Going into Mirage, obviously a map with a lot of AWPing to be taking place between him and Hedrick, the kind of head-to-head of the Academy AWPers. Are you thinking that's going to be a big factor here, Hawker, or will it be the rifles that continue to shine?
Yeah, I think it should be the AWPers with more of a chance here. Like, you know, you can put up decent numbers as an AWPer on Vertigo, but you don't really get the sort of highlight moments or the flashy moments where you really win your team the round. It is interesting we get this pick again because when these teams played previously, NIP were able to scrape this map win a few months ago, but that was actually when it was still Searson on the lineup. And I feel like Hype does bring something different to Big. It feels like Searson was very good in specific situations, like when he was on his own with the AWP, but I feel like Hyped almost brings something like a bit more with the team, which I think is something nice for Big. It seems like that's something they've really benefited from.
Yeah, and it felt like they were playing as a team unit there on that opening map. We can see Hyped in that last map. I mean, as you mentioned, AWPers not really needed to have the high impact here, but I definitely saw a few good moments from him. So the ADR's a little low, but that's because he's an AWPer, right? He's the closer.
Yeah, it makes sense, and obviously it does bode well at least because the next map is a bit more of a playground for him. So hopefully we can see him, you know, going for the full swing set, just getting involved with the early fights. Is how Big were using him in one of their matchups yesterday. He would basically be used as a bit of a probe, opening moments, right? You'd see him go towards the contact B openers. If he hits the shot, they all barrel in. Contact ramp openers. If he hits the shot, same can be said. And they have a lot of faith in him to make those plays, which is nice to see.
I think that's important, right? When you've got new players coming in who are quite young, inexperienced at playing at this level. Obviously, obviously hype comes through their academy project, which has already shown success in this team, and it's really good to see them believe in that project, right? But a player that's had plenty of experience that I think we really have to highlight here was Keto, right? He was the big difference maker for Big.
Yeah, definitely glad to see Keto back on the roster for Big. That was a brief period where he was in the academy himself, actually, kind of bringing up some of the newer players. But I do think it made sense to bring him back to the main roster because you can put him in some of the more difficult positions, and just because of his raw aim, he will overperform sometimes. And he just seems to have that bit more explosivity than someone like a Tizian, who got removed out of the lineup. I think it makes sense for someone like Keto to come in because Big are a team who have sometimes in the past struggled with having real big firepower, and Keto will bring that occasionally. And we started to see glimpses there, quite a few rounds at the end, where his aim was on point.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of almost like a Jack-style player, right? You can kind of just throw him into the mix and he'll just get it happening. And well, we're going to go to a very short break. When we come back, we'll see if Big can get something happening on Mirage.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colsera. But is Colsera old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
NIP versus Big. A spot at Paris on the line. And well, those odds, Jackie, are looking pretty darn good for NIP.
Oh yeah, the NIP fans are going to be happy with that one. As they stand tall on the Vertigo affair, all the way up on the 50th floor, they were looking like big ballers. But Big, they can definitely come back into this one. Don't count them out. This is a full best-of-3 series of Mirage. I think that bodes well. I think what I'd seen from them so far, this RMR, there's a lot that could go well. And the man that's on your screens has a lot of impact there as well. Hyped. Has to really come out and show what he's made of for me, Lucy.
Yeah, it's the story of the two rookies, both looking to cement their place in Counter-Strike history at the very last CSGO major. Headtrick wants to replace that simple sticker on his scope with his own name, right? That's got to be an amazing feeling to manage to make that happen. And we heard the same thing from Group B, right, about getting the hype stickers in. He really wants to make that happen, and that'd be a fun sticker to get in the game.
No, it was really cute as well in that interview, how he sort of had God B, you know, being like, look, no, put all that aside. I'm not worried about the old boys. I'm worried about getting the young guns really solidified in the history of Counter-Strike. And it would be sick for him, right? You know, that sort of dream that you have your entire life, your entire playing career, looking up to some of the names you're now having to face off against in the server. It's just a cool bit to factor in, thinking like how long and how developed the scene's got in that sense, and just seeing these newer talents really have themselves solidify at the last major.
Yeah, the very last CSGO major. Can you believe it? One of these teams looking to book their spot. This is the 2-2 bracket, so it will be the challenger stage that the winner goes on to play at Paris, and the loser goes down to that last chance qualifier. So they're not eliminated, but it's a very scary spot if you end up there. We've got FaZe there already. That's a team you don't want to be facing. So we'll jump into map number 2, NIP with the map lead going into Mirage.
All right then, let's kick it off. Nip being on the CT side for this is big. We'll kick it off as your tease, and they look like they do want to tease a bit of a contact B to start this one. And I love the setup already with config from Underpass.
Well, you might love it, but I don't think you'll get to experience it, as I'm hearing a bit of tippity-tappeting. And that means that this round is off, so we'll get to see if that same setup comes through next time. They're all going to be regrouping, no damage done, so if you get the restart coming through, hopefully be back underway shortly.
Yeah, it's all just an elaborate ruse. They've lampooned not only us, but everyone else on the server. The classic mind games, Lucy.
Got a favorite sticker, Jackie, in the game?
Yeah, I do. I really like the Vinny sticker with the little shark.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah. I got a couple of those. I like them. I think it's cool. You know, there's not really many animals that were kind of slipped into any of the stickers, but the little shark for me, that was like a good one.
I'm a big fan of the Hades one from the last one, where he had like, it was with his ENCE, and he has like little cowboy hat.
Oh, really cool. Yeah. Dude, that is good, actually. I do like the cowboy hat.
Lia's another one that I'm a big fan of. He has a little cat in all of his.
Really?
Yeah, it's really cute.
Okay, that's sick.
It's better than any of those like ones that people overhype that are kind of lame. Like, I don't know why you'd care about something like a Titan Holo, for instance.
Oh, no, yeah. Like, what's the deal with that? That was just so silly.
Bit lame. Those teams aren't even around anymore. Who cares?
Completely gone. You know, it's funny as well. I did, you know, like the default Glock? My default Glock literally has like a Titan Holo on it, because obviously back then it was like, well, you know, I've got so many of these, I don't really...
Throw them away.
Yeah, they're worth like 10p. I'll do that. And now every time I see it, it's just like, oh, look at you, stuck on that Glock forever.
You should scrape it.
Yeah, or just really tilt people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the very last scrape.
Oh, yeah. God, just on that one tick away from being gone forever.
Everyone at home would love to see that. All right, now we get to see the action back into it, and it is indeed a very similar setup. In fact, it is the exact same setup.
Okay, so we run it back, quite literally. We'll see what the outcome will actually be this time. It's Headtrick. He's the one holding the underpass with a backup of config focusing on middle. Early smokes out towards the A site, bit of damage onto Tabson as well. And here's the contact play into B. Rez, can he hold the line?
Yeah, a lot of fake out towards A to keep the attention. Rez always clocked down early, and now he's under pressure, but Rez rises for at least one. And that might give them enough time here. That flank coming through fast from apartments.
That was clean. It was nice to witness, but you still got to finish off the actual round. Headtrick waiting, trigger discipline as he lets Hyped back off into the corner. Flashbang goes out to re-aggress from it. You've got a player tucked in towards Forest as well, and this is looking a little bit rough, but heavy-handed. Headtrick hits the heads, and Alexi B will take down Tabson, leaving it all on to Uncle Crimbo.
And he's coming on through a position unknown so far. The bomb diffuser was so little HP, but he had no idea that one shot fired does not connect. And Headtrick, well, he might have missed that first shot, but he connected in the end, found two massive kills, and it comes on through for the youngster.
Headtrick in that round was rebranding the hat trick, right? Just finding all three of the frags so damn crispy as well. Favin's ragdoll didn't even know what hit him.
How'd he go that way? It doesn't even make sense. He's defying the laws of physics out here. That's how darn good he is.
Lucy, in Australia, do the ragdolls go up when they die?
Yeah, people... Oh, you mean in the game or in real life?
Just literally fly into the air, yeah.
Wouldn't that be something? Well, that's something as an opener. And, ooh, look at these players in mid. Convict's just taking them one by one. Headtrick chiming in as well. Standing out in the open and then knocked on down. Hyped and Favin left alone now, and there's a lot of damage been done onto 3 of these players, so at least that Khalil of Favin can do a bit of work here.
Yeah, has the chance to try and get something going. NIP should just try and make sure they work together at this point, though, to close this one. Oh, Rez, I think, might get favored in this fight if it were to come through, but Favin just sneaking into position.
Oh, Hype's definitely been hurt here as well with that scope coming on through. The player in ladder is going to be behind him in a moment. Config spots him out. Hyped is dead, and he's got the bomb. That's going to be the round. Favin can't get anything done. Rez is there, and it's 2 on the trot for NIP.
Great start for the Ninjas. Oh, a little bit of a poll going on there as well. People believing over on Blast TV that NIP can actually shut it down here on Mirage. So it sounds like a lot of support for the hometown heroes.
Yeah, a big fan of those polls that we get from Blast TV because you get them live as they end the update. It's really cool. Make sure you get involved. Blast.tv, the premier viewing experience for the RMR and the Major.
And the Laundu show
and the
now.
Laundu show,
Yeah.
They gave him his own show.
They did. They did indeed.
And as always, it's been a blast.
That one gets me every time. I might have seen it a dozen times already. Still makes me laugh. It's the look he gives.
Yeah, and then a little laugh after. Gotta love it. Well, for Big, not the best start. It is interesting for a team like Big that they go into this Mirage so often. I think for me, it shows why Mirage is such a good staple map of CS. Because Big are normally known as a team who rely on team play and utility, and yet still they're happy to go into Mirage and use it as a map they often pick.
It's the same with Dust 2, right? Like, that's such an interesting conversation point, because you're right? They are a team that's so well known for their team playing utility, and yet they're kind of 2 big maps are Dust 2 and Mirage. Keto, no chance there with the Deagle. So it is the 3-0 start, but now the guns will come out for Big.
I think it's important for Big that they don't run the risk of NIP getting another one of those good starts, get those aggressive riflers rolling on the NIP side, because that would allow NIP to just start consistently winning rounds. Pyjamas on Brolan and Alexi carried into this one. And Big all grouped outside this A site instantly, and only Brolan here right now. He's looking for info, but he's got to be very careful here.
Found success last time he took that fight onto the Force. This time around, just drops his smoke, keeps Big at bay. They won't be held back for long. There are a lot of folks here ready to swing on through, but still 3 defenders on the side itself.
The NIP Barbarians are banging at the gate. Big. Will they be able to find their way into this one? You've got a heavy stack to find your way through. Head trick lying in the back line towards triple. The smokes go over the top just as he dashes out to HE. Hefty damage done. Rez looking to convert off the back of it, but he's been spotted on the angle. Lots of chip damage, but no actual frags converted off the back of this, so it's starting to get a little bit risky for NIP as Rez shot in the back of the head. He's dead, but Hat Trick jumps up, finds another one.
Amazing that Rez survives for that long, considering the position he was under and how long he was known to be there. Config now can start to activate in from Connector. He's going to potentially spot out Faven here, looking for it. There's the fire, but can't connect the shots. Headtrick gets one back, but now he has to find everybody, and that's a huge kill through the box. Haven't though, shuts him down.
All right, this game is getting some fire to it now. That first map felt pretty one-sided for a long time, but I think both teams are going to be showing up to the server here on Mirage. You see Favin at the end there, just finding that gap in the smoke. Keto doing well on the entries, as always. And then Headtrick, he was untouchable up until this point, but finally Favin puts him down. And now you can feel the intensity coming through from Big. They know they need to step up and deliver here on this one.
Such a cool smoke used as well. Headtrick gets the opener onto Keto, peering on over from the stairs.
What a start he's having.
Yeah, 10 for 1. Really is the star rookie at the moment. We'll see what Hype can get up to as the game progresses. This is where I'm looking to Keto, though, and not in this round, but generally on this T side, right? After what we saw on Vertigo. It's a little bit tough for Big losing him early.
B setup looks pretty solid for an IP, but it is fairly forward. You've got Config in the apartments, Alexi alongside him.
Ooh.
It's a pretty all-in setup here, and Config decides to back away from it.
I might actually bait in this player in Alexi, right? You found Config up so close, you know he's jumped on out. Are you ready for Alexi to be here now? See if they go for that play at the moment, taking a bit of space in mid as well. Ivan here with Tabson. Not spotting anyone out yet, but Brolin is close on by.
Oh, he wanted to walk under him, Hawker. He had his head down, but he'll still be found. Tabson with the trade back as he brutalizes Brolin and leaves it in a 3 versus 4. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, man, he was playing head down, thumbs up in the connector. Unfortunately, it's thumbs down for him in this round as he gets caught. And it is that man head trick tested again.
Once again, the young gun with Yorp has to step up, but Rez has found one. They've crossed paths, Hype looking for the fight. The tag comes on through, but not the kill. Gonna allow that bomb to go down at the very least, but not for too long. As Rez collects another, and Alexi just spams out Hyped. Low HP from that tagged. No chance in the post plant.
Yeah, Big trying to recover from the 4v5, but Favin making that play and connector, getting caught, I think might have been the decisive moment of that round because it left Big uncomfortable down in the 3-on-4. Even though the decision to reroute over to A was probably the correct one, it was the weaker of the 2 bomb sites. Head trick, even though he can't get a kill in the late round, doesn't need to. His team were in such an advantageous position.
Nice. Take off.
The spam through too good at the end there.
So a good spree of rounds for NiP. The second they lose one, they clap straight back and keep it competitive. Don't allow any funds to be established for the Big clan. Now really, you're looking at them sporting 4 Galils and just the 1 Kalashnikov, Lucy. Not the best buy.
If you do win this one as well, it has to be the half buyout after that. So NIP can get off to another one of these very strong leads. We saw it on Vertigo earlier where it was the T side that was successful for both these squads. Mirage, a little bit of a different tale. Bit of a spread here from Big as they look for space all over the map. This underpass could be quite important, but Config in the ladder room is really the power player here. He can peek on through if they do get too close to that window, but it has meant there's a bit of a gap here. Comes on down, Config. The timing here is going to be everything, and he is able to find Tabson. Now the hit comes on through connector. Rez finds Fabian, and well, this is starting to look a little limp for Big.
Ooh.
Rez collects another. Crimbo, though, collects 2. Brolin pushed up into the palace, not known. Leaves it now onto Hyped.
Very difficult clutch for Hyped here. Palace player is going to be a real thorn in his backside. He's going to try and clear this player out, but Brolan can even just sit back and make this annoying and, takes initiative. Takes the fight to him, and Hyped wasn't even looking the right way. NIP looking really good individually right now. Feels like that's the difference between these 2 teams. And on Mirage, that difference is all you need to win rounds. We're seeing it right now.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I feel like we saw the individuals of NIP really just making these massive plays on Vertigo all the time, right? Okay.
I don't know exactly what Alexi was going on about there. I heard the end of it.
But yeah, I mean, Mirage is the map where the individuals can have even more of a say, right?
Yeah, you got a lot of freedom, right, to shine, and I think Headtrick's really sort of taking that statement and running with it. 11 for 2 at the minute. Crisp with the rifles, Mean on the pistols. Mirror that statement, though, to Tabson, who taps off onto the first man and takes down Config. So 3 of these pistol players left. Hyped. I think he actually has a taser in his back pocket because I saw his gun disappear on a HUD there. I wonder what he's trying to get up to with that one, the sneaky, sneaky man.
T-side taser.
Yeah, a bit risky.
Not always works out, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll get some air, swing on into someone's face and give them a quick shave.
Smoke plopped down. Gives Tabson a bit more room to work with. Try and sneak up towards B, but he's definitely been spotted now. Flash comes in, Tabson taken so low. And he does get the kill anyway. Hyped has been able to move on to the site here. This is a bomb plant for Big.
Managed to get something from this round and potential to make it even bigger. Raz gets another tag on through. They're all so low. Surely they're just going to get run down here, and it's a transfer for Brolin onto both to get it done.
Nice spray at the end. Keeps it clinical, does give up the bomb plant and a couple of frags, so a few rebuys will be forced out, but they still win the round, and in the grand scheme of things, that's what they're looking for, especially with a scavenged AK still being in play. And the AWP, the big green gun that's been so punishing already in the hands of Hedrick, that's found his form. Looks like he has the confidence to create a lot of space for this team.
Yeah, definitely looking like it right now with how he's performed early. At least a somewhat promising sign for Big as they get onto a bomb site in that round. But really would like to see Keto and Hyped showing up here. We kind of talked about them as two of the important players on this map. Neither of them have been delivering so far. Maybe that's part of the reason why NIP are so far ahead. Roland again in Palace. Flash from Alexi. Not exactly what he wanted.
Doesn't quite go where it's intended. Hyped doesn't get the opportunity though in mid, but they are taking a lot of ground here. Rez, he's forced on back. Getting a little bit messy in mid, but it's okay. Repositioning now. Check out Brolin. Look at this advanced position he has in Palace once again, and he is not slowing down this time.
He's taking all the map control. Like a Hoover, sucking it all up. Wants to slip into the back and see if he can actually find not only the info, but the play to be made as well. I mean, the bomb's still lurking towards top mid. All really goes down to the timing here, actually. Keto, oh, he's caught between two mines. He's going to have his pants around his ankles, but he still turns around. Oh, hits the headshot onto Brolin. And that was the flank play, removed from the equation. Favon as well, pushing up. Config's going to be right there, but his back might be turned, Lucy. It's all going wrong.
Oh, no. Hyped gets that kill. Okay, he was behind, down the bottom of the stairs. And now both of these flank plays fall flat. Alexi comes over towards B. Okay, Rez is now deciding to push on through. Surely he finds Keto, and indeed he does. That's actually going to make the big squad move about, because look at the space that Crimbo has got in the back lines. But they know Rez was here. They know he was over towards the ramp, and time becomes a big concern here. They need to get past Rez, and he's dropped the bomb. Hype now has to do it all, and Rez has dropped him.
So time.
And he might have just won the round. Off the back of that, the bomb cannot be collected. Rez makes it look easy.
What a weird round. Big, it looked like we're getting caught off guard in the early round, but they somehow win those first 2 kills. And yet, even in a clean 5-on-3, they cannot convert the round win. They didn't look like they had their proper end goal in mind. I think once Keto got caught towards ramp, that's what caused the issue, because they were trying to come back to A, but they realized they lost that A control, yet they still had to commit to it. And Rez, credit to him for the reposition. Back from ramp into Tetris. The trade not available. Big weren't sure exactly how they could get that trade on towards him. And as soon as he gets those 2 kills, it all collapses for Big. That is a brutal round loss.
Even just the fights we saw taken, right? The flank back towards T-Spawn, the sheer timing of it all, Hyped with that kill. Oh, it's ridiculous. It will leave you feeling very ill as NIP keep on climbing. 7 rounds racked up. The momentum's there. Everyone's riding that high. Whereas the same could not be mirrored for the big camp. Tabson looking frustrated with this, Lucy.
And you would be after the position you were in there, right? Hawker illustrated it well, but even that very final fight, right, where you know Rez is over towards ramp, there is a safe plant behind triple there that you can go to. Decides to fight out in the open. Now they have to go for something different. A bit of pace over towards B.
Well, the last round they used all the time. This time they're not going to do the same. Straight in and Alexi overrun. That could be exactly what they needed here. Config still on short, but the spray is sloppy. And so Big will get full control of the bomb site. And this B site is so hard to retake.
And they pull off.
Wow.
The unthinkable. No, instantly throwing in a towel. They want to hold on to what they've got. They will back off from this.
Yeah, Economy's been kept surprisingly competitive here, considering what these rounds have looked like and the fact they have such a big lead. Their money isn't fantastic, so no reason to throw away any further cash. So a bit of a change up from Big. The pace to B works out well.
I like that switch up from Big. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, when you have the weakened buy in this round anyway. But you could see it's something that NIP weren't really ready for. I mean, normally, if you're Alexi B as that B anchor, you want to be putting down utility in some effect. You either want to be smoking yourself on the site to stay alive, or maybe even throwing a molly down to sort of choose the pathing that the opponents have to take. But it didn't seem like he was ready for any of that. He just got caught on the site itself. Config not able to get a crossfire going. Ends up going down. And that's the round. Big really needed that. Deep mid flash. They want to go aggressive here.
Brolin looking to take the brawl. Faven's pushed on through and he's going to catch him on the fallback. That timing is superb on the swing. Gives big an opener.
It's actually quite rare for a T to make that play so quickly in the round. So really nice from Faven. That's why he's able to catch Brolan in the back. What do NIP do now that they're down a man? They've got to get something back into this one. And so the ramp aggression is what they will attempt.
The ball is in their court. And it's Rez that takes the first face, caught between both of them. Spray strike down the middle, does a lot of damage onto Tabson, but there's no conversion for the kill. Head Trick now forced into a really uncomfortable angle. Got to back off towards the site and try and buy time for his teammate. Heavily focused on connector, playing on the stairs angle. That's Alexi B. That was big. They don't even commit to this. They make the early show. They start to put the pressure on, then they back off towards the B site.
Oh, you don't want to be overthinking this here, right? You're in this 5-on-3 once again. Keto's walked on out, though, and he's made it a little bit easier for them. Alexi taken on down. Yet still, move towards B, and that's where Config and Head Trick still are. They have to commit, I think. Okay, no, the time they are going to make it back. They're going to come on through in the underpass, and they have managed to avoid these remaining players.
Yeah, should be fine this time. Faven will get the bomb down in the smoke.
Please plant it.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just get this down. Because that's pretty much the only way you can lose the round at this point. I mean, these late rounds are still looking a little sketchy there for Big, but they figure it out eventually. They find the open bomb site. And now they might want to hunt down these players. I don't know if Big can fully commit here. Their own money is pretty good.
They have a long road ahead of them, though, to build back into this half, right? So best just to let sleeping dogs lie and keep your rifles.
Also, it's quite rude to wake up a sleeping dog. You feel like, you know, they don't know why they're being woken up. They don't have any concept of time.
No one likes being woken up.
No.
It depends, man. Like, I sometimes I feel like my dog's having a nightmare when I look. Like, she's twitching in her sleep, and I'm like, maybe you're just really into your dream, or maybe you're having a bad dream.
Maybe you're waking up your dog while she's having the most incredible dream where she's chasing
maybe
frisbees.
The thing is, dogs can fall asleep so quickly, though. It's fine.
Well, no sleeping in this game. It's action-packed. And this round's a tough one for NIP. What are they going to do here? A decision to be made around their investment with those 2 saved weapons. It's enough to drop over 1 or maybe 2, but it won't be the prettiest if they go for it, and the pause comes through to discuss the strat.
And that's my favorite thing about watching Big, really, as well. You get to see Tabson and God B both always being so vocal, providing their input. You see the way they deal with the low moments for the squad, the way they keep their heads, really being able to feel like you can play with confidence in the great moments as well. And it's cool to witness. It's an extra little dynamic, that element of CS that affects Big an awful lot.
It's key when you got so many youngsters in the squad too as well, right?
Yeah.
It's a really nice balance.
NIP still with good weaponry into this round. Over on the Big side, though, they have started to find some solutions. Over on our other stream, FORZE going up against Aurora for a spot at the Major. And FORZE, after winning the first map, are now 9-0 up on the second. Looking very good for FORZE and Jerry. Meanwhile, in this one, Hyped was searching for that pick. Hasn't really been presented these opportunities too often, though. Now it's Head Trick's turn, and he will hit his shot.
Head Trick has been so good in this series. You've got to hype him up. There's been so many conversations about this player, but he is really delivering in this match that matters so much for this team. Brolin dropping the one way to play on over with that FAMAS. Gets a bit of damage onto the opposing AWPer. Rez has arrived as well, and everybody's coming to the party for NIP. Players in mid as well. Going to be suffocating this bomb side. Alexi B just gets one through the smoke, and look how low Keto is. That bomb out in the open, can't even be picked up right now. Keto needs to take the space. Hyped is searching, honing in like a missile, trying to find somebody, but nothing coming up on his radar. And look at Config coming through from behind. He can end this entire thing by himself.
Config trying to cause a conundrum as he slips up towards the ramp, but there will be no mistakes made for Headtrick. Again, a big play, strikes against Hype. Finally, the flank pays off as well, as he will furiously find his way through Faven and leave it all drop down to just Keto. He's been good, sure, but 18 HP in a 1 versus 5 good really isn't going to be there. 10 seconds on the clock, the round's going to tick on by, and that'll be NIP with 8 rounds already secured on their CT side. They're looking devilishly good into this. And they'll have the free double AWP as well to play with into the next. And Keto denied after time. Oh, if there was anything else to add to that, Hawker, that would be a nice little cherry on top.
Yeah, at least he's got a bit of money in the bank, but still not what you want to see. I think this bomb getting denied here was probably the moment in the round that really made it difficult for Big, because they wanted to go for a slightly faster play in the mid round, but not getting the bomb down means you're just kind of stranded on the bomb site. No cover, no nades to get you into position. NIP up to 8 rounds. Hungry for that major qualification. They would love to do it in a 2-0 fashion, and Headtrick just keeps finding these early fights.
He's delivering something fierce here. Him and Rez both on 14 kills apiece. This is the NIP that we've been waiting for, the one we've been getting excited for. It's delivering here in this qualification game. Hyped with his AWP peering on through. A smoke currently is going to be veiling his vision. Tabson gets up onto the fence, trying to peer on over, looking for something. Closest player is Headtrick, though, in window. He's in a good angle, can't quite hit that flick. Tabson was falling far too fast.
Well, 55 seconds left on the clock. You've got to be slightly swifter about this one. Config watching the angle, but Keto peeks in. The absolute demon shines bright there. One bullet right between the eyes. Alexi B left to try and keep the round alive in the 40-second mark, but it's not happening. Keto is a Goliath.
This is all a fake out, though. The real hit is coming through to A, and Rez has not budged. Sitting under dark, ready for them to come on through. They're walking through market. They're the ones that's going on the flank. Oh, this all comes down to the timing here for Big. Tabson going to be walking on through, and he lines up both, takes them down, and that's a pathway through. Rez is nowhere to be found.
Wow, Keto was just a man on a mission over on that B side of the map, not only getting the kills, but drawing all the attention his way. And that means that Tabson lines up 2 freebies from behind. What a beautiful round from Keto, and really important to see him start to show up now. And simply a save for Rez.
Rez, that's been so good as well, right? 44 right now, like he's looked sick. Finding those impacts, and Keto understands if he doesn't start to do the same sort of thing, this one's going to slip away from them.
What a call from Big there, right? You feel like you've got A open because of all the distraction on B, pulling people over, but you decide to go through murder hole, through market on that flank timing, knowing that because the rotations have come over through, market's the likely location for these CTs. They haven't advanced onto the site because you've still got presence in Keto. Beautifully held from Big, well executed. Take that one away from NIP.
Yeah, and it's really just that first shot, right? Like, you put the AWP in the apartments of Config, you think he's going to be fine. He's going to be able to win that fight the majority of the time. But as soon as he goes down, it actually just means that Keto has the opportunity to get 2 one-on-one fights instead of the CTs being able to play together. So incredible overperformance there from Keto, being that solo player towards B.
Really making the difference in key rounds. And for Tabson as well, great to see him still having the impact, being the bookend at the end to completely shut his way through them. That's going to give them momentum. That's going to get them slightly back into this one. As you're looking at an 8-4 split, 4 rounds away from tying things up. But it would have to happen into the second half. That is the key question. What can Big squeeze out of this first half?
Looks like the A execute. And the buy from NIP pretty weak here, even if Brolan is up close.
Yeah, Prolin's in for a bad time here. They're about to swing on him. Keto takes him down. Another great entry from Keto. Hedrick comes on over, but it's just the P250. He'll only be getting something if they run on through and gift it to him. This one looking very nice to big. These pistols, okay, Alexi's does get a bit of purchase with the USP, in fact. Now Keto's starting to take some ground. Hedrick falls on back. He's got a flashbang to set up his team, but where's Rez? Rez is the one that needs to get active. Config's on a very late flank through Palace. That could still get some purchase here, but Keto finding Hedrick removes part of this defense. Config picks himself up an AK. Might give this one a brief look in. Crimbo passes on by, and he's found Keto as well. The round out of their hands, but damage still being dealt here by NIP. Rez doesn't even get a chance to do anything in this round.
Another round where he can't get involved, sadly, for NIP. They had that flank coming in, but the bomb was just down way too quickly. Proline couldn't show any resistance on the bomb site, which is understandable. That's Keto coming out with yet another entry kill. So big on the road to recovery here. NIP have still put themselves in a pretty decent position, and they've got the chance to do more now that they have the buy back out.
Hedrick's currently 5-0 on opening duels, so looking at him as the man to open it up for NIP. In towards the window currently, and Hyped on the other side, boosting up behind this smoke, and Hyped comes out ahead. Impact for the AWP for the T side.
Oh, God, the rifle as well, letting it rip here. Crimbo going in like a Beyblade, but Alexi B holds on strong. How has he gotten away with a 1-for-1 trade? And already, the cavalry arriving. Config's HE blows Favan out of the server. And you're looking at a 3 versus 3 with a bomb back up towards T-spawn in the opening few seconds of this round.
So much time here for Big to work with as well. There's the 3-on-3, which in this situation with this setup should be favoring this T side. Rez, oh, we got a bit eager there on the peak, and Hype punishes.
Now Config gets inquisitive. It is information, but it is only going to be one player on this A-bomb site to try and hold. It's a great position for Brolan. Meanwhile, Config actually found Hyped moving back into underpass, and Brolan wins his first duel. Tabson able to trade. It's into the 1v1. Still nades for both players. Tabson will use his to fake plant. I mean, yeah, Config is so far away. They should have known that. Now he will get that bomb down.
Config. He's got all the bells and whistles down. He's got the diffuse kit. But Tabson, he's got the confidence. Swings in, taps straight into the cranium and ends him. That's a big pickup there. A round that looked like it should have been Biggs for the comeback to happen in that fashion. A clutch that they needed to secure Lucy towards the end of this first half.
This is great from Hyped as well. The double kill, he gets that first one and then through the smoke a bit later. This is very messy over towards the apartments. I'm not really sure who comes out ahead there. They all kind of make some fumbles, but the kills come through, and Tabson able to close it out, finding both those kills at the very end. Confidence to swing onto Config as well. Very nice to see. Last round of the half now, and well, NIP's investment isn't great into it.
Yeah, this has been the recovery that Big were looking for. Hasn't felt too comfortable for either team here. And in that round, you see Big trying to make an initial move towards B. They were spread out in a default setup though, so it just turned into that 3v3. See what NIP decide to do with the weaker weapons in this one. Brolan currently positioned over towards ramp, the furthest forward player. And over on B, Config boosted up to see what he can spot in the apartments.
Roland gets the info, drops his smoke. I'm starting to tick on down, but NIP's utility now pretty much drained. Going for a bit of a stack over towards B. 3 players make their way there. Alexi pushing up into short. And it is the right read. Look at Big's pieces. They are all gathering, and it comes off the back of the push in Palace. They know it's going to be this B hit. Roland's found Palace empty. That's allowed this stack to come on through, but Tabson in short. He could be the danger man coming on through. Config tucked on into the corner with FAMAS looking to swing on out, but not quite yet. Being patient, waiting for them to come to him, and then he gets one, but hyped. The fast trade. Rez with the deagle hits a massive shot, but Crimbo gets one back. The bomb comes on through and goes down.
Punches in those digits and gets the bomb planted. NIP, you've got to be quick about this. What have you got to show for yourselves here? Head trick, 14 frags to his name. Any more towards the end of this first half? But look at the positioning. Quito slipping up close towards the smoke. Even if you dive out through the window, it would be a rapid trade. There's not really much that you can find for yourself in the 15th here. It feels like it's just a stalemate. They're going to go walking in through the door. Brolin actually does win out on a 1v1. And head trick now. Pressure applied. He knows that time's about to die. He's got to go. Tabson watching short, hits the tap and wins that out. 8-7 at the half. Where's it going to go? Find out when we're back in.
Well, close as can be between these two teams at the half. 8-7 we find ourselves as the side switch.
Yeah. Remember, this is a map that yesterday we saw Big beat Vitality on 16-10. That was a game where Tabson looked really sick, hyped out his moments of aggressive AWPing as well. And Quito was definitely a name that was leaving my lips a lot, Lucy.
Yeah, you got to get excited as well for this comeback from Big, right? We were up 7-1 for NIP at one stage here, but Big have grinded back on that T side. We saw some great moments from Quito and Tabson, and of course, yeah, hyped in the mix.
Yeah, got to see if they can continue here. As NIP currently a map up, Big looking to see if they can take us to a decider. It is NIP now on that T side, and they are grouped outside this B site. Rez just on the lurk right now. And Config will look to lead the charge into this B bomb site, but there's 3 CTs here.
Yeah, look at the dual Berettas as well. What a position to be in where the duel is. What can he get done? Swings on out and they're jumping away, but he is finding connection. Looking for a follow-up, and it's Favin that connects with the USP. In fact, 2 big ones from him. Raz now looking for the lurk, and he's found it, but the trade immediate from Hyped. Lexi B now has to find 3.
A sniper that doesn't need a scope there, as Hyped catches them slipping in a bad position towards underpass, and Alexi B wants to attempt to turn this round into a fast, but you are outnumbered, outgunned, and trapped in a really rough spot. 60 seconds on the clock, makes his move as he trots in through underpass. Right now, there is a welcome mat down on the B site, but you still got to contend with the players that are going to shuffle back into this, and they're going to set themselves up as well. It's still the Doolies that are in play for Favin now.
Lexi's had a bit of time to work with, decides to go back to the original play, which was that B bomb site, but the dual Berettas are there on Favin now. At least this CT defense is spread thin at the moment, but Tabson can come on through short at a moment's notice. Lexi B is just looking for something, but it's not being given. A passive setup from Favin. He's just playing the time. Gonna hear Alexi now coming on through, and that's his moment to swing. And Big equalize, 8-8.
Yeah, solid stack on that B bomb site. Nice read from Big. And that puts them in a position where it really feels like they're the ones that are coming through on Mirage right now. It was that strong start for NIP that came out to an early lead for them, but it definitely feels like as the game has gone on, Big have started to grasp control of this one. Oh, and I think you can see the players agree based on the reactions. Does feel like Big are in a good position, especially in this round. You're up against Glocks. Config somehow flying out onto the site, nearly takes 2, but he's going to get run down here, going about as you would expect, as Big take the lead.
Well, good eco round is a fast eco round for Big there, so they will quickly find their way through that one as they mop them up like a spilt drink and start to not only mount a comeback, but finally put themselves in pole position, leading in the game now 9-8 after finding those 2 rounds.
Well, let's see what the Ninjas can do now that they have all the AKs out in play. 5 of those on the board. Slightly better buy here in the 3rd round. Flames towards the top of mid to anyone swinging on out, but Config's not doing anything right at the moment. He's just holding to see if an aggressive push comes through. And IP know that they've got the guns out now. No need to throw them away early. Take space, default out, see what Big are up to.
Nice and slow at the start of this one. You've got to have a few slow rounds occasionally. You know, if we're not going to have VP at the major, we're going to have some other teams coming through with the slow pace.
I prefer it fast. We'll see if this works out.
If every round was fast, then none of them would be fast, because they'd all be fast. So it's kind of relative, if you think about it that way.
Time is relative.
Whoa, man.
Time is an illusion.
It's not real, but our illusion of it is in this round, as it does tick on down. 45 on the clock, and NIP taking mid at the moment. We've got Brolin in Palace, and split onto A feels inevitable, but there's a lot of big pieces here.
This feels scary when you're running into this stack. What can Brolan do? Maybe he is the player that can open this up. Great headshot, but his teammates are falling. Config with a key kill, but Hype just goes aggressive. Big risk taken. It's into a 2v2, and now the rotate arrives. Oh.
Alexi B on a jump across. Shot straight out of the air, but Hedrick, he turns. He's ready for this one. He wants to fight for the engagement, knows where Crimbo is, and he will pick it up. The AK slays Hedrick. Not only were we building the storyline of him looking good at the first half, but he's so good in the clutch, Lucy.
Hedrick's got so many of them, pulls it out, the 1v2. The young gun stepping up for NIP here. Can you believe it? Looked like it was all going to fall apart, walking straight into that stack. Everyone from Big ready to play. The opening kills don't go their way, but the closes, that's where it comes on through.
Yeah, and that round always feels good for NIP because you know you kind of got outmaneuvered tactically overall on the map, but you just came through with big individuals. And if you can steal those rounds away, That can absolutely be the difference maker in such a close map. And look at the buy for Big. It's weak, but it has the AWP of Hyped, and he's opened things up.
Always good when the unarmored AWP is able to find that opener, right? You don't feel like there's so much pressure on your shoulders there, and you can play a bit more defensively off the back of it. In fact, he's going to go over to hold down the B bomb site with that AWP. They can start to move their pieces around, get into a better position. The issue with this place for the AWP without armor is if you miss that shot, you're getting peppered, and without anything to protect your body, it is a little bit of a scary situation, but at the moment, he's not going to be under threat. NIP regrouping that bomb, making its way over towards A. And Big are very spread at the moment.
Nip's pantry is fully stocked with all of the seasonings they would want. How is this going to actually go down? Will it develop like a nice Polaroid? 40 seconds left on the clock. Rez starts to take map control back towards connector. You've got the aggressive setup from the two CTs that are going to be under so much aggression from Palace. Brolin wants to lead the charge with a Galil. Tabson would have to deny the push out. Flashbang goes over to force him off the angle. They should now execute onto this, but Tabson still got clear vision. Hits the first head on the wallbang to Brolin. Crimbo as well gets involved with the action, and it is going wrong for Nip.
Tito just with the pistol though, and now he's got nothing. Hetrick getting involved. That spray is wild and doesn't quite connect. Alexi now in the clutch, has to commit to the plant, and Favin knows it's just going to get into position all the way up. A triple runs him down. For a moment there, you believe the Big are the ones that come out ahead.
I mean, the fact that Alexi gets a shot off, that shows that he had an opportunity in that clutch, but not meant to be. Again, though, it seems like... Oh, bit of team damage for fun. But yeah, it seems like whenever there's a round that looks like it's about to fall apart for Nip, it's Headtrick in the back of the pack who makes it close, who makes it competitive. Really important round for Big to win, though. They got that opener. Tabson with that rifle in the right position.
Second time Big have had someone in that position towards Ticket where they've been able to do quite a bit of work there.
I like how German they are. So sick, man.
That is one of the appeals of Big.
Yeah. Got B having a word with the team. There you go.
Yeah, looked a bit intense, but then he, looked a bit more jovial towards the end.
Yeah, that's always how it comes across. Like, he really does get right up behind Tabson, and it's like he just hammers home the points one after another. I suppose the thing is as well, right? Time constraints. God B, he's damn good at getting as much of what is in his brain out into the open before you run out of time with those technical pauses.
Oh, and NIP down to pistols in this one. Oh, that's a risky play from Hype, but he gets away into connector. He's sticking around here, but he's got backup from his rifler, so he's okay. And now NIP will group up towards A.
Here's Hyped again with his AWP. Oh, that timing not good, but doesn't matter. Swings on through to ramp and collects. Looks to get Rez as well. The tag comes on through, finishes the job. Hyped has a shooting gallery, and he is hitting every target. Good to see the AWP getting warmed up here. Alexi B, this one's got no hope.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, get Hyped to the arcade. I think he'll win you a prize right now. Those are some really solid shots. But I think for Big, this is going to be the true test in this upcoming round. This was so nice. I love the movement is so quick because he could have been caught falling back by the Palace player. You can see Big starting to believe here. This CT side has started well for them. They are up against the AKs in this one, but NIP, even the round they won, it was a struggle to win it. And Config moving straight into short.
Yeah, you need something like this. You need a bit of magic, a bit of pace, a bit of the unexpected. That's what Config delivers for this squad. Makes his way through to ladder, and now he can just perch here. A powerful position to be in.
The Parrot in the cage. He can hold on, be a bit of a warning system for them as well. Meanwhile, the Battle of B kicking off with Hype drawn down to 30 HP, just off the chip damage from the nades alone. And this is a lot of early pressure you've applied. You started to steal the map control away from the CTs. You haven't committed to any plays either, but you've really muddled up the rotation somewhat. And you've got Hype starting to shuffle back towards CT spawn here. He can put himself in a good spot, but he has to hit those shots with the AWP as they come running in through connector.
Ooh. 1 for 1. Oh, Brolin, what a shot, Favin. He's playing Trigger Discipliner, does reward him for one, but he can't go anywhere. Hedrick hones on in, gives NIP the advantage now, and that bomb can get planted.
Yeah, they've got players in mid. They've got
Config's not moved.
Just waiting here this whole round, but it's planted for him. He doesn't need to move, and finally, he makes the most of his position. And tabseN realizes with his teammate gone, there is no way in. They have to concede double digits over to NIP.
That's wild that Config gets there in the first like 15 seconds and then doesn't budge for a whole minute. Moving now though, might even try and hunt tabseN, and I think this is a tough line for tabseN to hold on to. Config's going to come through from an angle that tabseN's sort of caught between. Moving this AWP would be big. But no, it will be big, but hold the AWP.
Oh, even that move was a little scary, but he's fine. I could see Config willing to be so patient in that ladder in position. He's not got that zoomer brain. He's got the attention span to just stay in his spot and finally activate when the rotates started arriving. And every round, you see a real big response from both teams. They know how close this is getting. They know what's on the line here. And especially for Big, their buy is an issue for them in this round. At least they have that AWP for Hyped.
Yeah, I'd say the second round they've lost, and immediately it's completely deteriorated their funds. Hyped has been good at getting these openers. He's 3-0 on those at the moment. Cast your vote. Will Big pull off this comeback?
Heading over to Blast TV, have your say. I don't know what I vote right now.
I'm looking at Hyped. He's got my vote. He's in a good position to find something here, and if they do continue to pounce on B, he'll be in the right place to make the AWP sing.
Will it be a blockbuster chopper though? For Rez, he's just going to be playing on this angle off the back of the early info. Crimbo wants him to walk in, tripwire him, back towards the POV at middle though. This is what we're talking about. Hyped on the close spot, finds head tricked and gets away.
Immediately repositioning, I love this as well. Be active with the AWP, you know it's the big hitter in the round. He's still available towards market. Crimbo is tucked on in here with the 5-7, good for one. He even gets himself the AK, and that smoke that was dropped to Lurk has given him space. Favin undetected. Config gives one up for free, and this has crumbled already. They can make their way back to A, but there's still two players here. The rotation's coming on through. There's just no chance here for NIP. Alexi's trying to charge on through. tabseN sideswipes him, and Brolin is caught from Palace. Spray doesn't connect. And it's Big with barely anything coming on through.
Fighting with scraps, but looking damn good at doing it. Apple crumble being served up there from NIP into the round. And it all started off the back of Hyped. The aggressive angle with the AWP falls back, plays smart. Crimbo was uncleared by Rez, and it all just goes wrong. One play by another. And then tabseN, what more can he do right now? He is really coming alive.
Check your corners, kids.
Yeah, and that round could really be the turning point because NIP should be low on cash themselves now. I really feel like that round might be the one that Big look back on as the one that made the difference on this map if they are able to close it. And for NIP, it's so awkward. You lose a player with about 40, 30 seconds remaining. You don't really have an ability to quickly come back up with another idea in the round. It's not that easy to adjust. So you know you're moving in towards an AWP on B. You know you could be in trouble, but you feel like you have to commit anyway. They go for the Hail Mary, and yeah, the buy is awful for NIP.
Yeah, Big.
Can't call this a buy at all.
It's not, it's a smoke. That's the investment. Okay, and a flash. And a deagle. All right, you know, they spent a few cash. They went to the store, bought a few cheap candies, a couple of Freddo Frogs. But that's not going to feed this family.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to Waitrose, that's for sure.
Far too rich for their blood right now. Those organic fruits have to stay on the shelves.
I don't even think they'd be allowed in the shop.
Held at the door. I suppose I wouldn't let ninjas into my shop either.
Especially not if they're in pajamas.
I think that raises some flags, doesn't it?
What have the ninjas put in their basket? Can they somehow check out with a round? It would have to be off the back of the very light investment into the upgraded pistols. At least there's the one flashbang. It can always be a bit of a saving grace. But on Alexi B, it's not really going to be in a prime position to do too much for you. And he's going to be spotted as well towards top middle. Tabson sees him walking out, hyped as well, just waiting for the aggression. And they want to take these fights one by one, give up the goose, and that's basically the round of the back.
Yeah, I mean, essentially all you're looking to do here with these pistols is spread out and try and catch someone off guard, maybe an aggressive push that isn't accounting for a corner being held, or maybe you just find that jiggle on the deagle and suddenly you can start to capitalize off that. But in this instance, doesn't work out. It's always the long shot. And there aren't any that connect for the ninjas in that round. 13 for Big.
Big looking a little more relaxed now. They have a bit of a buffer to work with. Other than Tabson, who I feel like always looks a little stressed, but you have to be as the in-game leader. You have to be constantly hyper-focused. And NIP will have to try and bounce back here. A couple of their players have had good maps, Headtrick in particular. Rez has had a solid performance, but it's not been enough on this T side. Feels like it's mainly been Headtrick delivering on this second half.
I mean, that's the conversation we set up, right? It's Headtrick versus Hyped, and it's delivering on Mirage. These two AWPers doing a lot of work. Convid making sure his gets through that smoke safe. There's no one hiding in there. Trying to pull a ninja on the ninjas. This round really is the defining one for NIP.
Minute on the clock in the 24th round. Play their cards early towards middle, set up in the underpass, smoke passed over to Config as well, who's lurking back at the boxes towards top mid. Favin's position in the late round could be a real nuisance maker, especially with Rez grouping up close with Alexi B. If they go for a bit of a play off the back of this man could sell it down the river.
Split coming through towards A. 3 players on the site itself. Again, it's this good hold from Big. They've been in these positions so many times. Plus, you got that ladder flank that can come through at any moment. This one's looking very good for Big. The flash on through. Rez looking for the first fight, but it's Tabson that comes out. Trades are immediate. Crimbo with 2 huge kills. That's completely put a stop to this attack. Headtrick and Alexi B have to come up big, and Keto blindsides Headtrick. Alexi gets one back at least on Hype, peering through the smoke. But an impossible clutch because time is simply not in his hands.
Yeah, if anything, he wants to get away here with the AK, but he is surrounded on a couple of fronts, and Favin will find him. Big taking over in this second half, and it feels like they're getting these stacks right in a lot of rounds on this A-bomb site. 3 players in position again. Tabson wins the first fight. And then Crimbo's maybe been a bit quiet on this map, but that shot there is incredible. So snappy to hit that headshot. And now we're really seeing what Big are capable of. Final timeout for NIP.
If you're going to remedy these issues, it has to be now. Nip, very dominant on the first map of Vertigo. They were in control the whole game. Here, it looked like it was going to be a similar sort of story, but they've started to let it slip. They're on the back foot. Big, 1 round away from match point. They could force us into a third map decider of Ancient if they can close this out.
Speaking of forcing, it's NIP who are forced up, but it's a pretty terrible buy. I mean, Config doesn't even have Kevlar with the AK.
Oh, is that intentional?
I don't know, man.
That surely can't be. That must be a mistake. Especially he's taking so much space. Man has to be the headshot machine here. He takes any sort of flak, and his aim is going to be going wild.
Big decide to pull out the double AWP setup as well. So Favin with that secondary sniper will be over on B.
That's the big bang play here for Config, right? He knows he's up against 2 AWPs, so no armor. Don't need it. Dead anyway.
Ooh, hang on. That's one of those AWPs gone. Brolam with a crazy fight to win. Keto coming back in. That was a huge risk, but it works out for now. He will be traded, though. Alexi's alone with the bomb towards A, but look at that from Headtrick. Scout shot lands. He's not ready for the second player. Raz has snuck into the B bomb site though.
That Desert Eagle creeping on close. Favin knows he's coming. The AWP at close range, goes for the no-scope, doesn't connect, swaps to the USP, but it's Sadiq that comes on through. Tabson now in a 1v2. He's going to be flanking the flanker. That bomb still has to make its way there, and they have no idea where he is, but Rez is honed in on the angle, and Rez takes him down.
Rez, the lifeline for NIP into that round. Incredibly messy, the mid portion looking like it's done, it's dusted, but instead he starts to rebuild and regain control for them. It all started with this, hyped. We were talking about the double AWP setup, expecting delight from it. Instead, he gets deleted by the Galil. The shot at middle as well with a scout really does add insult to injury, but NIP pick that one up and put it in the pocket.
It's been unfortunate for Favin there, right, with the AWP at that range. You feel like that no-scope is guaranteed to hit. Doesn't connect. Gives Rez the opportunity, and now look, a bit of aggression in mid. Config this time, the one that takes the toll. Tabs and falls. It's player advantage for NIP early.
Yeah, CT's threw some flashes, but Config able to dodge away from them. Rez still pressuring this B site, despite being a man up. He is hungry for action right now.
Good backfire though, you don't want to give up this advantage as soon as you found it. He is keeping a lot of these CTs occupied, and the reason is, look at Config in the back lines, but Hyped has dropped Hetrick with that AWP. All eyes on Config now. In the back lines, he could throw that knockout punch in a moment.
Sucker punch in the back. There's no way. Oh wait, Keto. Keto's looking back, is he?
Oh.
Spot him in time.
Oh, it's really getting awkward now. Keto clapping back with the AWP, but Config on the clock gets gory. Okay, all right, suddenly the round's back in their court. They can get the bomb down and play from this, but Favin is sneaking up. They've got a collapse from either side. Oh, they will at least get the bomb down, but this is really going to be risky. Brola peeks in, looking to try and scrap on this one. Hits the shot as Favin falls, and Crimbo realizes the ship has sailed.
Yeah, Favin had to win that one to allow Crimbo to get activated, but what a well-handled round from NIP. Config just finding that gap to slip on through in the 4-on-4. Catches them from behind and manages to do all the work.
The Glock was so unnecessary from Config. I thought he was just going to hold his rifle and wait, because he saw the player in under Palace. He was the one that mollied, but he just runs in with a Glock. Does it like that. Elsewhere, we do have another team qualifying for the major. It is FORZE who have taken that series against Aurora. So congratulations to FORZE. And Aurora still with a chance in the last chance qualifier, but tough place to be. Really nice to see FORZE make it through though.
Yeah, the 2-0 there against Aurora. I thought that one was going to be a very close affair. Aurora have really impressed in a lot of their games. FORZE will be at the major. Aurora, obviously not out yet. They will go to the last chance qualifier, as will the loser of this series.
We already know 3 of the teams that are waiting in the wings for that. And they are not easy competition. You will, at some point, have to face FaZe. And that's what's terrifying. Here, though, we'll stay with the present. It is currently 14-12 in our second map of this best-of-3 banger, and the NIP roster is getting absolutely flattened. One by one, the HP is dropping. Hetrick looks to try and make a bit of a saving play, but this is just pistols that's doing damage. Rapid frags back, though.
Yeah, critical they find these ones back, but Favin, he's stuck in behind the smoke, and it is these pistols that might be the undoing of NIP. But Rez is just taking the space, jumps onto the site, the rotation comes on through, and he's spotted by Favin. Immediately, Hetrick has to fall on back. Him and Brolin coming on through, run down Crimbo. Now that's a pathway opened. These 2 players have recovered rifles on the big side, but they've got no armor, no util behind them. Favin rotating over, will arrive here before NIP.
Favin in position. Oh, they don't clear him. It's a spray from Favin, which is so easy, and it's 15 for big.
Oh, that is absolutely despicable. The big bandit for the team there, snatching that one away, saying, give me the loot, as he grabs that match point for them. And what seemed like a dying round, Lucy.
Crimbo with the only M4 there, getting the opener, and Favin, what a closer. Gets that AK in mid after he finds that first kill, and then he just starts to collect. What a time for such a moment.
Couple of digs in play now for NIP. That is so rough to lose that round. It should never have happened. But Big find their way in, get into an advantageous position. A single oversight in towards CT is all Big need to take map point. And NIP have to dig deep here. Mid control established. Smoke attempted to be blocked by Tabson. I don't know if he's manufactured an angle though.
Might have just headed that one straight into the goal. Faffing with the AK that he picked up and did so much damage with is in a good position here, but he's about to get flanked on. Brolin comes in through fast from short, finds him, and now they charge into Crimbo. He had the line for a couple, gets that first one, and Crimbo steps up for another. Looking for more as well. Crimbo almost takes down Config. Alexi B also makes his deagle sing, and the Ninjas are finding a way back into this one. Hyped and Keto looking to find a way back in themselves. They managed to put it into the 2v2. That flick not quite on the mark.
And they're backing off. Hyped on a reposition, wants to join his teammate on this mission towards short, messes up the jump. The timing is going to be fractured because of it, and Keto takes the full frontal assault. The man is running into the bomb site, knows time's ticking away. He's got to be swift, he's got to be sick. They give him the peek, Rez in the back towards Forest. He's been taken out of commission. Config dashes the Molotov, denying the round as he wants to swing sweet goodbyes. Hits the first onto Hyped and takes down the last man. No, won't matter. Keto, though, cannot recover this as NIP make it to 13.
Oh, and Keto dies to the bomb at the end. That gets so close for comfort there. Alexi was caught on that lurk. It turned into that 2v2. But missing that jump from Hype, they couldn't afford to have that time go against them. Eventually gets into position for the wallbang, but all Config needs to do is play the clock, and he knows it. He's not normally left in the clutch, but Config delivers and keeps us going on this intense second map of the series.
Yeah, won it with the Molotov and then still goes down to take both remaining players out, even if the bomb is the one that gets the final frag. Last time out for Big. Really felt like Crimbo had done enough there on the B hold, right? Gets the double kill, another player down to barely a slither, but it's not quite enough to close it out.
And at what point does that seed of doubt in your mind really start to overtake your mental game? Isn't it? They're bringing this back. They're keeping it competitive. Even rounds where it looks like it should slip through their fingertips, they hold on.
Oh, boy.
And there is no money whatsoever. They are broken, Hawker.
Yeah, their backs are broken in this one. Like they got that gamer posture. Oh, man. I mean, this is just impossible. I know we've seen Big win some impressive rounds. But even with a stack on the right side of the map, you can't expect to win this one.
Yeah, Tabson's even looking down, reading his notes now. He's up on the box. Knows that the chances are minimal here. Already eyes ahead onto the next round. Unless we see a bit of magic from Keto. He's got the Desert Eagle, and he has some of the sharpest aim in the server, but this timing is not going to work out for him. Brolin walks on through. There's nobody else home here, so it is going to be the full 30 here. NIP clawing their way back in slowly but surely.
The A site is their domain, and they will be able to roam, set themselves up in early aggressive post plants so you can hold for the rotation just in case. But Big, the pain train, it's arriving, pulling into the station of A. Crimbo in the front line, looking to make this one costly, at least force guns out of their hands.
That'd be huge. In fact, you can see that NIP actually aren't working with much here. There's 3 Galils in the mix, so if you can take away a couple of rifles here, you can keep them a little bit dry on that final round. But Headtrick with a great angle. Rez chimes in for one. Falcon does get a kill here. That's all he's going to find, so it's not as much damage as they would hoped. It is that 14th round for NIP.
Oh no, Alexi B. Oh, there we go.
He's got it. Ahead of round 30. Everything on the line for these two teams right now. This is the tournament everyone wants to be at. Everyone wants to qualify for the final CSGO major. And for Big, they need to bring it to a third map for that to be a possibility. They've had the lead for a long time. They've had opportunities. They haven't closed, and now they have to do it here.
Look at this from NIP, straight out the gate, going towards B. The buy, it's pretty iffy from Big. There's a lack of util here. They might just be punished by the fast play. Alexi leading the charge, comes on out through the apartments, AK in hand, spraying on through, but Favin's able to find one. Config gets up on close and personal, and Config takes down 2. Completely opens B, and now it's a 3v4 for Big to fight their way back into this. Utility keeping them at bay at the moment. Tabsen pushing on forward. Now look at the utility being set up. Another smoke comes on over. Hedrick ready to reposition, and Tabsen, he's taking fights. Hedrick swings on out for another. Hype with his AWP gets up and hits another. 2v2 now, made a 1v2 for the AWP of Hyped. If he wants to take this one for Big, he has to come up huge right now, but no kit, and they are spreading out. They take him down, and we go to overtime.
The crossfire too good at the end there. NIP drag it all the way back, and Big will be kicking themselves that they could not close this sooner. Some massive kills from Config. I thought that smoke that was thrown towards Kitchen could have been awkward for NIP because Big had already snuck out, but it wasn't enough for them. This was the moment though. Config stepping up, getting them into this advantageous position. And now NIP bring it to overtime and give themselves the chance to try and take this map and the series. And they know it.
All tied up. First round of OT kicks off. The funds are there, so a double AWP setup can be supported by Big. One on Hyped, the other for Faven. Quick moves as he puts himself in a good position, but again, it's Hyped that opens things here. Striking against the brains of the operation for NIP.
Looking for more as well, but it's Keto that finds it. Rez goes on down. This one's starting to plummet out of control, just like NIP Cato 2014 stickers. Hedrick and Brolin, what can you do here? That bomb even not accessible for them at the moment. Out in the open. But if there was a man to do it, I'm looking at Hedrick, 25 kills on him at the moment. Can't quite add the 26 there, but he does fire off the warning shot. Keeps Keto low, another leg. If those were kills, he'd be feeling pretty darn happy now, but Hyped, his AWP doesn't miss. Connects the shot, and Brolin, unwinnable.
Brolin, 1v5, 45 seconds on the clock as he goes up the stairs. Hyped, well, he's got a secondary career as a barber because that was a clean haircut. Man knocks the head clean off and gives them a devilishly good looking round. This is one way to send a statement to open up OT.
Lovely opening move from Hyped. Haven't really seen that underpass pressure. And a bit of frustration there for NIP after bringing it back to overtime and just letting that round slip so soon. They still have another chance here. Faven still on that secondary sniper. Going to be hard for him to find this angle. There is a gap, but I don't know if he really wants to peek any further than this.
This is a really nice angle though. Can hold that connector if they do decide to push, but I think NIP are going to wait for the smokes to fade, and Faven can't stick around, has to slink on out. They start to rotate now. That bomb is outside of A. Ooh, bit of noise being made there by Keto, whether intentional or not. Looks like probably the latter. Let's get up on top though, and the smoke comes through at a good time.
NIP setting up outside this A-bomb site, and Brolan just goes through the smoke. A massive risk taken, but it pays off for him, and Keto has to deliver. Good headshot initially. Hedrick will land the flick, and this A site looks vulnerable, but Keto moves forward, almost finds the lineup. It is so back and forth here, but Crimbo has arrived to the bomb site.
Keto the killer, but Crimbo the closer now has to keep it under control. They're going to be pressuring him from every angle. The crossfire now with the AWPs. But it's only one player over here. He's getting attacked from the side. Brolin comes over from behind. And Hype now has to find all three. Spots the first. Hedrick jumps into his crosshair. That's giving him space. Ooh. Those flames are good. Going to go right where the both of these players are. Rez is burning, just about staying alive. And Hype doesn't know both are tucked in behind. Jumps on over, looking for the timing. Oh, that wallbang could have been beautiful. But Rez dodges it. Barely a slither keeping him in this. Hyped is desperately looking for something here. Some player to face, but they're just tucked on in. hiding away from him and his deadly AWP. He jumps on over and can't even find the first brawl and holding for it the whole time.
Oh, he just didn't know both those players are in the same position at the back of the bomb site. You see him looking to all possible angles. But he can't clear both of them out, and this is Brolan. How do you even make that play in overtime? It is so risky to do that, but it gets them off to a good start. It gets them into this good position, and it gets NIP their first round in overtime.
Massive from Brolan, the opener, the mid kill, and then the final one to close it out.
Oh man, look at head trick. Oh, that was a golden opportunity.
Playing with the early aggression, the tempo there. Unfortunately, the shot not on his side. The bare knuckle brawls that we have been seeing for Control. The bomb sites already seem to be repeating themselves. 16-16 then. Early mid Control, looking to be established. They've got the nades for it, flash through. See if there's anything they can really find.
Feel the tension here between these teams. Early posturing results in them falling back to a bit of a default here, but Hyped has the angle, but it's as he's moving, Rez takes him down. That's a massive kill to find. Hyped has been so potent with the AWP and tabs and gets spammed through the smoke. Crimbo also caught out, and Favin misses the gap. Everything going right for NIP now. It would be so difficult for Big to find a way back into this. With Alexi finding Favin, their chances slipping. It's just Crimbo alone, and Rez takes him down. NIP winning out the T-half in OT.
Looking damn good for them. The first round went so badly, but they instantly brought it back. Setting up a lot of these splits onto bomb sites from mid. It's just this opening from Rez. It's crazy that he gets that kill. And it really allows NIP to be on the front foot. You see Big are trying to react the whole time. Strong reaction from NIP. They know that that could be a key round for them here. Every round so important in overtime. NIP have the slight lead, at least for now.
All right then, NIP 1 round up. Now moved onto their CT side. Just a single AWP for Hetrick, and that's all they need. 26 frags. He has been a big dog on the server, and he looks to continue that now to give them the closer they could be hoping for.
You got to remember that 7-1 lead they had on the CT side, right? They came in with a fire. Got doused a bit in the middle. Now they're starting to get that Inferno rolling again. This setup is deadly in mid. Config and Alexi, the danger duo, about to be tested. All these Ts so close, tantalizingly slow through the X-ray. And that boost, it's spotted out. Alexi presented a kill, but Tabson wins it out. The HE over does get the trade at the very least. Favin's actually brought down low as well, so NIP do just about win out that engagement.
What's the call from Big? They're moving back to A with the bomb. 4v4 means that the CTs have to leave some areas on the map weak. It's Brolan jump peeking from CT right now. Just playing for information so that he can get some teammates to help him, but he's looked away from ramp at the wrong time.
Oh, Brolan.
Now he knows.
He's got the contact. He's got the ore. Can this Spartan stand strong? Rez with the first fight. There's the double up as well, and the bomb is given on a silver platter for them. They now know they can go on to win this one. 18 seconds left on the clock. Hype, he's backing up, looking for the shot, takes down the stairs. Assailant for Hetrick. Anything you can do, I can do better, is what he's saying, as Hype has to win the 1v2 now. Towards the back of the site, peering in, sees the head, claps his way through him. Config left for dead, and it is all on Hetrick. Can he come back for blood now in the 1v1 battle of the Orcs? Sees him jumping, misses the shot, tucks in towards triple again, but he's going for the elevated face, and Hetrick, the skill ceiling is raised.
Oh, the battle of the Academy AWP is shining here, but it's Hetrick that comes out that little bit better. What a clutch coming through for NIP, and that is now Paris point secured for the Ninjas.
Rez getting those 2 kills initially sets it up. It looked like Hyped might be able to make something happen. That's the opener coming in, but it's all down to the clutch in the end. Hyped there, kept his cool on some of these initial shots, but he missed that one opportunity. Hetrick goes above.
What a reposition from Hedrick, right? He's been spotted jumping across the default and goes up on high there. So hard to spot out with the AWP. The last time out for Big.
Major qualification on the line at NIP. They've had a tumultuous time in the last few months, but it seems like it might be coming together at the right moment for them. They've got 2 chances to close. 2 opportunities in overtime, and Big, well, they had opportunities in regulation. Oh, they've missed the molly out of spawn.
No.
That's not ideal.
That's going to slow things down, but they will recover. It's okay. Can't let the pressure get to them now, not when they're so tantalizingly close to closing.
Just making sure the team is warmed up for this round, because they do want to shut this down. Don't let Big get back into the game. You're 1 round away from winning it in OT. You've got 2 chances for it. And Rez, the man that wasn't burned by the flames, extinguishes the pathway towards Connector and waits for the oncoming assailants towards A. It looks like it could get hectic.
He's definitely spotting the contact here. Lexi B spots out Tabson on the crawl through window. Makito drops Rez, a big player to be taken down. He's slowed down by the flames, hyped with the kill onto Brolin. That's given the pathway through. Alexi B, the IGL, steps up for another, keeping it into this 3 versus 3, and he wants some more. The flash over the top, taking fights with an AWP. That bomb is going to go down, the rotation's coming through, and look at the space from Alexi playing around the smokes, and he's found another. The IGL doing everything here. Alexi B stepping up, but Crimbo, he's putting them down.
Wow, he gets mollied out of the sight and he still hits those shots. That is so hard to do, but Crimbo keeps his cool, and we're still going here. These rounds are so intense, so close, so tight. Every single kill feels like it could be a decisive one, but Alexi started bringing it back. That forced Crimbo into that position, and just look at that adjustment. Big now 1 round away from taking us to a 2nd overtime.
Will it be Hedrick, the man that sends them there? So potent with this AWP, 28 kills. 29 unhyped, these 2 youngsters stepping up in the biggest game of their career.
Tabson. Oh, he's got the experience for this, but that doesn't mean anything. As Config comes down on him like a ton of bricks, takes him out of the round. Hedrick with a re-aggression, he's diving in! He's going crazy!
Wanted to get safe, but there was no safety there. Favin found Config. And now it's Alexi and Rez to keep them here. Otherwise, it goes to double OT. And Hype just holding down the angle, falls on back, wants to get to a safer position. That's just as Alexi starts to creep around. Rez coming through mid. This post plant looking potent for Big. They've got so much utility to work with as well. Flashes and flames. Alexi and Rez. How do they clean this one back? They're taking space, they're getting information, but they need to find some kills. That smoke goes straight onto the bomb, and that's going to be good. The AWP can't do too much to stop it. Favin has to be the man that does, and he swings on out. The spam on through, but the Ninja, at the last second, the Ninja is denied, and we continue here on Mirage.
Oh, he has to pull out the pistol running onto the site. You see how desperate Big are to just try and get that player off the bomb. And they can breathe a sigh of relief as they fight back here in this overtime, despite facing a potential loss in the series. How close is this? Favin finally realizes he's got to shoot at the right-hand side. Oh man, and Hedrick. I mean, he knows he got caught out earlier in the round. Wow, it's a Mac 10 for Favin in overtime. This has got to be a quick one.
They want to go for something pacey, something aggressive. Slap you in the face with a Mac 10, show that you are the Mac daddies on the server after that prior round, but already the nades are barreling down, slowing the push. Second Molotov's in, but slightly delayed. Favin, he thought he had found a way to be fantastic. Instead, it's a trade of frags, and they're in the bomb site scrapping.
Forced on back though, Hedrick so low here. Just about managed to get away. Config's AWP strikes again. Doing a lot here with that secondary AWP. Hedrick not even needed yet. It's given the advantage here. Keto is so low. Everyone's here for NIP, grouped up in the market, but it's not shopping they're doing. They're looking for this round, and they start to walk on through. Playing around this smoke, the bomb yet to go on down. That Spam doing a bit of damage onto Config, but now they come on through, taking the fights. Keto with a kill, but it's Rez that comes on through, and Crimbo, the clutch master, has to come up good.
Oh, he was locked in, but he hits the headshot. And now there's more opportunities. Another player falls one by one. They all go falling, but finally, Rez able to hold on for NIP. The intensity in this game right now is ridiculous. Crimbo comes close, but he gets denied.
That's an insane round. So many rapid trades back and forth, the shots that we're seeing being hit as well. This is OT confidence Counter-Strike in a nutshell from both of these teams, and the emotions are at an all-time high.
This is what it's all about. Everything on the line. We can see it in the server. Hedrick misses the flick, but it's not punished. The flash came over, allowed him to get away. Spam connects on the hype, but it's not enough to take him down. Sticks around and craps a bit of a hit there from the nade. Yeah, he's able to stay alive. Falls on back. Keto running on through, opens up onto Brolin.
They're out on the site, Keto. Looking to see what level of lethality he can display to us, but Hedrick, he's been the main man, and he's back with the scope, looking to do some damage here if they do expose themselves. Got support of Rez as well on the face as they peek out, try and bait them in, reel them in like fishes, and hook, line, and sinker. It's the man that will sink you.
Smoke up. Creates a gap to work with. NIP happy to take their time setting up this retake. Big sitting back in post-plant positions. Rez is going to move up over the top. He doesn't spot that player. Tabson turns on toward him. NIP needs something soon here, but they're falling like flies. Keto with another headshot. There's no reason not to go for it, but Big have shown up in this round. Such a clean one for them. And Config can do nothing but watch Big rack up another round, and the reload, not well timed. Doesn't really matter at this point, though. It's the round for Big. Both teams will have money, whatever the hell happens here. Some fantastic shots, though. Tabson especially getting into that advanced position. It was a big risk, but they didn't clear out his position, and I think we're seeing those mistakes start to creep in once we hit overtime here.
Yeah, Rez even kind of like turned to the left as he came on over, but just didn't spot him out. The flashbang was so good to set up Hedrick for that kill as well. It wasn't quite enough, and we still have that double AWP in play. In fact, Config's opted to bring that one out, and he is getting aggressive into the underpass. Gets on down close with it. He might have that fight very soon, and speaking of aggression, Brolin doing the same, but it's Config that looks like he's going to take the contact first, misses the shot. Favin can't quite punish, Flames will come through, and he falls on back. Meanwhile, it's a 1-for-1 over on A, but a big kill comes through for Hyped again, stepping up, and it's a tag onto Alexi. Forced on back. Big manhandling their way into this one. Hedrick falls off the angle just as Hyped comes on through.
Minute and 15 on the clock. It's a 4 versus 3 to work with. And they've really dialed back the pace of this round, waiting to see if NIP will challenge, will fight for those positions so that you can get an extra frag, an extra bit of oomph to work with. Here they just hold. 2-player setup for Nip. Back on the B site. Alexi put on the boost.
Yeah, Hedrick's pushed into Palace. So he's saying, you know what, if they come A, I'll use this strong position that's hard to clear. And you two just stack B, and it might be that B play that comes through. It depends if they are able to get that player up connector. Maybe see it's clear, but 35 seconds. I think they might have to commit to this B-bomb site now.
This is really well played from NIP. They've got utility on Rez as well to still keep this at bay. Hype is going to come on through. Rez needs to win this fight, and he does just that. Gets off the van, and you've still got Alexi in the sidelines. The HE might even do the job now. Not quite enough. Crimbo has a single point of health, and not for long. Rez doing everything here. Hedrick's found Favin on the lurk, and it's 20 for NIP.
Rez, such a pillar on that B-bomb site. They never had a chance against him. He wins every single fight. And Big, despite having the 4-on-3, get nothing going. What a read from NIP to get this stack onto B. The aggression from Hedrick pays off. On the other side of the map, it allows these players in place.
You're so fucking good, brother.
He's pretty good.
He's darn good. Plenty of words you can use to describe how good he is, and I think that one's an apt one. Alexi wasn't even needed there.
Wasn't necessary. They had the backup just in case, but instead they hit all their shots. And look at this, tempo play, NIP brimming with confidence, and Rez wants to end the game right here, right now. tabseN denies at least with a trade back, forcing them into the 4-on-4, scrapping for control at a bomb site. Config spamming, looking to say goodnight, but it's all about hyped again. The Scope's assassin, he's pushing aggressive. He wants to take this swing. This could get really rough for him.
He's up close and personal here. Alexi gonna be spotted, and Hype strikes. FABN with the HE finds another. And now it's the AWP of NIP. Headtrick in the corner. Hyped has him locked on in. Gets the tag as well. His day is numbered, and FABN takes him down. We're tied up once more.
Wow, the confidence from Hyped there is crazy to swing so wide. Wasn't scared of Palace. He just wanted to fight immediately, and you thought NIP's entry was going to be enough, but tabseN rotates back. Even with Config in this advanced position, he gets naded out. Nice. Remember, it is first team to 22 right now, and we're all tied up at 20 apiece. I don't know how these teams are going to be separated here.
It's so close between them, both in the amount of rounds, but also the kills. Config looking to get another, but forced on back by the Flames. Bit of damage over the top. In fact, that doesn't connect, and he's still able to get back over. Gonna be such a nuisance here, picking at them in mid, and has support coming through from Aloas as well.
This mid control should be okay, but Hyped is still in connector with that AWP, and he's won that fight against Headtrick. Hyped stepping up now in overtime, and he might get the chance for another, but he misses that opportunity.
Did not have the upper hand on that one. Oh, Brolin though, again with the re-aggression, pulling this round back into a position where NIP can build from. So you've got Hyped, really is the sole defender of the A bomb site. Tucked in, bit of a boost play set up on short as well to look for the connector crunch if it comes, and info being gathered by Crimbo.
They're going back towards B. If they decide to commit to this, it's just gonna be completely unraveled. Crimbo about to peek on through, Alexi takes him down. The headshot comes on in, and while he takes one back in return, it's not enough. And look at this info from Rez though. He's coming through the back lines, Hyped. He's about to get caught out, but not before he finds another, and Hyped is running away. Rez is begging for this kill. Config's found tabseN. They're fighting their way into this one. Hyped stays surely outnumbered. Rez in a position to just end this round by himself as he creeps on through. He's been spotted out, but still finds the kill, and it's got to be Hyped. 1v3, gets that first, but Config trades, and NIP again on Paris point.
Smart decision from Config to just peek on top of the truck there. He knows there's not enough cover. They don't need to care about the bomb plant. They can just play for elimination, even under time pressure. Rez's AWP eventually, Rez's AK eventually gets to activate on the flank. And this is all they need to swing together for the final kill and the opportunity to get themselves into the major.
Let's go, says Headtrick. First major for him, so close. Gets boosted on up, doesn't spot anyone in connector yet. Hyped is going to be coming on round. Smoke comes on through, and Headtrick's ready this time. Opens up the round and puts NIP in a good position.
Hyped and Headtrick have both been so active in overtime. It's been so fun to watch them go back and forth. But that kill from Headtrick could end up being the difference maker. Crimbo is in the apartments, so he'll know that no one else is followed up that molly. But Big severed on the map. 2 on A, 2 on B. They need a really impressive hold here.
It's got to be huge, really. tabseN so close to the 30 bomb. If there ever was a time to again be the playmaker, this would be it, to hit them with a haymaker. They're walking their way in through connector, and he's starting to back off. Keto could be caught in a really rough spot here as push comes to shove. Config with a first. There's the follow-up as well from Rez, and they are beating their way through them.
They can feel it. They can taste it. Crimbo and FABN, the only players that can do anything, can't deny the bomb going down. spamming desperately through the smoke, but it's desperation. That's all that's on Big side right now. Grouping up, going through mid, Hedrick's here, and well, a good swing from Crimbo does take him down. Even picking up the AWP here does Crimbo. But how are they going to fight into this? Utility over the top, so many positions the NIP players could be in. Config taking another duel, looking for this fight onto Stairs, looking to close it right here, right now, and a tap through onto Crimbo. All now onto Fabin, the only remaining big player, and Config runs on through. Alexi with the trade, and the Ninjas are going to Paris.
NIP qualified for the major in such close fashion on this map, but they came up clutch. They came up with so many massive moments in overtime, and that's exactly what you want to see for a team to make it through. Look at Hedrick, he's so happy, he can't believe it. And he deserves it. He made so many plays there. He was bold in overtime. Not easy to do as such a young player, but highly deserved that he gets to go to the final CSGO major.
Oh, the sticker's in the game for that man. And for the roster, what an incredible performance here, being able to dismantle this big team in two. It really is an impressive run for them. Commiserations, of course, to the superstar squad from Germany. Really hard committing in that game, fighting tooth and nail to draw it into double OT, but they just could not take themselves to a third map.
They aren't eliminated yet. We will keep that in mind. They go to the last chance qualifier. But for NIP, it's a sigh of relief. And for Hedrick, what a moment. A name to remember. So many questions about this player, about this team. And well, I think they answered a few here today.
Yeah, they've said in interviews they've changed up roles. They're trying to make sure everything fits together. They've been saying Hedrick has been showing those signs of improvement, and they definitely have him to thank for his performance on that map. They take it 2-0, they qualify, and it is nice to see NIP finding their footing. It feels like this roster for a while has not been at its best, but we know this organization is so storied, and it's only fitting that they're in the final CSGO major.
Yeah, and what a way to do it, right? Such a close affair on that map, goes all the way to overtime. We can see the players that pushed them there, and really the conversation here was the young AWPers. It was the hyped and Hedrick show on both sides.
Yeah, they were both fighting tooth and nail throughout that series. Hyped. It felt like the amount of rounds he had were just impeccable. Again and again, creating carnage on the AWP. But Hedrick, he was supported by some very heavy hitters as well. Rez goes nuclear into the series with 35 frags.
Yeah, what a performance from Rez, right? Just stepping up when it matters most. We can see the moment where they locked in Paris, what it means to them.
I love the pure joy from Hedrick. You can see how just happy he is. He couldn't contain himself. DJL goes straight over. Your first major, something you'll never forget.
And you were one of the key components, if not the key component, in pushing them there in this map, in this series. He was 6 for 3 in opening duels. I mean, hyped on the other side, 7 for 3. It was really these two just getting everything done on Mirage.
Yeah, listen, they both played well. That's such a shame for Hyped. There's more opportunities, but he's got to do even more for his team. And man, Rez in overtime. I mean, we talked about the aggression from players like Config and Brolan, but Rez just started going off. He had the big B hold. He had that round where he was out A first. He also played so calm under all the pressure.
Yeah, I feel like Rez was really a big driving factor here. We see it reflected in the scoreboard. We saw Brolan also opening up the A side a few times there. Some of the success he was fighting on Vertigo translating over here. And it just feels like when you've also got Hedrick really stepping up in a big way, with all these riflers able to find these moments, it's a very scary roster.
No, it is indeed, right? And I think we've sort of seen the best case scenario here for NIP, what it looks like when everyone's performing, when they can sort of pass the baton and rely on one another in key rounds. And it did just sort of look like the synergy was there for them, right? Inside and outside of the server, it feels like it is a full team, all 5 of them really on the same page.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Big as well, right? They got to the map point first on Mirage, on their pick, and then those 3 rounds slipped away from them.
Yeah, man, it's frustrating for them, right? Because, oh man, they had the opportunity, and it feels like Big always seem to bring a lot of maps close, and then they have to try and come through in these scenarios. And like, they have moments, they have players stepping up. Hyped, I do feel really bad for, because I think he was playing incredibly well under trying circumstances, but I mean, Big have got to regroup because they have that Challengers playoff coming up. You can see the results so far, 2-2-0s. FORZE making it through over Aurora. That was also a matchup that was a bit of a toss-up between those two teams, but maybe the experience of Jerry, the captain for FORZE, shining through there, and definitely happy to see them qualify too.
Yeah, I got both my predictions wrong on those, but that just shows how close these games are, right? It feels like it's really hard to call them, but we have the winners interview on the sidelines, so we're going to jump straight to that.
Hedrick, thank you very much for joining me. Just talk me through your feelings. How are you feeling right now?
I'm just feeling good. It was like intense game. I don't know. I'm just happy about our team. I'm happy that we were losing. It felt like it's not coming by our scenario, but we managed to show like what we can do. We showed our we showed our balls, and I mean that's the most important.
And talk me about you personally. You're new to the squad, you're a young guy, you've come through the academy leagues and you've stepped up into tier 1 and you've proven you are here to play. You've proven that you're up to the same level. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling that I need to work still a lot, but I'm feeling that I'm improving game by game, and I think it's the most important things that I'm improving, and I feel that the team is helping me a lot, and we're trying to find the way that I can play like the most impactful, you know, so I feel just good, and I feel that I can play, I have very great potential, and if I do everything like correct, I'll be very, I mean, obviously better players than now, but I'll be very good.
And finally, you've made it to the final of a CSGO major. Yeah. I mean, what does that feel like to you? It's a huge achievement in itself, but what does that feel like for you personally?
I mean, I don't know what to say. It's my first RMR and last major in CSGO, so I'm just really happy that we managed to qualify there, and it means a lot for us as a team and for NAP. And I mean, everyone's just happy right now, and we need to enjoy the moment.
Congratulations, bro.
Lots of happiness there for Hedrick. A lot of potential, as he mentioned, and we really got to see it on display here, Jorge.
Yeah, man, I'm really glad to hear that he recognizes he needs to enjoy this moment. He's not going to, you know, just like get caught up in it. He knows this is something he's always going to remember, and I think you can clearly see just how happy he is, and he still wants to improve, you know, and there's still time for him to do so. Such a young player. I'm sure we're going to see a lot from him in the future.
Well, I'm excited to see that in the future, but speaking of futures, we got more games to come, so we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll be jumping straight back into the action.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy, Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello! I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe LCQ, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that's okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistants? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gents. Some new faces to bring you a new game. It's Cloud9 taking on ENCE. Myself, Neokai, is joined by Anders for this banger. Winner qualifies to the major, loser into the LCQ.
Yeah, it's getting real rough out here. That LCQ is going to be pretty insane, I imagine. But this particular game as well is probably going to be quite exciting, to be honest. I think this could be a rough one, even if Cloud9 surely going to be the favorites. This is the current schedule and where we're at. You can tell already on the other stream, G2 are playing Vitality. On this one, Cloud9. The lineup is here. You all know and love them. And they should just be the favorite team coming into this game.
I mean, look across the board in terms of ratings as well. We actually haven't even seen all that much of Axel in towards the tournament, but Sheer and Hobbit really having a storm barn out of a performance so far. I was joined by Nafany earlier as well for an interview, so go check this one out. Nafany, thank you very much for joining me, brother. Give me your thoughts coming off the back of day 3 yesterday. How are you feeling coming in towards today, which is potentially kind of the final day?
So obviously that we're kind of sad that we're lost versus G2 because I think we kind of not worse than G2 in my opinion, let's say. But overall they were better team yesterday, so I hope that we will do better game today and everything will be fine for us.
Fair enough. And talk me through the game coming in against ENCE, right? It's a familiar opponent, you know them well, but they know you well. What's your kind of preparation coming in towards this game?
We changed a bit map pool for this game, so I think it kind of we'll say not surprising, but it's kind of different. So it will be a different game today, and I hope that we will manage to win it, and that's it.
And looking towards ENCE as well, their kind of main firepower over there is Nerds, right? Been playing really well, hitting some great shots, especially in there since they went 0-2. After that, he's been playing a lights-out Counter-Strike. What's kind of your plan to shut him down? Is it kind of utilizing Axel in terms of his rifling, or maybe in Shiro as well to really kind of keep Nerds at bay?
We'll just play our game, and that's it. Nothing special.
And finally as well, what would it mean to you boys to make it to the final of the CSGO major? I mean, obviously it's a big event. We know it's the final one as well. What would it mean to you and kind of the team personally to make it there?
It's obvious that everyone wants to be in the last major or CSGO, so it's kind of it's really important for us, let's say. So I hope that we will do our best and we will get it.
Thank you for joining us, brother. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, they are going to be playing up against ENCE, a potential switch up in the map pool. I'm super excited for it. ENCE, they've looked progressively better and better. Obviously, Nerds, I think, one of the highlight players. Some Hayers, the other one. I think this is going to be really, really exciting. Now, we did get a chance to talk to them before the game, so let's hear what they had to say.
So, Bias, thank you very much for joining me, brother. Give me your thoughts. You started 0-2 and you've clawed it all the way back to 2-all. I mean, for you boys, how proud are you to kind of turn it back around from what was a poor day 1?
I think the best of ones are just quite hard when you have a tough start. So yeah, we are bouncing back from because of the best of 3s, and we are playing better. I think today is going to be a tough match against Cloud9 like always, but I think we can manage to win it.
And talk to me about Cloud9, right? It's a familiar opponent. You know them very well, but they know you very well. What's kind of your preparation and your thoughts coming in towards this game?
I think they should be more tired than us because they had a late match yesterday. I think it was tiring for them because they lost against G2. It was hard for them. So I think we are a bit one step ahead in this scenario. But you know, they are really good. They are a really good team. So we don't exactly. I can't tell you who is gonna win because it's gonna be a tough match for both teams.
And for a side like Cloud9, they've got 2 big heavy hitters, Shiro, Axel. What's the kind of plans? How does the team shut them down? Because, you know, if they pop off, they can be so difficult to beat. What's kind of your plans to shut them down?
Shoot harder than them. That's the plan, I think.
I love to hear it. And speaking of shooting harder, Nerds, right? The new boy in towards the team, but playing unbelievably well. How well is Nerds really starting to gel in towards the team?
yeah, he's just doing an insane job and he's playing really good. So I hope he continues doing that and he keeps like pumping the team up with his attitude.
And finally, to you personally, what would it mean to you to qualify to the final ever CSGO major? What would it mean to you?
Yeah, it would be amazing because I know, like, I am the only Spanish guy who's playing this tournament, so it would mean a lot for me and for my country just to qualify for the last CSGO major for sure.
Always good to hear from some bias as well. Definitely a couple of question marks when he joined the roster, but he's really finding his form in this RMR. We'll take a look at the Unicorn odds as well. Favourable over towards Cloud9, which, to be honest, Anders, does make sense. But ENCE, since going 0-2 on day one, their run of form at the moment has been pretty scary.
Yeah, they've started to look a lot better than they. I mean, I think a lot of people coming into this were hoping that ENCE were going to show up with this kind of form, and then they kind of didn't. But now they really are here, and I think that's exciting news for everyone who's going to be expecting a good game, even if Cloud9 are favorites. We'll find out. I don't think the map meter was necessarily that crazy.
Yeah, I was opening an Anubis from Cloud9 the way Nafny was talking.
Yeah,
I was really shake up the veto, and then they go to Vertigo, their best map. So. No, I feel too about this. ENCE is where we want to kickstart things. Vertigo has to pick a Cloud9 our second map, and if we need it, Mirage our decider. All things considered, for me, this feels like a very generic veto. So maybe Nafny got something else up his sleeve.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they've changed how they play some of these maps. It'd be a strange time to do it, but they're going to be starting on the CT side with ENCE on the T side. And a little bit of a trick setup here. The duelie's in front, but it won't really matter. Somehair's going to be able to take down Shiro. The flash is so good, but he hit none of the shots. He could have probably, if he had the duelies then, it would have been a slaughter inside of the tunnel, but instead, it's a 3 versus 5. The bomb is going to get planted, shooting for the teammates even to take down Buster. It's all right now on Hobbit and Axel. The retake that looks impossible at the moment.
This is tough, really is. Half armor for both Hobbit and Axel. No U-tool to work with, and no kits either. ENCE, despite taking a lot of damage, all they have to do is play numbers. Dia will find Hobbit, and that should be all Shiro. Axel's given away his position. They know exactly where he's coming from. And this one's done. It might keep hold of the duelies, but all things considered, there really isn't anything to salvage from this round for Cloud9. ENCE take a very comfortable pistol, and it all comes off the back of a couple of missed shots from Nafny.
Yeah, the trick otherwise, I mean, it kind of didn't work out. Oh, yeah, the blast radius there is pretty wild. I was going to say, initially, the way you want to probably play that 1-2 punch is not really for the duelies to be peeking first, but I think for the guy at the back of the site to be, or the back of the tunnel, to be at least just jiggling a little bit just to see what's up. But even then, the flashbang was just so good, you would have expected some kind of kill to come in there, but it didn't. So, yeah, good entry for ENCE. They get to win the pistol round, and that probably feels pretty good, especially playing the T side of Ancient.
Yeah, exactly that. T side of Ancient as well. This map, since the changes that came through, has been definitely leaning a little bit more puggy, and I like this. It makes this map very fun in towards the middling section. Speaking of, in towards mid, bit of U-tool coming through, will tag down Snappy, but just a Mach 10 for him to work with. It's not exactly the worst position or worst person to take a chunk of that nade damage. For Cloud9, a full investment, but just pistols.
I feel like maybe especially against a team like Cloud9, winning T rounds in general is going to be important, right? Because they have really strong CT sides in general. Some of their T sides, I think, could be a little bit questionable at times, which is kind of weird. But they have some really reliable players. I mean, I think Hobbit throughout the RMR so far has been playing pretty damn well. It's been really, really impressive. Axel, I never doubt at all. So yeah, they have some core players there that could really do a lot of work if they're left anchoring a site somewhere. Oh, a pretty decent nade. Softening everybody up, and they're sending Snappy in with a Mach 10 to feel things out. Always a good choice if you don't want to be giving away too much money. Even if they steal the Mach 10, nobody cares. It's all good.
They're waiting for him, though. They are waiting for him. Buster's waiting on site as well. Dia will fall, so will Madden. Axel spams in the smoke. Mach 10 up close and personal, can't quite convert. This round falling apart to pistols.
Yeah, definitely is. I think you could hear Axel just double tap the smoke. It was like 2 quick bullets coming out from the deagle, and one of them was a headshot. And Nertz is now real far away with no bomb to try and just save the AK. That's a pretty deflating round if you're on the ENCE side of things. Didn't even feel like you really got to do anything there. Just walked into the headshot from Buster, and then quick follow-up there through the smoke on Axel. I'd love to see the replay from Axel's point of view. I don't think there's any... He couldn't have seen anything.
No, I don't think so. He was full smoked. How have Cloud9 walked away? The ENCE, they're going to be kicking themselves. They've lost what, on paper, should have been a pretty comfortable round. Even if ENCE went and stepped up the tempo there, flew over towards that B site, even in towards Jaguar, and kind of taking fights on towards Nafny and Axel were close and personal, they still would have been fine. Oh, he does. He just double taps for the smoke. Fortune favoring him, but I think for Cloud9 as well, that's a really, really big round to take. A massive swing. Such a big investment coming through from the likes of the T side. And, you know, for ENCE, they've dropped over 2 Galils and AK. It's a brutal one for them. And, of course, they'll be transferred in towards the next. AK 2 Galils and MP9 on a Mach 10 brought over for Cloud9.
Wow, yeah. Well, the AK on Nuts is definitely something to be concerned about. The spray for the smoke, he's going to catch Shiro as well. That's outrageous. They're bringing it back 3 versus 5 in this one, just from getting the mid-fight going their way. Nuts definitely the guy to watch.
No.
He's going to get a 3rd kill here, taking down Axal. And Buster and Nafferty are left on the wrong side of the map. The bomb is going to be planted, so I guess ENCE just decide, you know what, the best way to get over a loss like that is just to come swinging into the next round.
So far as well, coming in towards this game, Nert's the 3rd highest rated player in the entire EU RMRB. I mean, he has been absolutely lights out. And he's only 0.01 behind second. That of Boros. 2 Endpoint alumni showing on the big stage what they can do. And then to claw back around, which in a similar fashion, they probably shouldn't have won. Nert's 3 kills to his name. He's 5-0 right now. And Diaz looking to make it even more expensive on the way out. Nafri runs out of bullet, gets dropped. That could be an upgrade too. And I think Boster, even him saving here, is going to be asking a lot. It's Nert's and a 4K. What a round from him. The only rifle to work with and a few pistols. And ENCE have clawed back yet another round. Cloud9, in a similar vein to ENCE, they'll be kicking themselves.
Yeah, that's how you do it, though. That's how you get the team fired up early on. They're going to be feeling real good about this one. What a mental round out of him.
So quick, so crisp. No one dying as well. It's a flawless round, in fact, for ENCE. And a big buy coming through too. Snapping towards the MP9. And over towards Cloud9, just a UMP.
Yeah, I'm wondering about this. This is a weird buy-up. I understand the need to put the pressure on, but this just feels very lackluster. Nuts is going to continue. He can't be stopped in the middle. Axal and Shiro both get blown up. They do a little bit of damage in return, but it's not nearly enough. What a horrifying way to get started on the TT side. If you keep losing the mid-fight, you're not going to have much of a defense. That's really tough. Nafferty goes down. Stihaz ready, just holding the smoke. And it's Buster and Hobbit that are left here. 2 versus 4. And they might as well group up and try and do something. I suppose Hobbit's going to maybe look for a rifle in the middle, but Nertz seem to be well aware of that.
Util line it up. He can fall away, in fact, off the back of it. Smoke down. Hobbit, he's going to respect it. Sitting towards Red Room, see what we can do. I think this round's more or less locked and loaded. The only thing that can make a difference here is Buster close and personal with the MP9. They're going to rotate away. They're going to look over towards the A side. Nert's going to go over towards main. 3 players in towards Donut. Hobbit can hear all of this information. He's going to pull the trigger to come behind as well, but some Pious 118 off the back of the sound cue. And in doing so, Buster all alone. MP9, 1 versus 4, and the round's done. Nert's playing lights out Counter-Strike right now. 8-0 he started, and this is a map as well where, you know, the bulk of Nert's playing career so far of what we've seen him at an elite level being of Endpoint, and this is probably Endpoint's go-to map, their favorite, this and Inferno, and you can kind of see already how he is essentially kind of bringing over his elite level style from Endpoint, where essentially it was a case of Nert's go kill, and if he doesn't, then the round's in jeopardy. To his inside, Nerds is really clawing them out of some rough situations. Look across the board as well. The second place behind him is just D here with 3 kills.
Yeah, the rest haven't had to do anything. I don't even think it's a reflection of the rest of ENCE. It's just Nerds has taken over the first couple of rounds for himself. Kind of greedy in a way, but, you know, in the best possible sense. Exactly. This is fantastic. What a way to get started. 3-1 in favor of ENCE. And just to remind everyone of what we're playing for here, it's qualification. This is a 2-2 group game. So right now, if you lose, you go to the last chance qualifier, which is absolute hell on earth. Nobody wants to be down there. And if you win instead, you qualify for the major. And imagine for ENCE, what a story to qualify for the major over Cloud9.
That would be in itself, right? We already know coming into this game, heavy underdogs, right? I think for Cloud9, they've had their hiccups, they've had a couple of shakes here and there, but for the most part, when you just look at on name value alone, Shiro, Axal, Hobbit, what these guys can do in a server, that should claw them to success. And I think for Cloud9, you know, a lot of people would have definitely hedged their bets over there, but ENCE are playing some, well, pretty lights out Counter-Strike right now. Very good to see. And as we mentioned, they need to start to make a statement on T side. I got to look back at one thing. That Cloud9 buy-in towards the previous round, a UMP, an MP9, a couple of pistols, 1 M4. It's very janky. UFPs will bite the bullet and they'll fight too.
All right, good. He's brought it back. That's way too much of an output for just a little bit of a skirmish down there at the bottom of the B ramp. Shiro trying to do some more. He's slowly tickling them down. I can't believe they didn't get any more kills behind that. It looked like he had the lineup. He was almost tagging them 2 for 1 with some of those shots, but just couldn't find enough damage. Okay, a little bit scary, but a great job. Dia has, in my mind, has become such a reliable player. I agree. At the tier 1 level. I think it's really exciting because, again, for me, he was just always this kind of insignificant name in the tier 2 Polish scene that was kind of like it was not obvious to me at all. I'll say this honestly, for like 4 or 5 years ago, that Dia was going to be doing much of anything, but definitely wrong about that. So happy to be wrong. It's good sometimes to sort of see somebody, I think, outplay most people's expectations. I think that's a great story.
It's also good to see as well, for me, one of the real shining lights of Dia. Obviously, gameplay brilliant, but he's a really lovely personality, very, very active on Twitter. He actually has a personality too. He's not really kind of, you see some players as pretty robotic in their interactions, but very good meme game. Seems like it seems to be a case with the Polish team. Hades also very good meme game.
That is true.
Oh no, backside. Hasn't shown his face just yet. He will pull the plug for 2. UFP pulled out. Nertz dropped. Down to 11 points of HP, but he finds the kill.
Oh, the smite. He's going to catch Hobbit. Oh, we're going to need a replay of that Shiro spray. There's some really cool stuff that happened there from a movement point of view. 2 versus 2 now. We got about 50 seconds on the clock. The bomb is out in the open. And Cloud9 don't need to be too active. They can just wait it out, but they are really active. Buster goes for the look, and that gets him killed. And now, a little bit of trouble potentially for Nafany. 1 versus 2 here. He does have a smoke, but that won't really help him. The real thing that he needed right now is probably an HE to get rid of Nertz without having to fight him straight up. He runs for the Molotov. That's being heard. He still lands the headshot, picks up another M4, and right there is Madden. He's going to win the fight, just barely. Almost dead. But that is a huge 1 versus 1. What a great win for Madden at the end there. That could have gone horribly wrong. And now Cloud9 are really going to be... They're going to be feeling the pain.
Yeah, a timeout called, and I think it's actually a very good call for a timeout. This game so far has been chaos. No side is really kind of, biting their tongue, pumping the brakes. It's been lights out in terms of the aggressiveness, and at times that can be, you get sucked into it. And I think for Cloud9, they just need a breather.
Absolutely. If we have time for it, I'd love to see a replay of Shiro spray down on those first 2 players, because he does something that's so cool, which is he actually positions his player model so that the box is stopping the 3rd player that's fighting him from even engaging with him. It's really, really sick to see, because sometimes, obviously, we talk about the player's mechanics, and that's kind of what makes the whole, like, oh, sick one-taps and all the rest of it. It is really cool, but repositioning yourself in the middle of a fight is obviously very tricky to do, and it just looks so cool. Yeah, a little bit of a discussion happening on the Cloud9 side, and I can understand why. They're down 5-1 against an ENCE team that just looks red hot. Nertz is dropping a 12-1 ratio right now. It's pretty stupid. Axile's going to be going down. Madden in charge of the first one there, and Hobbit would love a 1D, but he's not going to get one yet.
Nertz is lurking, and he will find Nafany. Nafany was trying to wrap him behind, and Nertz just holding down the rotations. In a matter of moments, it's all down to 3, and this one in jeopardy.
Edge of the smoke. Okay, Shiro able to see something. Oh, Nertz is not done. He wants to keep going. Never done, it seems like. This is going to be a 4 versus 2 scenario, so not much really that Cloud9 could do except for maybe look for an exit here or there. Now that they got the AK, definitely want to try and save that. Shiro up close. Gotta be a little bit careful here. And Dia is just going to clean peek him. Absolutely everything is working out for ENCE. I was not expecting this at all.
This has so far been such a dominant display coming through from ENCE. A lot of question marks have to go over towards Cloud9. Their read on what the T-side is trying to bring is, for the most part, pretty poor. Right now, there is really kind of cause for concern over towards the Cloud9 side. That's 5 rounds in a row coming through from ENCE, and heading in towards round number 8 so far. Nertz will continue to kind of highlight him just because of how well he's been playing. 14-1 with 182 ADR. I mean, that in itself is just monstrous.
It's so sick. You have to think that at some point that's gonna be brought back into the normal range. It should be. It's kind of rare that you have this much of a start and can just keep it going for a whole map.
Yeah.
I mean, see if he can. On the Cloud9 side, though, they look just very deflated at the start of this. You could see the number of kills. Nobody over 4 right now. And they have players that should be able to step it up and bring down, or at least trade out somebody like Nuts. I think that's the other thing, right? In the middle, they've had a couple of sort of 1 versus 2, 2 versus 2 scenarios that are isolated in there, and they need to be able to trade some of those kills. Shiro on the AWP. Again, defensive AWPing, something he does very, very well. Some players going to be chiming in with a kill on Hobbit in the meantime, and now, again, they have the bomb site. Very A-heavy this. That's so rare. Normally, people go B all the time on this map. Kind of like the preferred way to do this, but ENCE feel like they're getting better fights over on this side. They're not wrong either.
Edge coming through. Snappy will fall away. Diha, I mean, we've got to sing his praises so far.
They're already out.
Yeah, lights out, Counter-Strike, they're calling it. They want nothing to do with this. I can sort of understand it. The only problem is that Madden is holding to catch players in rotation. And if Nafany turns his back, he could be caught. To the matter if he's facing, Madden will find the kill or post it. Needs to be careful, Madden. But he might continue to push the agenda. They've got plenty of cash to work with. Why not send a few bodies to see if they can make it more expensive? Cloud9, saving here, even that's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tempting, isn't it, when you know you have the cash for it anyway. They are going to slow down in CT spawn, and that's fair enough too, but yeah, they get 3 rifles away, they win the round, they continue the streak. That A-bomb site, here's the problem though, this is actually kind of horrifying for Cloud9. I don't think you can, in the current meta game, you can't really stack 3 people on A. Like, it doesn't really make any sense. Maybe if you did, you'd have to go 2 donut and sort of 1 holding far back on A, but then the B-bomb site, if ENCE switch it up and just hit the B-bomb site hard, you probably lose that instantly.
And this is where the mind games really start to play in. I think right now, Snappy's not really calling anything that is too kind of, I mean, genius in a way. He's just, his fraggers are doing all the work for him, so he doesn't need to call anything miraculous. The big question for me is that once, at some point in this series, obviously ENCE will start to get tested. We know in terms of what Cloud9 can do, especially on their T-side strats at times themselves, how are they going to bounce back? But right now, they've just got to keep this train going, keep the momentum in their sails. That's 6 rounds in a row, which that is the gap they've got as a 7-1 scoreline. And ENCE are just running away with his T-side. I know this map has made changes, so it's not as CT-sided anymore, and definitely has its kind of T-side preferences, but not this T-sided. This is a masterclass from ENCE right now.
Yeah, it really is, and I still feel like we can see some real lockdown CT sides depending on who's playing the map. I agree it's much more even now, but man, this is something else. There's an M4 in play on Buster and the AWP on Shiro, so if they find the right openings, yeah, it's still possible for them to win the round, even if the rest is looking a bit scrappy.
Yeah.
3 people on the B bomb side. So I guess Cloud9, again, they're probably worried about that eventual switch up to the B attack, which could definitely be coming. I'm kind of expecting that Snappy eventually will say, okay, now that we've hit them so much in middle and A, now we switch it up, and they're not going to be ready for it. But they seem ready in this round, and that's something to think about.
Yeah, a bit of a gimmicky buy in a way for Cloud9. Already, one of the rifles drops on Pius. Nice aggro from him, swinging in. Snappy goes 1-for-1, which surely is enough, but Nerd's got to trade those. He can't allow Nafany to double down. Thankfully, some Pius in for the flank, finds the kill. Nafany falls, and so does the site.
Oh, Shiro's still going to stick around, wants to see if he can find a way to claw himself back into the round. He's going to get that one. Good, an easy kill onto Dihar. It's just going to be some highs left here, and he goes down to the smoke exile. Up close and personal with the pistol. Very, very unlikely round. Probably one of the hardest rounds for Cloud9 to win, but Shiro made it look very, very easy. Those kills at the end just hanging around, and that's incredibly important here. 2-7, and Cloud9 need everything they can get from now on. They've really been put to the test on this opening map.
Yeah, those are the sort of rounds, though, for ENCE, where both times now, the rounds you've seen ENCE lose have been against weird and wacky buys. Pistols, essentially, over towards that B site. Maybe once again, this might now force ENCE back to go and kind of testing the waters over towards A, just because they're now thinking whether it's a full buy or an eco, we find success towards A, but all of those gimmicky buys over towards B, we keep falling flat to. They need a better idea about how they approach that site, because right now they're sitting in 1 by 1 and allowing players like Nafany to double down.
Madden's pushing up close, but they're going to hear the tick right there, so you want to be careful, Nafany. Look at the kill, and they take down Nuts as well. This is looking beautiful for a beginning. They win that mid-fight. I mean, now they should be in a lead position for this one. Shiro's also going to get 1 kill there. And it's just Snappy and Dha that are left, trying to open their way up to get a little bit of control. I feel like at this point, yeah, you might as well, if not for the Molotov there, you might as well keep attacking because falling back through the map's probably not going to be possible.
Nade comes through to no avail. Dha, it's going to be tough, clear angle. Buster will find him, leave Snappy all alone. The IGL, he's had a quiet game. Let's not beat around the bush. He's 0-6 right now, but for ENCE, now there's time to be tested, and now we do look towards Snappy. Maybe not in the fragging department, in the cause, but how they're going to start to make this one work for them. And maybe even gets to a point where a timeout could be called. You know, a couple rounds start going the way of Cloud9. They start to lose control of this pretty, you know, healthy lead they've built up. And it might be tested just to take a breather, just to see if they can bring something in. Bring Saul, the coach, into the conversation as well. See if he can kind of add some value. Right now, Cloud9 are starting to get a little bit more confident. When Cloud9 get confident, they get scary, and Shiro's hitting a couple of those shots.
Yeah, and the tactical switch up for ENCE to try and again focus more on the outside of B play instead of the mid to A side split they've been going for hasn't really worked out, which is so interesting. Madden's going to be expertly flashed and taken down. Nafn able to set that up himself, and Nerds actually not quite getting some of those duels in the middle, so there is a bit of a cool-off. And Axile, I mean, the perfect play you have to assume to try and fight somebody like Nerds, because again, his stability inside of the game is just so high. So I'm not surprised that they could send Axile to fight somebody like Nerds. I'd give that a good 50-50 any given day.
3 versus 5. And 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock to work with. ENCE from what was a dominating start, they're looking a little bit shaky now. Rough around the edges. Molotov will come through. Axile at least will be pressured by this. But a smoke to come through gives away his position and actually forces ENCE away. They know they can't really test him. So far, he's been a little bit of a menace in towards Donut, and it's such a rough position to try and poke your way into anyway. So for ENCE, what's the decision? Back over towards B, but they've had so much trouble here. Already this round alone, never mind the entire map itself.
Nafn up close, ready with the AK. Flash goes over, about 30 seconds on the clock, and that's a really good opening for Dha, but it's hard to expect this boost on the other side. All you see is the smoke up, and yeah, Dha's not ready for it either. Almost spraying down Snappy through the smoke. He's trying to get to the bomb. Hobbit will be there to stop him. Bit of quiet game for Hobbit, but again, I'm expecting that's going to change sometime soon. And Cloud9 gaining a little bit of respect back in this game, you can tell. Starting to look a lot better, starting to get warmed up. They were a little bit shell-shocked at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
I wonder sometimes, it would be fun to talk to Snappy about this later if we get a shot, because it's almost a little bit like playing in a casino or something. You know, if you're playing at the roulette and you just keep going, you know, black over and over and over again, at some point you're going to feel like, I need to change because it surely can't keep being, you know.
Yeah.
But it's not. There's no logic really behind that. Obviously, that's not how the roulette works. And I feel like it's similarly here, right? If you keep going mid A and it's kind of working, I imagine from an in-game leader's perspective, it feels a little bit bad to call it again. But on the other hand, sometimes maybe you just need to. You just say, all right,
got to work at some
this
point,
is
right?
actually working. So, you know, we'll just keep doing it. But obviously, you have this fear in the back of your mind that. But they will adjust. Like, they're going to be wiser. They'll put more people in middle. They'll start using in more grenades, whatever it is. That's going to make the difference here. So I imagine there is something about that, but it feels like that still was kind of like the golden goose over on that side.
Yeah, right now, the call is essentially leave Axile alone over towards the A site and see if the rest can hold things over towards B. Madden will find the first. Nafn quick trade, but through the smoke. The bomb will go down and utility lacking, so they go open to fights, but some Pius is winning them.
Yeah, it's going to be peeked by the ult later, and while he's getting wallbanged, that's going to take your attention away. Oh, what an unfortunate little sequence there. You looked like he was crouched in with the AK, ready for the one-bullet tap on that AWP, but had to get his crosshair off that position, and suddenly it's a 3-on-3. They do have a 1 HP left on Dha. Don't think that's going to make a difference in anyone defusing here, but if the AK will, even if he's low on health. What a little peek there. Axile and Shiro, though, they come back into it, and now it's on Snappy. Like you said, he's had a bit of a rough start, and he is going to go down there straight on that defuse, and they'll have the time for it. Cloud9 walking their way back into this game, up to 5-7 now.
Yeah, that's a tilting round to lose as well, because, you know, D is not showing his presence. He's got one guy off the bomb, and he just needs the remaining two players around D here just to stay alive, essentially. Allow him to park up in the position. I think maybe he gets a little bit overzealous with the second peak coming through and then falls the AWP player. But even still, with two remaining players, and they need to essentially keep Cloud9 off the bomb for, I don't know, a second and a half, and they would have won it.
Yes.
I think it'll be a little bit tilting to lose that one. And of course, tilting in the way this game is starting to proceed right now with 4 rounds on the trot for Cloud9. And they're starting to get closer and closer to tying this game up from what was a dominant start.
Shiro got all 3 of the kills at the end, right? He got Sampires, he got Dihar at the ramp, and he got Snappy was towards the tunnel.
Yeah.
So pretty important. He's up to 12 kills. Really, really sick stuff from Shiro to bring the team a little bit further back. Like you said, Axel's been playing alone, and he's doing it once again, although he's a little bit of back inside of the bomb site. Doesn't even need it. Instant headshot to take down Snappy. And yeah, what a lockdown. This is Cloud9 looking red hot all of a sudden.
Madden, he's so fortunate to stay alive. 5 points of HP. He's found himself a kill, but now needs 4 more with 5 points. It's asking a lot. And he won't be able to do it. That's Cloud9, 5 in a row. They aren't back with a good run of form of their own. And ENCE, I don't know, that camp is starting to look a little bit quiet. A timeout going to be called, in fact, and I think that's actually the right call. So, just going to try and lift a couple of heads, lift a couple of chins, just see if they can, I don't know, get them feeling a little bit more confident. They need other individuals online. You know, even the likes of Nerds and Diho were electrical on, with both sitting above 100 ADR. I mean, at one point, Nerds on 181. And now they're a little bit quiet, and you kind of see on their faces a little bit dejected. They're kind of out of the game a little bit. They need to sort of lift those spirits. I mean, looking at Snappy and Saw to do exactly that. And maybe, to be honest, if you're going to look towards A, you've got to be careful of Axel, as we know, and you've got to be flashing him off those angles. You can't be dry peeking into someone so mechanically gifted.
Yeah, I think the problem is we've gone from what looked like, you know, you could run your way through the first map, but just be like, this is it. Like, we're never going to let them into the game at all. And now it's a very open game. Anything can really happen from here on out. So now it's real work again. You really have to sort of put in the effort to try and bring it back at this point. If ENCE could get the last couple of rounds here, I mean, they're still in a really good position. Even at 7 rounds, it's a very competitive first half, either way you put this. But, man, Cloud9, they have a long history of making comebacks, and I mean, this wouldn't even be anywhere near the most impressive comeback for Cloud9 in their history. So you got to be careful. They have a little bit of a knack for this kind of thing. Shiro land another shot with the AWP. Smoke is up everywhere, and they actually get him through. Don't know why he really wanted to fire the pistol through there. Either way, they're sandwiched in towards CT spawn, and there should be absolutely no way out. Nafferty comes through the smoke, but it's actually Buster to get both the kills. So another good round. Cloud9, they are, I mean, they're red hot at the moment.
Yeah, and this is the Cloud9 we expected to come out the gates, right? Flying out, on fire, really taking the fights to ENCE, and it wasn't the case. And I think that's where for ENCE, they maybe got a little bit too, I don't know, comfortable, overconfident in their game. Right now, I gotta say, I am feeling very, very shaky over towards ENCE. This is not looking good for them. With Cloud9 6 in a row, they've got a very good chance of seeing off a lead at the turn of the half. Full buys coming out both the way. Of course, the AWP's in play, and a double, in fact, for Cloud9. Not even one over towards that event. Nafferty sitting in the smoke. Like ships in the night, they walk past each other. Nerds has no idea, but neither does Nafferty. Nerds full blind. Oh my god, he's going to walk straight into danger and straight into the IGL. He finds the opening kill.
The fact that he doesn't see anyone in T-spawn, the fact that he takes a look towards that also is a little bit of an interesting giveaway, because sometimes there'll be, you know, 2 Ts that are waiting behind there to set up more grenades, but they could probably feel the lean towards the B bomb side already. Boost up, but Buster is so ready for it. A step forward. Yeah, that's easy, and he gets the shot through the smoke. Oh dear. No chance here for Snappy. 1 versus 5. Cloud9, they looked shook and shell-shocked at the start of this half. They looked like they were going to get absolutely knocked out and they're going to be down for the count. But now instead, they're bringing it back really quickly here, looking to finish this an 8-7 in their favor. Snappy, he's come alive a little bit. He's not had a great first half so far, but I mean, some good shots being brought out here. Still very unlikely that he could do much of anything. He's going to try and do it, but Axel will shoot him instead in the back. 8-7 at the end of the half in favor of Cloud9. What a little comeback that was.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches.
Yeah.
Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
Well, at the start of the half, it looked like it was going to be easy for ENCE, but turned out to be difficult for ENCE, let's say, saving myself. It's going to be a completely different game from what we were expecting. It looked like Nerds and Deha were going to take over everything, but Cloud9, they fought their way back. They actually ended up winning the half at an 8-7 scoreline. I just can't believe it.
Yeah. Easy for ENCE turned cool for Cloud9 as they take a lead at the half. Shiro, for him, he really started to find his form late in towards the half, but my God, did he make it count. In towards mid. A lot of control for Cloud9. The decision is, where do they go with it? Over towards Monte, they might want to test him. Swinging in, Flax will catch him, and he can't quite find a kill. Neither can Shiro, as he will force a mid-loss for Cloud9. A lot of room over towards B now.
Nerd sees it coming and he spins around, just runs down Buster, who was just trying to be sort of a doorman to make sure that nobody could escape the bomb site, but absolutely sick. Nerds will get the last kill of the round, and at least ENCE after a struggle at the end of the first half. They come back into this one, and they win the pistol round with Nerds kind of getting a little bit fired back up again. Another triple kill for him.
Wow, okay, that was a monstrous round coming through from Nerds. I mean, he really did start to cool off a little bit. He quietened down at one point. We were talking about him being, without a shadow of doubt, the best player in the server at one point, and then Cloud9 found a counter. And now it's back up to some, still monstrous stats, 18 and 9,
sure,
123 ADR. Despite him, I think he didn't get a kill for about 4 rounds, which is pretty rare for Nerds. But yeah, he's still got some ridiculous stats.
What a cool flashbang that Shiro threw to fight Madden in the middle there. That's actually really nice. I want to see more people try and exploit that. That looked really interesting. Snappy, I think, missing the Molotov just a little bit. It's going to be fighting. Oh! It's Nerds on the other side. Shiro doesn't even get a chance to spin around. He's just dead instantly. You're going to be backing off to maybe how about Diha, who's going to need that help, because Nafany's swinging out with the rest of the team right there. They know that he's going to be towards the donut. He's just free-firing it and mowing them all down. An absolute slaughter as Nertz he's got no mercy at all. Hobbit, 1 versus 3, and they are right on top of him. He cannot escape. He was probably going to get flanked on as well eventually, and it's 9-8 in favor of ENCE.
You know, Dia, you may be asking a little bit more of him in that sort of hole, but it doesn't matter when you got Nertz on the corner. If these two are playing now as a duo, with one over towards B and one towards Donut, there's just no chance that Cloud9 are going to get, you know, a secure or at least a kind of a comfortable plant over towards that side. It's always going to be so expensive because both these two rifles have really been electric. And I think that are now then, in the terms of these mind games that we were talking about, will force and Cloud9 back over towards B. B notoriously can be a bit of a tough site to really get yourself out onto safely. You can be chunked down by Util. I mean, we're all kind of looking at Snappy to hit that Molotov. If he does get it down, a little bit more easier. But generally, this is a really, really solid start from ENCE in terms of I like how they're setting themselves up. Nertz somehow getting away with one. I don't even know how he did that, but Shiro will trade.
Yeah, that's that classic spawn difference now being made. The T's can get there and they can catch you like that. So, the fact that he got a kill is probably pretty good, considering that a lot of times you're mid-air getting sprayed down and you just die and there's not much you could do. So we've got to be really careful about that ever since they slightly pushed that CT spawn position a little bit further back. Buster hoping for the quick flick of the deagle, not going to be able to do it though. Diha takes him down and not quite sure if anyone is in Donut. We can tell that nobody is. So it's just Diha with the M4 trying to do a little bit of work. And at least he got the double here. The boost up coming in from Axile and Shiro was down to the low ground.
Molly will come through. That'll at least deny some of the rotations, but Sumpire is going to be first contact on the jump as well, like a body Axile in towards his death. Shiro in for the trade now all alone. And he's needing an ace clutch as well. Bomb scooped up, 50 seconds to work with, and Shiro needs one of those rounds. He's selling the ruse and he's falling away, and he might even just sit in the smoke. He knows he has time on his side, and it will slowly but surely start to sow the seeds of doubt into the minds of ENCE.
It makes so much sense to wait like this, because if you can split the two CTs up and make them question it, which he already is, although it looks like they might go for a flank if it keeps up like this, but still waiting the extra 20 seconds here has kind of given him at least an isolated one-on-one that he could try and win, and he's already spotted it out. The right idea, but Snappy getting a clean headshot to bring him down, so nice attempt from Shiro.
At times as well this game, I think a few of these rounds have been pretty rough just because we're not really seeing enough out of Snappy. I think, like we said, he's not the one we're looking towards in terms of, you know, running away with the fragging department, let's say. But at times he's thrown a couple of rounds just because he just hasn't been able to hit those shots. That's big from Snappy. We need to see him now start to personally find a little bit of confidence because the rest of the team starting to get loud, starting to get proud. ENCE first start up to double digits, 3 in a row from them. But at least for Cloud9, they're still keeping this competitive. In towards mid, Hopper will get a bit of space, and uncontested too.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. It's so easy to lose the fight on the CT side. I mean, Nertz himself when he was on the T side kind of proved how quick you can get in there, and if you just have a little bit of trust in your aim, you're going to be set up pretty nicely. So I understand why maybe ENCE don't want to be doing that. Double setup in the middle for them on practically towards CT spawn. An interesting position. Cloud9 looked like they want to try and push that. Sunpei's on the other side. And if you thought Shiro was good with the AWP, well, definitely Sunpei is going to be able to match that in terms of the output. So we didn't really get to see too much of it in the first half, but second half you should be able to see some of that. Another good flashbang from Shiro to help Buster get the kill, and he gets a headshot himself. In the middle, though, it's the Spanish AWP continuing, and now it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, bomb will go down. Nafany smoked down. He knows he can't go for a safe peek. Now CT place is a little bit vulnerable. Some pious Nertz isolated with the two youngsters, the two boys that we look towards. Firepower stepping up as Nertz will find Shiro. At least Nafany, the IGL, all alone in a 1 versus 2. He may not be able to win in terms of mechanical prowess, but maybe the brains as he's spamming the wood. Tap on towards the bomb. Now Nertz is sticking it, and he will be spammed, but some players will find the trade, and he has time to work with it. Got close, it got a little bit shaky, but ENCE will see it off, and they'll continue. A pretty good start to the half.
Yeah, it really is. The defuse kit making all the difference in the world there. Otherwise, they were going to be under so much pressure, but pretty well done. You'd love to see it. Only thing I think is that a lot of these rounds have been very, very close for ENCE, right? So their economy, they keep winning the rounds, which is great.
A quite literal sigh of relief there.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on here. But I think the fact that they keep surviving with very few people alive and the fact that Cloud9 keep getting the bomb plant is why Cloud9 are forcing into this round. They can just afford it with the grenades on top, and there's not a lot of money in the bank for ENCE. So really, really good shot here for the T side to win a single round and almost tie up the game.
Can Nerds get a 30 bomb? I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. And then again, Shiro's also hitting shots like that. Nafany up close. It's Buster, in fact, who confirms the kill. And already in a matter of seconds, ENCE down to 3. And now a decision has to be made for them. Do they group up, or do they start to kind of split off, leave one of it towards A, 2 towards B maybe? It's looking like a double stacking towards mid to find some information. As Diha will actually drop Exile.
Yeah, but look at Hobbit. He's so smart. He's got so much experience, obviously. And he's expecting this kind of push to be coming out. I actually thought they would have kept going with that double duo down the middle, just pushing it all the way through. Sampez is waiting for it, so who's smarter right now? Hobbit's going to give it up a little bit early, and he walks into the AWP. Nice flank, and another good flashbang setup from Shiro. They're just doing it so well. Nerds is going to get a bullet to the face, and now it's a 2-on-3. Ooh, pushing in. Diha just flicks over slightly with the M4, and it's another 2 versus 2. The bomb going to get planted, but Shiro, he gets sprayed down. He walked right into it, out in the open, and with a little bit of a flank USP, Buster goes down, and a 2-on-2 being won by ENCE. And again, a little bit more money their way, not a lot, but I'm presumably Cloud9 will buy, continuously buy here.
Yeah, got loss bonus, got bomb plants, got 3 out of 5 kills. Not bad in terms of the cash for them. Once again, though, that's a really solid round in terms of the retake coming through. And Diha, I mean, stepping up massively. The fights he's taken can be seen as super risky, but I think sometimes you've got to take them. Shiro, I think he expected to be a little bit safer than he actually was. And unfortunately for them, doesn't work out well. Time out to be called. And I think they will have money to work with. Maybe not enough for an AWP, but at least for rifles on deck and a bit of util alongside them. And Groove, of course, the coach of Cloud9, coming in for a talk right now. ENCE doing a solid job. It's a 4-round lead that they've built up over Cloud9. Of course, we saw them do this in the first half, so we've got to take it with a bit of a grain of salt. But they're only 4 rounds away from seeing this one off, and in the momentum that they're currently carrying, it's a solid choice to them. But we've also got to think in a more grandiose scope. This series, map number 2 is Vertigo. ENCE have to take Ancient. They cannot afford to go into Vertigo and map down, because we just know, I mean, at the moment, there's even arguments to be made that Cloud9 are the best Vertigo team in the world. Yeah, that is kind of part of the problem. There's no question about it. I think you're absolutely right. That's something that's got to be at the back of their mind, too. They're only 4 rounds away, ENCE, and the scary thing, again, just is how close these rounds are. Down to 1v1s, 2v2s, and it's just a continuous problem the way that this is playing out, because they will never be able to build a real economy on the CT side, and Cloud9 know it. They are keeping the pressure on. Oh, in towards mid, some bias, trained on the angle, waiting to find Hobbit once again. Smoke will come through over towards top mid. A red room at least blocked off. I think some bias isolated, but Snappy up close with the MP9 at this range, and that fire rate, it can be such an issue. You know Shiro's close, he's running out of time, and he's running out of space as Shiro will close him down. And a quick trade with at least the smoke plumes. Yeah, a little bit desperate for Snappy in that moment, you could tell. I'd love to see stats at the end of how many flash assists Shiro has had, because he's got 21 kills, but I almost guarantees he's top of the assisted list for Cloud9 as well. It feels like he's got so many of them. 4-on-4 with 45 seconds and leaning the bomb back towards A. So they're going to keep the pressure outside of B for a little while longer, and especially with a kill like that. Buster going to be taking out Madden. That's exactly what you want to see. 4 versus 3 now, and the bomb is leaning this way, but ENCE defense is leaning mid and B. So they look like they're about to make a little bit of a defensive error here. Yeah, Axel's already out. Right now, it's just so comfortable for him. He's going to have so much space to work with. The rotation comes through, but I think it's too little too late. Or maybe not. Some Pyjamas and Diha combine. Nerds will find Shiro in a matter of moments. Cloud9 from an unlosable round are left in a 1 versus 3. They throw down to Hobbit. He's in a quiet game, but needs a masterclass here. And some Pyjamas and Nerds, the dynamic duo, are left alive. But Hobbit can't quite do it. Nerds will see it off in the 1 versus 1, and it reconfirms our point. These rounds have been so expensive, but it's still ENCE confirming them. I can't believe they won 3 fights in a row like that. In the 4 versus 3, they're a man down. They're not in a great position. The closest defender to the A bomb site is hanging around in the CT spawn, but they get the kills they needed. They're up to 13-8. It is another 1 versus 1. Man, I thought Hobbit was going to get that last shot. The way that he
steeled his nerve right before he went for the swing towards CT spawn. I thought it was going to be an instant headshot. Hobbit's definitely capable of doing that, but Nert's on the other side, and the spray is good. Snappy's happy about that one. Again, they have no bank at all on the CT side, but they're winning rounds. This is going to be crazy. This is one of those games where if you look back at the sequence of rounds here, at the start of the second half, you're going to think, wow, Cloud9 got blown up. But if you actually look at what happened, it's so close. This could have easily been a tied scoreline right now instead.
Yeah, on paper, this game looks way more one-sided than it actually is. I mean, my God. I think that in itself is so tilting over towards Cloud9 because they know that, you know, one mistake or from them or their opponent is the difference here. And we've seen it now happen, you know, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row. ENCE, they know they're getting a little bit fortunate at times, but their individuals, they're so stone-faced, so kind of automotive when it comes towards winning or losing. They've got one thing on their mind, focusing on taking Ancient and making sure they have a chance and some confidence going in towards what is going to be a tough map of Vertigo.
Snappy's waiting right here. Spam on the other side, but it's more of a trap than anything else. Try and maybe lure him in. If you think that they are reloading, maybe you go for the swing right there at the edge of the smoke, and someone would have been waiting for him. But don't fall into it, though. And he's going to be kind of alone in this position. He's got somebody else with him at the back of the B bomb site, but I don't blame Snappy for playing this a little bit more defensively. Double setup in the donut. It's a pretty dynamic position to play, especially when you've got that red room as well. Means they could collapse on middle if Cloud9 start to show themselves in there. It could be a good pop flash coming over the wall, and they just go straight for it. Snappy's playing up close to the ramp now. But again, a little bit isolated here.
Big nade. Big nade. An expectation coming through there from Shiro. Just knowing that someone's lurking around. The players are packed, Cloud9, but they're going to leave the bomb exposed. Nerds, I think he's got the luckiest skill of his life there, because Shiro was not looking, but he himself might fall, and that will be the case. Axel for one, Nafany another. And in a matter of moments, Cloud9, I guess they have the numbers advantage, but some players, other ideas. It's a scrappy round already.
Yeah, the fallback from Nerds actually makes no sense if you think about where Diha's playing from, because while he's reloading, he's actually exposing himself to that little flank that was coming through the middle from Nafany. So that's maybe a slight mistake there, but it's capitalized on pretty quickly. 3 versus 3, and Madden in a good position, nearly getting the headshot on the Hobbit. He did get all the way down to 12, so kind of close. Some players getting flashed, and are they not expecting it? They don't know that he's there. He just sneaks it in, and Snappy's on the other side. Hobbit gets killed simultaneously, and ENCE, it's another 2-on-2 that they win. I think you're exactly right. Losing consecutive, this many consecutive 2v2s is absolutely devastating. Cloud9 are going to be furious right now.
And when they look back, you know, regardless of the result, they'll look back at this VOD and they'll realize how close and how some very small mistakes cost them. Just, you know, even the small thing they're not clearing some pyres, there should be an expectation that someone else is lurking around the A site. They've not tested it, so they have no information of it.
Well, they know that he got the shot from Donut.
Donut, yeah, exactly.
About 30 seconds earlier, so it shouldn't be a complete surprise, but I guess they're just, yeah, they might be feeling a little bit tilted themselves. Nafany, that's a really cool jump in to cap his height. Jumps into the frame of that opening, and it's going to be Diha and Madden now. 2 versus 4, and I'll take it back. 1 versus 4 instead. Buster, good fallback from the fight. Instant deagle headshot to follow, and I mean, a very unlikely round here, one that have nothing really coming into it, and Cloud9 just pick it up.
Hey, but this could flip the script, right? This could really change the way the wind's blowing. But Cloud9 just needed one hiccup, one mistake coming through, and there it is. I think Madden, I'm not exactly too, you know, fond of what he went for there. He gets very kill hungry. He knows the buy is low. He knows there's a deagle on the other side, and he gets just a little bit too overzealous. He gives an opportunity over towards Cloud9. If he stays alive, alone over towards Ram, that in itself could be enough just to keep them at bay, or at least make it expensive. Maybe put Dia in a 1 versus 2, which he could attempt. I mean, they could have given that one a go. Money isn't exactly great though, friends, and this is the problem. This is what we've been talking about so consistently. Yes, ENCE are finding success. They've been finding rounds. They built up such a repertoire on their CT side, but the cost of finding every round has been so much. They're losing at the very minimum 3 players, but sometimes even 4, going down to these 1 versus 1s. So they can never build up financial stability. There's no cash in the pockets for them. And Cloud9 will know this. Coming in towards the next round where the buy might be a little bit shaky, Cloud9 will have an expectation. And actually, there is going to be a pause. It's called by ENCE because Cloud9 have already used up all 4 of theirs.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense for ENCE to try to do this now. Again, You just don't really want Cloud9 to build much momentum.
Agreed.
And also some of the mistakes that were made in this round by the ENCE side. Maybe you want to make sure that people aren't too frustrated going into it, saying, you know what, this is at this point, it's kind of a numbers game, right? You need 2 more rounds. You have a really long runway to get those 2 rounds. So there's no reason really for ENCE to be very panicked, even if their economy is a bit rough. I'm sure that they have a plan for this kind of thing and a bit of a walkthrough. And also if you have any kind of, this is where a neat trick here or there, double push into the A hallways or something like that, you can start to pull those out because you can't really win a whole map on tricks alone. Usually not. A couple of teams that try, but but usually, if you just need a round or two, it's nice to have something like that up your sleeve.
Well, for now, there's still plenty of space for ENCE to not be overly kind of cautious about how this one's starting to pan out. Of course, the buy for them is going to be janky, though. It's a full investment. With only a double M4A1S for D here and Nerds, but if you're going to put anybody in the rifles, it would be those 2. Snappy into the MP9, I'm going to leave some Pious, and Madden with just pistols. So this is a round which for ENCE is going to be very difficult to convert. If they can make it at the very least expensive, then we can maybe take a silver lining.
Yeah, and they were going to double eco anyway, so from their point of view, it's just fine. It's worth it. Axal, feeling really confident in re-peeking that one. Don't know if he realized there was an M4 on the other side. I feel like he might have just thought it was 2 pistols pushing, but it was the double push into the A hallways, which I think it's kind of worth trying every once in a while on the CT side because there's some Axal was holding, but it's not uncommon for there to be no T's here at all. And if you find the right sneak through in towards T spawn, it's round winning a lot of the time. But not this time. SMG up close and not the best spray. Snappy getting a little bit confused, I think, on that one. And now it's just Nerds, 1 versus 5. You said you wanted to see him drop 30 kills. He's got 27.
There we go.
He's getting there.
1 versus 5, he'll do it. But save the M4. I think now we're in a position where we have to actually look towards ENCE and how they're going to really just see out this game. We've seen it. I think that's one of the more common stories of this RMR's teams really struggling to close out games. It has been a pretty consistent fashion. I guess with some of the young guys, you can maybe understand it. Landing experience can be really tough to close out games. You get a little bit too comfortable because you've got a lead, and then before you know it, it blows up in your face. But another point that we've already spoken about over the last few days, Cloud9, one of the best teams when it comes towards comebacks. I mean, I don't think there's really any other team barring, I don't even know, maybe Virtus Pro at times, but of course not the Virtus Pro we saw at this RMR.
Not this one, yeah, but yeah. I know what you mean. I agree.
Generally speaking, in terms of mental fortitude, they are an unbelievably hard team to close out on. And Cloud9, I think it reminds me, we already saw them come back from an 11-4 a few days ago. So, I mean, it's kind of just their bread and butter, really.
Yeah, and I think once you've done it enough, you don't really ever want to. I mean, being the comeback team kind of almost means by definition, right? You're the team that also falls behind in some way, which is not great. But having done it so many times, it does probably instill some kind of confidence in the team. It's like, listen, we've been here before. Don't worry about it. We know what to do. We've proven already we could do it. So I'm sure they have some of that at the very least. USPs on the side of ENCE. So very likely going to be an 11-14 scoreline, which is well within combat territory for most teams. Because again, those aren't going to be straight buy rounds from ENCE all the way through, right? A lot of those are going to have to be half buys. You buy a deagle here or there or whatever on the CT side. That's just how the economy plays out. I'm wondering, even in this next one, they didn't look like they had that much money. I don't think they're going to be saving, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this one might be, it might actually be becoming a little bit rough coming through. They had across the board, they'll have some money to work with. There will be a buy coming through for ENCE. I just think the AWP is probably not a possibility, even though some bias was playing with the lesser pistols.
Okay,
across. Not the worst, right? The main thing that makes you happy is that they've got firepower, but also utility. I think that's the big thing. We see a lot of teams investing towards high firepower, but then really lack utility. And friends, if you want to keep Cloud9 at bay, you kind of need it.
They don't have a defuse kit, and they don't have any helmets on anybody on that team. And there's that one M4A1 on Axal. He's already mechanically an insane player. So, but obviously, if you took the M4A1 and make it shoot as hard as the AK, that's basically what Axal has in this round. That's scary. That weapon would obviously be tremendously overpowered. Only saving grace is that the M4A1 isn't a one-shot headshot, right? If it was, then you would never buy anything else. Just be the automatic buy every time. So
spams through smokes, no tracers.
Yeah.
Doesn't show up on radar.
Run and gun, practically.
Spray control's unbelievably easy as well. I mean, it's just a win-win across the board. And then if one-shot headshots, oh my god.
Yeah.
Very, very slow start here for Cloud9. They're just kind of poking and prodding for information. I think as well baiting up a utility. Maybe there's kind of an expectation that the util is going to be low on the sort of ends, and in doing so, trying to use up as much of it as they can, which is sort of kind of working here.
Sunpayas way in the back. He doesn't have any smokes to put out a Molotov for a position that is Molotov a lot.
Yeah.
That's something to be concerned of. They're going to be smoking off CT spawn and probably that whole way in the back of the A bomb site. Donut as well. They're really doing everything. They've got all the lineups here. Good counter Molotov coming out, but again, there's still 15 seconds. And let's see if they're going to set fire to Sunpayas at the back here. Not yet. They're throwing Molotovs everywhere else. He's still just back here, but Exile checks it, and the headshots are coming through. Again, they don't have the head armor. He is blowing them up on this one. It's just going to be down to Matt, and he's trying to see if he can get it done. The bomb is planted. And eventually they'll take him down. Snappy in a 1 versus 3, walking into it. It's a really good tap onto Buster. But Nafany and Hobbit, they don't need to be too aggressive here. There's no kit in play. Not that they can necessarily know that, but they got to be a little bit patient. And Hobbit is in with the flank. It's a really good round. 2 versus 2 at the end, and it goes the way of Cloud9. It's a whole new experience for them.
Yeah, this game's starting to blow up in Cloud9 in ENCE's face, man. I say, as Cloud9 are putting up a bit of a clinic. I mean, really well played. Maxwell boosted up, just spots up the shoulder, but it's enough. Spamming through the box, he's going to be able to find that kill. So at 14 to 12, of course, the expectation is the money is going to be somewhat on the lower side. Maybe don't get a pistol at that over towards ENCE, and well, now we really start to, I guess, test Snappy in terms of how he's going to call it a masterclass here, right? We know fragging-wise, they're fine. Nerd's getting close to a 30 bomb. Even D here as well, still positive. All is going well in terms of the fragging department. We now need to see them just call something brilliant to keep Cloud9 at bay.
Yeah, but in terms of the kills, we're going to Cloud9 side, everyone has stepped it up. Across the board, they're all getting kills right now. It's actually kind of horrifying, right? It started out being just really Shiro, who was doing any heavy lifting. And he's still ahead, but not by that much. What it really means is, once they saw their opening in this game, the whole Cloud9 lineup just came into play. They were like, all right, we know what this is like, we're ready. And they look really locked in. So kind of horrifying news for ENCE, I've got to say. It's going to be 13 to 14 here as Cloud9 are on fire, winning 5 in a row. And are starting to look, well, very much like themselves again.
ENCE started this half 7 in a row. Exactly the same amount of rounds. That they
all of them 2v2s, right?
Yeah, exactly. 7 in a row. And it was exactly the same what we saw from the ENCE at the start of this game, where they built up that monstrous lead. It was 8-1 at one point. And then look how things have fallen flat. 7-1, may I say. And look how things have kind of fallen flat since then. And now Cloud9 are really starting to find form. There will be a buy for ENCE, which is the good thing. Off the back of this timeout, Saw, Snappy, a conversation to be had as well about how they're going to turn this one on its head. I'm really not feeling all too comfortable. We look across the board and a couple of individuals really making a huge difference. Axel's 5 and 2 in terms of opening kills, Nafany 4 and 1. Those two have been making themselves an absolute menace into a lot of these rounds. And ENCE needs to find a way to shut them down, because right now they're getting just way too much freedom to work with. An AWP would be great, though. I'd like to see some Bison towards the AWP. I think he should have enough to buy it as well. Yes, he will. Okay, this now will make a difference. There's no AWP in play over towards Cloud9. Shiro opting for the AK, which I respect. I prefer that from him. Right now, it's getting rough, and that's a ballsy call coming through. Snappy will find the first. Madden's tucking his head, but he might swing off the back of the flash as well. Snappy will fall. Madden's spotted out, getting spammed down, but Bricks just surviving.
Grenades coming through. He's down to 5. I don't believe it. He ran out the smoke, full flash, just sprayed into thin air. There was nobody there that he could see, and just managed to reload and get back again. What an absolutely chaotic start to the round. Well, you wanted that AWP on Sunpayas, and he's almost got the reward. If they beat that corner, he surely gets the kill. In the middle, though, Nertz is hanging around, and he's close to fulfilling that destiny of his at the 30 kills. Definitely doable. Smoke towards the red room, and a 4 versus 3 with just under a minute left right now as they are headed towards the donut position. They're going to try and see if they can attack this bomb site. Again, hiding way in the back of it. There's Diha with an M4. Good position if they're coming out the donut right here, especially if they make just a little bit of noise. He's going to be ready for it. Oh, peeks into it. They make no noise. That's the power of not throwing the grenades. I thought eventually they were going to throw that smoke towards CT spawn and he'd know. But the fact that they got the other way around, he peeks first and then they can throw the smoke, is a massive gift.
It's a really cool way to play it as well, right? 'Cause again, while it was a ballsy call from Snappy to go aggro out of temple, that's such a ballsy goal as well from them to play contact on towards the side with time stars at the tick. Madden low on HP. Some Pyjamas AWP needs to sing off early doors. The bomb already halfway gone. And I think for ENCE, they're calling it. They're giving it up. It's going to be Cloud9 tying up this game. 14 rounds apiece. And the full 30 needed, and potentially and some, to decide who takes map number 1 of Ancient.
And for ENCE, this is just a question of economy. I'm sure they are in the minds are thinking, of course we can win a 3-on-3 versus Cloud9, but the problem is if you're wrong on this one, Shiro goes up with the bomb. If you're wrong, then you lose all the money once again, and it's a straight shot from Cloud9 to just win the map. That would be really, really heartbreaking for ENCE. I actually can't believe it has got to this. I love this play, though.
So good, isn't it, right? Like, not showing any presence, just forces D here to look for information. He knows that smoke over towards main dissipating. It's got tops 5 seconds left on it.
Yeah.
He knows he has to make a play. He knows he has to just double check, make sure nobody's near, and make sure that everything around him is clear. And that wasn't the case. Shiro will delete him. Some bias gets elevated on towards Catwalk, looking for a fight with the AWP, and he might just get it. A pop shot skims the shoulder, but he can't quite find a kill.
That's really, really close, but not quite good enough. Ooh, did he hear that? He did! And he's going to be spraying down Nafany. That's a bit of a start for Snappy. What a lucky find through the smoke. Madden in the back here, and he's good for the first spray. Can't get the second one. Axile shows up, but this defense is looking tight right now. 2 versus 4, and Hobbit and Axile are left. The bomb is not planted. It's on Axile, but I don't even know how you're going to get the bomb planted at this point in time. They've all shown up. Maybe you just wait and see if they make a mistake. Some players, he really wants to move up. He's got a little bit of an inkling, and he's got the right aim for it as well, taking down Axile, leaving Hobbit in a 1 versus 4.
That is a very, very audacious peak coming through from some bias just because of the risk around it. And Dia will see off Hobbit. 15 and map point goes the way of ENCE. But this game is far from done. Cloud9 have plenty of money to work with. It's once again just back into a normal buy for them. I do question whether Shiro goes in towards an AWP himself, just because he's seeing now some Pyjamas really found a lot of form. He might want to try and keep him at bay. Some Pyjamas is hitting some really important shots, and as Nerd says, he wants to finish this right now. Going towards OT could be brutal, and Shiro will in fact go in towards AWP. I like this call. Try and limit the amount of space that some Pyjamas is getting, because since he's invested in towards the big green, he's been a bit of a menace in these last few rounds.
Yeah, he has. He's come alive, and it's great. He's there to help Nerds and Dihar at the top of the scoreboard. Really, really important. 30th round. ENCE, they feel like this is their map. They feel like they've put in all the hard work to do it. But if it goes into overtime instead, I guarantee Cloud9 will be feeling just fine. They're going to be thinking, this is it. You guys screwed up 10 rounds ago when you let us into the game, and now we're going to take it away. So very, very light defense on the A-bomb side right now for ENCE. And it's partly because they're pushing over on this side, but Snappy, he probably would have called for a flashbang eventually. You could almost tell he was kind of setting up for it. But just as he's doing it, Buster creeps in for the shot.
I don't like the call of peek and try there. It's such a common angle to leave. It's just someone lurking. And he's now put ENCE in such a predicament. It's back to a level playing field. Back to a 4 versus 4. Snappy, he has to call from the grave. At the moment, though, it's not exactly doom and gloom. 40 seconds on the clock, and the onus is on Cloud9 to make a decision here. Time starts in the tick, and they're going to group up back over towards this B site. 2 players here and a couple of smokes. Nerds around the corner can rotate in time. But it's Diha over towards that A site. They need to get his firepower over towards the site before it's too late. But the smoke is keeping them at bay.
Yeah, and too late. I mean, speaking of which, there's only 18 seconds right now. They can't make many mistakes here. This is one of the scenarios where if the bomb drops in an awkward position, you could lose the round, so you don't want to be in that at all. Shiro, he gets that kill. Madden was going to get a little bit curious. He wants to see what was going on. They're trying for the smoke. It's a right idea. If Nerds hit that shot, they win the game right here. But instead, it's a 3 versus 4, and now they might go into overtime. Nerds getting challenged, denied the 30 kill by Shiro, and leaving Sunpeas in a 1 versus 3, and it's a beautiful beautiful flick to start with, but we need about 2 more of those, and he does not have a lot of time either. He does have the kit at the very least picked up. He's back here for another rifle. Doesn't want to try and do it with the AWP. And he's just walking up close. Didn't even really reload yet. Just goes for the fight. Hobbit takes him down, and it is overtime. They have let Cloud9 live, and now they've been resuscitated.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't allow Cloud9 back into those games. Vitality took map number 1. And of course, here on Anubis, 5 rounds in a row from Vitality. So, just before we get underway into towards OT, that's not a qualification game. That is a seeding game. Winner of the game,
True.
Yeah, winner of the game actually plays Monte for Legend Spot. That's how it works.
Something like that, yes.
Guarantee a Legend Spot, because obviously over in Group B, you only get 3 Legend Spot, 5 challenges. So, winner of that game then plays Monte. Winner of that game against Monte then gets a Legend Spot. Weird and wacky, but of course that is the format. Keeping us on our toes to understand who's going where and why.
Yeah, it's definitely complicated. Oh, but he's practically burned alive at the start of the overtime. That's a little bit rough. Slowed down and in 6 health. Can't even imagine what it must be like for ENCE to go into this overtime.
Yeah.
Resetting your expectations. At least they have the money, which is something that they were struggling with at the end of the half on the CT side, so they'll have enough to work with. Snappy's going to be able to spray down Nafany at the edge of the smoke. That's a huge kill.
Yeah, first half as well. End 6 rounds in a row, and then threw that one away. Second half, 7 rounds in a row, and then throw it away. I mean, mental fortitude at an all-time low for them, and morale maybe exactly the same, and maybe not for Snappy. Shiro will drop him on the trade, keeps the numbers. And at least a doable standpoint, but with Hobbit so low on HP, it's always going to be such a problem. A strong gust to win, that he's gone from this round.
Yeah, I love Shiro just stayed scoped up and just kept on hunting him down. There's the 30 from Nertz, taking down Axile in the middle. What a game he's had. I think half of these kills were in the first half, maybe more than that.
Yeah.
Shiro, let's pick up an AK instead, and doing fine work with it. Shiro 2 away from matching Nertz at the moment. We're down to 25 seconds, and I'm kind of wondering, there's no way, right? He's running all the way to the other side with 16 seconds on the clock. I mean, you could probably do this if nobody is at the bomb site. And even then, you just have to run with your bomb out in your hands, straight onto it. There's not going to be anything else. Even the smoke might be a little bit too late. He tries to do it. Last possible second, and Shiro gets taken down for the smoke. That, I don't know if they had the math right on that one. I almost wish he hadn't got shot for the smoke just to see if he actually would have got the bomb plant.
Yeah. I almost doubt whether he could. I mean, he was getting on it, and I know it takes, what, 3.5 seconds, basically?
Yeah, something like that.
The loose timing of getting a bomb down, it was mighty close.
Once you're taking out, like, once it says 4, and it's like, you're kind of, the time is kind of up for it. Oh, no.
Yeah, definitely questionable, I have to say. I mean, to be fair, ENCE, they're looking a little bit annoyed with that one, but a good round for them to take, all things considered. The rotation comes over, they see it off, make sure no bomb plant comes through. Not exactly like money's going to be a problem in towards OT anyway, but just for the kind of the mental side of things, it's good to see them take a relatively clean round, considering how competitive and how close some of these really have been. Util over towards A main, and Hobbit might start to tick in those flames, and he will do, in fact, once again, taking that Molotov damage.
Yeah, but kind of, you got 3 people over Cloud9. I feel like somebody could have had a smoke ready to put that Molotov out, but they're kind of just sticking around the opening to the A bomb site. Madden wanted to try and get the jump up, but fails it for whatever reason. Boost up, and they're setting fire to DR at the back of the bomb site. That's a decent opening. 4 versus 5 now. Madden, he's got a lot of backup here. Almost another one in CT spawn. Going to be another couple of seconds, and they'll have the defense they want. Axile, though, he'll win the battle on the early one. Nertz is going to be ready to swing on this one way out in the open. That's so aggressive. Think of how many angles he's exposed to in doing that. Unless you're very confident, that's almost asking to just be shut down. And now Shiro wants to trade him out. He's going to be able to do that. 2 versus 3.
Lightning falls from Shiro, and the Orbital supply has been held by Hobbit. Bomby scooped up, and this round should be done. It's Snappy in a 1 versus 3, and let's be honest, retaking this one for any player, difficult, but for Snappy, he's been a little bit quiet in the fragging department, asking just a tad too much. Cloud9 across the board, everybody finding their form and having their moments, but individually, Shiro has been such a menace, so quick on that shot on towards Nerds, and that's the important one. Everybody having their moments. They got 4 players with 20 kills or more over towards Cloud9, and this is a full team-wide performance. Of course, individually, Shiro, very good from him. 29 kills, 22 deaths, 85 ADR. And from these moments of where Cloud9 looked like they had lost this map, they've now got a bit of momentum to work with. 2 rounds out of 3 on the T side, not bad at all, if they can get that.
Some of these kills from Shiro, when he knows where a player is and he's just scoped up, closing the angle on them, he looks like he can't lose the fight.
Yeah.
It's actually really sick to see. And people don't want to peek out against him because that doesn't feel any better either, but, you know, their position is shrinking. They're just getting pushed into the corner and then they just get taken out. He's so ready for those shots. Oh, okay. Well, nice little guess for Snappy. Nafany's dead. And if that would have been an HE, I think Hobbit might have walked right into it. That looked like it was going to be a little bit scary. Anyway, so 4 versus 5 here as ENCE are looking to take a slight lead in the first half of overtime if they can.
What can you do, really, if you're Nafany there? It's a good angle to be holding, just in behind that smoke. If anyone goes towards mid, he can be the difference. And now not to be the case, they're grouping towards B. Bomb going to come join them in the hands of Axel. But Hobbit low on HP, they might even just use Hobbit as cannon fodder in towards K for information, right? See if he individually can spot out anything. Pop flash on the corner. Can opt against it. They might even go for the dry peek. It worked earlier over towards A. So who'd say it can't work towards B? Shiro up elevated, scopes in, and now waits.
If they have the Molotov for Snappy, maybe they could do something interesting here. Put all the pressure on Sunpairs to do something. Oh, they're going to throw it deep instead, and they clear it out. Buster, that's a great opening. Madden's now trying to do something, but there's only 19 seconds here, and they're all coming for him. Good headshot on the first. The spray looks actually amazing. He's still got a couple of bullets left, and he's bought enough time for Dia to show up in the meantime. Madden comes alive at an absolutely opportune time. Shiro combat opening inside of the bomb site. Oh, and he fakes it. He's expecting the peek, but he couldn't have. No, it's just too far away. He's going to win it on time. 17-16. And Shiro, too smart for his own good on that one.
It is very rare you see Shiro make a mistake like that. I mean, that is 1 in a million at times. He's going to try and hype up the boys, but that bomb should have gone down. Shiro's going to kick himself. Little did he know, Nerds was nowhere to be seen. Boss, a great double entry coming through, but it's Madden. This hold does enough. 2 kills and damage on towards a third. That alone just bought time for D-Head to come and support him, and that's all he needed to do. Even if he only finds 1 kill, but he buys time, that's the only thing, because he was buying time for not only D-Head to come over, but for Nerds to rotate over from the other side. Oh, that's an uncharacteristic error being made there by Shiro, and ENCE bailed out of what was looking like a rough one. They will claim a lead heading in towards the second half of overtime. Only 2 rounds away from 19, the magic number we're looking here on OT number 1.
Yeah, but they've been here before, right? They've had the ability to close out the game already. And the question is if Cloud9 have kind of figured out, they did figure out at the end of the half how to play the CT side. It was the start that was the problem when ENCE were going mid and A. Yeah. That's what they couldn't stop. And look at what ENCE are doing. It makes sense. Started the walk in the middle. They got Nerds here. That's how they got all of the first kills at the start of the half in regulation. Axel's got his back turned, expecting a flashbang, but none are going to be coming. They're right there in the corner, and he actually sees it. It doesn't matter. D-Hard gets a straight headshot to bring him down and leaves Hobbit on his own in the bomb side, and the smoke doesn't even make a difference. Nerds will take him down, finding more kills. He can't be stopped. He's going to take down Nafany, and this round is already done with. 33 kills on Nerds, and he's out hunting for them. He doesn't even want them to save what they have here. Merciless stuff.
Oh, he doesn't care. He will. He'll spot Buster. There's another easy kill for him. No info on Shiro, but it does not matter. Buster will fall. He'll confirm another kill for him as he up to 34 and 22. Nerds is having one of those days. A missed shot from Shiro as well. That itself uncharacteristic, especially the way he's been playing with 30 kills to his name. Flash from the angle. They're going to hunt the AWP. Staying alive here is asking a lot. Don't find a nice shot on towards Madden. Looking for more as well as Utah starts to rain down on his position. And he has no info to work with. And no scope on towards D here. Okay, Shiro. He's still feeling it.
Nerds is coming for him. He's already got the triple. He can't quite get there in time, but he wish he could have. He almost looked sad that he couldn't get the last one. Yeah, what a round from him once again. And some very familiar fights for him, going through the donut position, pushing into the A-bomb site.
We're deep into OT, and Nerds is still on 107 ADR. I mean, ridiculous. We even mentioned this, right? I mean, I think we mentioned this about round number 8. We were saying for Nerds at one point, it was like 15-2, and we were saying, this is great. This is really good to see a guy performing this well, but can he keep it up? And, well, yes, is the answer. I mean, that in itself is just a ball coming through, swinging out over towards B. Madden will be the first to fall. Buster has to fall away because the smoke keeps his position at a risk.
They really, really want to try and do that B switch where suddenly they make it work, and maybe it will. It actually is a 3-on-3, but it looks like the Cloud9 defense all the way through regulation was really good at this B bomb site, and ENCE just won't accept that fact. Nice little spin from Snappy. He's going to be taking down Anthony, and now it's Axal and Shiro left. One mistake here could cost you the map. And for ENCE, this map is everything. They must win it because Vertigo is going to be coming up as well. And you know that Cloud9 are going to be really sick on it. So you don't want to give them even a shot here. Just end this now before they get back into double overtime. Axal, he's hunting for it. But sometimes getting wheeled in with that cannon to bring down Axal. Leg shot from Shiro. He needed that one instantly. The bomb is going to be planted on the other side. And Shiro goes down 19-16. And ENCE, they successfully bring down Cloud9. The opening game here with absolutely everything on the line. What a story. Yeah, what a game as well. We have to give a credit to a couple of players. Some Pius D had 24 and 25 kills apiece, but Nerds on 34. What a game from him, and he keeps him alive. And it does make you question as well that maybe if Nerds didn't show up in the fashion they showed up, that ENCE could have been blown under the water. So we still need to see a little bit more coming out of the likes of Snappy and Madden personally. I know in terms of Snappy, you can maybe make the justification of the IGL, but for Madden, I'm still not quite seeing enough. However, they win the map, and that's all that matters. We're going to first one to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we are back, we get things prepared for map number 2, Vertigo, up next.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
welcome back once again. It is the second map that's going to be coming up, but yeah, just a little bit of reflection on what's going on there on Ancient. Obviously, we ended up in overtime with ENCE pulling through right at the end, and a huge part thing to Nerds dropping 34 kills, ending at 104 ADR. But he did have some backup, and that's kind of what you want to see, like a strong team performance. Dihar and Sunpayas right there at 25 kills each. And Shiro, I mean, on the other side, he almost managed to prevent this disaster from unfolding, but he didn't. And as a result, they're a map down.
I think it's definitely a big sigh of relief coming through from ENCE. At times, it looked like Cloud9 were on this massive road to recovery. I mean, even pulling it to overtime itself, even that, you do get a little bit concerned. And now we go into round number 2. It's Vertigo. Cloud9 are arguably one of the best, if not the best Vertigo side in the world right now. That was a must-win round. So the big thing is that ENCE at least guaranteed themselves to get towards that decider. It is Mirage as well, so it's kind of the Puggers paradise. And if you're speaking of Puggers, I mean, Nerds, this guy was unbelievable. 34 kills, 23 deaths, and 104 ADR. To keep up over 100 ADR over the course of a game that long, went in towards OT, it's so impressive. And take a look through some of these kills as well. He was just a monster. Cloud9 could not deal with him.
They really couldn't. It was so impressive. And obviously, you know, dropping it at the beginning, you see all of these fights in the middle. They just look so incredible for him. Yeah. The confidence is right there, and I'm sure it inspired the rest of the team behind him. So, yeah, this is a lot of fun to watch. I know you've been covering a lot of the tier 2 teams for a long time, so maybe to you, Nerds playing well is less of a surprise. But for a lot of the people, you know, who just end up watching some of the bigger tournaments, maybe some people only ever tune into the majors. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting first for them for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess as well, I had the added thing of, you know, being from the UK, the once premium organization being that of Endpoint, where of course Nerds came from, and at times he was kind of the only shining light. It was him and MHL, right? These two, everybody could see they were just way too good for Endpoint, and it was kind of, it wasn't a matter of kind of if Nerds going to get the call up to tier 1, it was when he will be saved and called up to tier 1, and thankfully he's got his opportunity. He's now proven that he's more than capable at this level, and Boris, exactly the same. We saw what he did at Monte, right? The same story over there too. Ex-Endpoint alumni, now moving on towards the big leagues and proving they are here to play. And I mean, Nerds, if he can keep this level of consistency in towards Vertigo, this series does start to get spicy. I mean, for Cloud9, they're technically speaking backs up against the wall, but the only crux is, of course, that it is Vertigo. We already spoke about how good they can be, and ENCE, they're going to have to acquire some magic to take this 2-0.
Yeah, and it would have been obviously more fun for ENCE if they could have just run over Cloud9, if they could have kept the form they had in the first 7 or 8 rounds of the regulation, because the way that this played out, obviously Cloud9 will have got a lot of confidence back. And, you know, Shiro defensively opening on the CT side of that map is super scary, and everyone else has a chance to get warmed up behind it too. So I expect this is going to be a very, very tough game. But I mean, they do look mortal, Cloud9, right? They do look like they could be hurt, so I'm not going to count anything out. We have a really cool story for ENCE to qualify for the major ahead of Cloud9, and Cloud9 have to go play in the last chance qualifier, which is really difficult, no question.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we are going to first on to a break before we get underway in towards our second map. It's Cloud9's pick. It's Vertigo coming up next. Can ENCE survive a scare and take this 2-0, or is the decider going to be needed? Well, we'll take a look after the break.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Monte here, I think.
But Monte is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're about to get underway in towards our second map. ENCE are up by 1. Their pick of Ancient, with a little bit of a fight for it in overtime, goes their way. And now Vertigo is up next. They've taken a time to have a little bit of a breather outside, a little bit of time for them to reset. And now can Cloud9 turn it back around?
I mean, they surely can. The storyline is pretty much set up for them here. They're playing, you know, one of the greatest maps. They did look really good on Ancient. They just had a bit of a rough start that they weren't quite able. I mean, I guess they kind of were able to recover from it in the sense they got it into overtime. But
course, yeah.
It was close there as well. Could have maybe worked out, but in the end, they just fell short. So, overtime loss on the opening map. I don't think that's going to be completely destructive for Cloud9. I think they're going to come back into this feeling pretty good about it. But obviously, there is a lot on the line here. Nobody wants to play in the last chance qualifier. It's hell down there.
It's brutal.
Don't do it. Just try and see if you can qualify like this instead. And ENCE, I mean, they're looking pretty good right now. Over on the other side, we've got a match for, I believe, you know, Legend spot or something close to that at least. And Vitality, they won the first map, and they're looking to win the second one too, it looks like. Wow.
Pretty damn good. On T-side, Anubis as well, there's definitely a world in which that could be a 2-0 over towards Vitality, which in itself actually spices up the major a little bit. I think a lot of people were coming in towards the major saying, heroic G2, the 2 heaviest hitters in the world right now, these guys are going to level above everybody else. If Vitality then, you know, guarantee a Legend spot over G2, or at least guarantee the opportunity, I guess, because then they do have to take on Monte after that for a Legend spot, if I'm right in saying. It's a weird and wacky format. Then things they do get spicy. Exactly that, right? So G2 take on Vitality, winner plays Monte, winner of that gets a Legend spot, and of course then it's all decided in a weird way, but a cool way, all the same. And I think, yeah, the Vitality, if they do win that, it does make whenever all of us are going for our diamond coins, it makes it quite an interesting affair.
Very, very tricky. I have no doubt about that. I mean, I still have G2 winning the whole major, so that's kind of so.
Okay.
I feel like you know, but when you see something like this, it does make you a little bit nervous. The odds, in the meantime, are going to be favoring ENCE now. It makes sense when you're in the first map that you know, you have to win 1 out of the next 2. It kind of makes sense that people are going to be thinking there's a good chance that can happen.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, again, that map pick is just that's the thing that makes everyone nervous if you're on the ENCE side.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We're looking on paper at this matchup between these two sides, and of course, yeah, ENCE are only 1 map away from guaranteeing themselves towards that major. But the only problem is that it is Vertigo, so it does make you think that kind of on paper, for those who know and those who have seen Cloud9 play Vertigo, you kind of inherently just want to say, okay, well, the decider is going to be needed. We are going to be requiring that a Mirage to kind of decide how things are going to pan out. So in sense, does that then change the conversation in terms of who's the favorites then? I don't know. It's a very weird thing, but I think the Cloud9, we've seen flashes of the usual Cloud9, but not consistently.
Yeah, that's probably a good summary of them. How would you say when it comes to somebody like Nerds back in the endpoint days?
Yeah.
Did they play a lot of Vertigo? Is he going to be feeling at home here?
The 2 big maps for endpoint, especially when they were kind of in their best days, was always Ancient and Inferno. They were kind of, you know, the 2 staples. I don't think, off the top of my head, I don't think it was their Instaban. They were pretty good at Nuke as well.
Okay.
Mirage obviously was definitely one they would like to play. Off the top of my head, I can't actually remember too many times of them playing Vertigo, actually. So that in itself is maybe a little bit of a cause for concern, because I don't actually remember too many times endpoint playing Vertigo, or even Nerds on it. I definitely remember Inferno, Nuke, Ancient was pretty good as well. Mirage, they had their moments too.
But it'd be quite a luxury if you can throw Nerds in here and just have him kind of give you the good start with you know, rolling it off here. But you know, there is a chance that might not happen. I guess we'll find out. The map is not that far away from getting underway, and yeah, remember to go over to blast.tv/major, and you can get some votes in for the RMR MVPs. That's definitely important to do that. A lot of incredible candidates. One of them could be Nerds.
Yeah, I think the way he's playing right now, it definitely is. I mean, he is up there. We had, coming into this game, Nerds was the 3rd highest rated player, just 0.01 behind Boris in 2nd, which in itself is absolutely monstrous. Have to wait and see whether these guys can continue. We're heading in towards our second map. It is going to be Vertigo up on the cards, the pick of Cloud9. And can Nerds continue his form? If he does, number 1 is our shush off on heroic. Kind of understandable. The first 2 games were basically all shush, especially that one against Aurora. That clutch from him still in the memory to lock out the 16-14.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
The way Nerds is playing right now, he actually could top this group in terms of rating.
Well, let's find out. We're on our way. Cloud9 going to be starting on the T side with ENCE on the CT side. We got 2 sets of duelies, but one of them has already gone. As Shiro just deleted Snap. He said, "You're not in this round any longer. Sit down." 4 on 5 now. And Shiro's happy to wait around, see if there's going to be any more aggression, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And actually, they might just double up on this. I think they were leaning towards B early on the C side, but now they got the opening here. They feel like they could just go for it. Madden's going to be peeking into an army of T's on the other side. There's no escaping now. Just fight to the death and look for another headshot. He had plenty of opportunity there, but can't quite find that second bullet. So still, it's a 4 versus 3, and at least he knows that they're all out there.
Yeah, it's the two quietest players of ENCE falling first, so there still is an opportunity, and in comes one of the big hitters, Diha. Double pistols finding 1 kill, but only 1. Hopping in for the flank, will find him in the side of the head. Some Pius for a double of his own, keeping things in their favor because Axel all alone. 2 kills needed for him, and there's one. Nurturing the smoke, he's going up on high, but some Pius will spot him off. And the Spaniard delivers with a beautiful pistol round to kickstart ENCE's campaign here on Vertigo.
He was a ghost up in that smoke. I don't think anyone could even see him, and he was just landing headshots down right at the edge. That was a sick couple of kills, especially the first ones that he got. I'd love to see that. Just look at this. They just can't. Oh, right on top. Hobbit never saw it. Yeah, and then sneaking through the smoke again. That's really sick.
Having looked at some stats as well for Endpoint, it's a map in which they play, just not well. So that's probably a reason. I've probably just kind of forcefully forgotten those appearances over towards Vertigo. They play it quite a lot. They got double the amount of losses as they do wins. So that in itself.
Okay, but at least they played it. I feel like that's kind of can be the danger. Even if you're a really good player, but you get dropped onto a map where you're like, I don't have really experience playing this map that much. That could be a little bit unfortunate.
Exactly. You're just not battle hardened on that kind of map, right? And it always it does show at times. Seeing kind of these new changes come through and they're forced into a completely different map pool to what they used to. Thankfully, not the case actually for Nerd. So all well and good.
That was the laziest run boost I've ever seen.
Just gave up.
Oh man. Close. FORZE is there, MP9, and they're going to be slaughtering it right here. Nerds is picking up a quad kill. They are against unarmored opponents, so we don't get nearly as excited. But you know what? Still, in terms of getting him fired up, it's pretty good. He's already dropped, what, 34 kills in the first map?
Yeah.
And now he's just looking to see if he can maybe do one better. Another kill here, and it'll be the ace against Hobbit, who's alone in the corner. Diaz going to be able to find him instead. And it's a 2-0 lead for ENCE.
Give him the ace. Come on.
Yeah.
He could have given it to him. And then no, it's just pistols. Just for the sake of saying, I got an ace. Yeah, it's an eco, but we take them all the same. Either way, no, it's great from him. Really good control as well. I think it's definitely very easy, despite only being, pistols and Glocks and whatnot, to be, I guess, overwhelmed a little bit. You get a bit flustered, and you only get a couple of kills when you really should be locking down 3, 4 like he did. So, good stuff from him. Of course, that was a full eco from Cloud9. I quite like the call too. There's no real need to force buy in towards that round. They didn't get a bomb plant. They're not really going to have too much money to work with anyway. Just save for AKs.
Yeah, especially when you feel this much at home on the map, you should be making the AK play sort of the bread and butter of this one, and just making sure that you can pick up the required number of rounds in the first half. Snappy not getting spammed down, that there's a real chance of that happening when you're playing this position. He's hoping that someone from the T side is going to walk in front of the smoke and try to get that jump up, in which case at that medium range, the MP9 is actually really sick. And lose a little bit of patience and walk forward to see if anyone was going to be there. It's a very slow round. The Cloud9 are expecting, they're checking middle, they're checking outside of B, they're making sure that no one is going to be moving forward, but not checking the corner, and Snappy's going to get rewarded for it.
It's a common angle, but a commonly overlooked angle. Snappy will find yet another. Can't quite convert a third. At the very least, damage dealt on towards Shiro. Snappy's done enough. That's a great start for ENCE coming through. And now they just don't need to overextend, but that's a good way of doing it, allowing Shiro just to swing in and delete you. A Molotov will come through, but he won't hold the angle. So thankfully, Matter can fall away, but Dia drops to the hands of Axel. This round's crumbling.
Yeah, but Axel's very low on health. Dia almost killed him. Picking up the AK, and with only 24 seconds, if they lose to Nerds here, they might not be able to recover it. There is going to be a flank coming, but it's really far away. I think Man is now looking for it, and Nerds moving up aggressively into the angle. They weren't expecting it. He swings for the fight. It's so crazy. You would normally say, don't do it. You've got the 2-on-1 lockdown. Buy time. Wait for your teammate to show up. There's only like 10 seconds in the round anyway. Why would you give him a chance to get back into it? But Nerds is feeling so confident. He's 7-1 at the start of it. The normal rules don't apply.
The goal, the sheer goal to go for that type of peak. What a player Nerds is. I mean, and this is the thing. I think when you see this happen every now and again. I mean, even actually, you can even make the argument over towards Hedrick, right? Hedrick mechanically in WePlay was one of the best players there. An unbelievable talent. Everybody knew that he could play at a high level, but when he stepped up into his tier 1, it did take him a little bit of time to adjust, just because you have a lot of respect for these guys. These guys are legends, right? They've been around for such a long time. The amount they've won, the heights and the achievements they've got under their belt, you do kind of inherently give them respect and maybe even slightly kind of fear them. The names around Shiro and Axel alone, you've got to be scared of them. Nurse does not care. He quite literally doesn't care. And we're continuing to see this. Pause coming through. It is a tech pause, unfortunately. And it seems like Madden has an... Oh, Madden or Nerds maybe has a slight issue. Nerds is actually the one fixing them. He does it all. Not only in the server, he can fix the technical problems as well.
The kill that Shiro got, he heard... I can't remember who it was that was playing over the ramp, but he heard them falling back, and that's why he was so sure in that peak. I feel like that's just... That kind of speaks to Shiro's style. As like we were talking about earlier, once he knows that someone's in a corner somewhere, he just scopes up and edges them out. I feel like as soon as you give him any information to play with, you're just ensuring your own death against Shiro. The best thing you can do is try and keep him in the dark. Just don't let him know where you are. Don't make any noise. Just try and make it as tricky for him as possible. He seems so confident when they actually manage to give just a little bit of info up. Got Tech9's back.
Over on the other stream, Vitality have just 2-0'd G2.
Damn.
So, Vitality still in for a chance for a legend spot. They'll take a Monte later on. G2, challenges is where they go. But at least making the major is good. And in towards mid, the Pistols will trade 1-for-1. Hurts actually limited to just a single kill for once.
Yeah, the power of the Tech9 getting that triple swing. And Diha, there's a really good way to handle it, but Buster is snuck in from behind, so that makes it a little bit of an unfair fight. Sampayas is quick with the flank to drop Axile, and now it is just Buster with no bomb currently on his back. If he had that, at least you can plant it, at least you can force them to come look for you, but now instead, there's not much of a way out here. Buster, 1 versus 3, and if he looks down, he might be able to catch the shot. There we go. Right through the stairs. That's a good angle. And he's going to eventually find the bomb. Molotov as well. Still got 45 seconds. This could be 1.
Definitely. 1 versus 2. Snappy and Madden. Buster with 60 points of HP. Needs an ace clutch to make this round work. And something has to stick.
He's so slow and patient right now, which is really what you want to see. Still 30 seconds. He's thinking about it. He's got the right idea and spots the head of Snappy. I don't know how. How could he see it? Instant shutdown. And now Molotov gets set up and enough time to plant the bomb, but instantly through the smoke on the other side. Madden's come charging through and he will get the headshot. Just extinguishing the hopes of Buster, who did get the quad kill and nearly got that clutch H through, but not quite going to happen. And instead, it's 4 in a row to start this with for ENCE.
Oh my God, that was nearly very close. I've just seen as well, in the stream, it was a 16-6, a blowout on Anubis. G2 never showing up. That is, in itself, pretty damning.
Yeah, with Dupree, I think the eternal major player at 20 kills.
What a storyline. What a storyline. Only player ever to have all 19 majors. You really have to see, of course, last major, both that of Zip and Shox missed out. Of course, Shox of Apex at the time, they just couldn't quite find any form. And this time, Shox a bit with Nakama, who couldn't make it through the open quals.
Oh, okay, that's great. Nafferty spraying down Snappy to begin the round with. Classic angle on this particular map. He did take quite a bit of damage, so might have to take a back seat so as to not get bombarded, because that does happen a lot. It looked like they wanted to set up a boost on the other side, but I think all the grenades here have kind of dissuaded them from that little plan. Madden's dropped fairly low. I think Nerds is holding on the other side. If they want to win this round, they almost need Nerds to push out and actually go for a flank, because I feel like they're already pretty beat up at this A-bomb side.
Yeah. This is starting to get into the realms of being pretty rough for ENCE. Nerds have got to make a play, or at least he's hoping they double back over towards him. They're hoping that essentially this A-hold isn't enough for them to walk themselves in towards danger, but they know Nerds is danger, and he's being the B anchor. They don't want to test him. They're going to make their way over. Martin going to be tested. This is rough for him. 34 points of HP. Needs a double. Can only find one.
Sampayas not a lot of vision here. Oh, and Shiro must have seen his elbow. That obviously looked like a very unfair fight, but it is that left hand, right hand peak that is going to be always a little bit unfair. Shiro having a slight advantage there. Nuts. Yeah, he could never really make it here. Not much he could do. Going to be hanging out down towards T-spawn. So first round on the board for Cloud9. And that's good, you know, not going on the same losing streak as they did in regulation on Ancient. Getting a little bit earlier on the board. You like to see it.
Yeah, we saw it happen twice, and I think that was the big thing for Cloud9. I mean, we were saying, you know, mental fortitude from them, really good in terms of how they turned that game into being possible. But for ENCE, first half, 6 rounds in a row. Second half, they had 7 rounds in a row, and that was enough for them. I mean, of course, with OT to scroll across the line. Hobbit walking into danger. Nerds will find him. Can he scoop up an AK? Can't quite do it. Didn't have the time on the clock, but I like the kill at the very least. Just keeping that C9 economy in check. But of course, a lost bonus, bomb plant, the kills they found. No problems reinvesting in, all things considered. So, first round finally found over towards C9. That's the problems with the right eye, left eye peak. Shiro had all the info in the world to work with. Some players, not a clue in the world. Yeah. Now we ask over towards ENCE, what can they do to bounce right back? And D is going to drop in towards an MP7.
Yeah, they don't have all the money in the world here. At least it is a little bit more convincing that it really was on towards the end of Ancient, where all of it was just 2v2s and ENCE had no economy on the CT side. They're able to put up a little bit of a defense here. DR's picked up an MP7. Always interesting.
Just to mention as well, Nerds and an MP7, he loves it. And I've seen him honestly pick up that gun sometimes more than the rifles. It's a gun which he's very, very comfortable with. So you might see the time. Nate coming over will do a good chunk of damage towards both Snappy and Sampayas.
That's a really sick nade. You like that kind of thing.
It's a double click, right? Just over the corner.
Yeah, but it's so hard to get those double clicks because obviously there's a lot of variation in the medium throw there that's hard to control. Snappy goes down again to the start of the round, and Madden, that's a great double return. Otherwise, they might have run over this A-bomb site immediately, but it's back into a 3-on-3, and they got to worry about that AWP at the back of the site. It is on Sampayas. Even if he's low on health, they do actually have an HE. Axile, and actually a little bit of a chance there. Buster have one, but Nafany will just get the job done. Straight up battling Sampayas. I didn't think they were going to try and do that, and now it's Nerds and Diha. Would you want to do this? 2-on-3, they don't have the money to lose, but at the same time, if they win the round, it does feel pretty amazing. MP7 shows up and just blows up Nafany, and now there's a chance.
Oh no, D has made it work. 2 kills on the way out. Great flash from Nerds and a great kill to see it off. That's a monstrous retake. A lot of teams would not even be tempted to take it. If ENCE with the 4 flat there, they've got no money to work with, and they've converted a 2 versus 3 flawlessly. Cloud9, they're going to be kicking themselves. ENCE, great work as they once again build up yet another 4-round lead and continuing to find such form early in towards these halves. Cloud9, such a slow starting side it seems today.
Yeah, it is. They really couldn't get away, I think is the problem, right? They kind of get stuck on the site here. And the flashbang obviously set up that one on Buster. Did they ignore the AWP on the pickup at the end? I wonder if Sampayas started to feel like, because it looked like they were just running away. I don't know if they were running to pick up the other one, because there was obviously one on the T side, but it kind of looked like they didn't want it.
Okay.
You can make that choice. I mean, this is a hard map to AWP on, and we've seen Sampayas already a couple of times kind of probably feeling really immobile. He's behind the smoke. He's kind of in an awkward position back there. Maybe he just wants to join the more active A defense in front. It could be.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen it.
I've had a couple of conversations with some kind of prolific AWPers where he has gone for the AWP, he has got one, so that's the main thing at the very least. But I've spoken to some, and they say AWPing on Vertigo is probably the hardest map to AWP on. It's just so uncomfortable, so awkward, a lot of these fights, and very few AWPers can make it look comfortable, and I think Manessi's one of the few. Because it's so combative, his style of AWPing, it really does kind of look like a kind of a walking highlight reel. But it's a very difficult map to find consistent AWPing on, especially if you're not someone who's uber flicky or very, very aggro in your face. Getting these kind of, I guess preferential peaks is such a difficult thing to ask for.
Classic Gambit to open this one up with for Cloud9. This boost, they love to do it, and D-Hut instantly recognizes when the shots are coming out. He knows that boost is happening. You're going to see that boost a lot They send Axel up there to try and see if he could find the opening, and you know what? More often than not, it feels like he does. If you peek him at that angle, he's just so comfortable in it. But instead now, both Hobbit and Axel are getting really beat up at the start of the round. 5-1 in favor of ENCE, and unless they find a really cracking way back into this round, they might be in a little bit of trouble here for the start of the half.
Yeah, time is starting to tick as well. Just shy of a minute to work with. Some bias in the orb train on the angle as well. Pot shot coming through. Very unfortunate to get a wallbang there. I gotta say, I think it was Hobbit just behind that box and he could have been dropped through it. But now they've got space to work with, and Nafny will find the opening kill.
Again on Snappy. I think it's the third or fourth time that he's shut down playing aggressively at that angle. It's going to start to be frustrating all on its own. 27 seconds, but plenty of time. They're right on top of the A bomb site practically. A little bit of a missed opportunity. Sompay's going to get shot at the back end. He's second now. Got to be careful. Smoke is going to be fading over on that right-hand side. He's going to get one kill and a little bit of a spray from Nuts, but done in quickly. 12 seconds left as Shiro's just destroying his defense. The bomb, it makes its way past Shiro. He closes out the round. They were all so low on health, and there was definitely a way I think that ENCE could have won that round. I think if they fall back and play it more safely, they're probably going to be fine. There wasn't that much time left, but they stayed forward in a very, very awkward position where, again, they don't quite control that long side, and Shiro's got all the shots in the world here.
Right now, Nafny 3-1 on opening kills, and I think they're all on Snappy, if I have to take a guess. I mean, right now, that has been the big fight, and I think maybe you even ask if towards Snappy to play a little bit more passive, just give space towards Cloud9. They've already got top ramp control. You may as well just play the site. Time was ticking. The pressure is on them to get that bomb down, and you can just poke your way, go 1-for-1, get traded out. It's enough. But Cloud9 will find their second, and in doing so, shatters the economy for ENCE coming through. Just one rifle for Nerds to work with, and a few pistols, but these are the sort of rounds where Nerd steps up. He did it once on the door's engine already.
Yeah, they need him to. He's fairly far back right now, expecting that they could go for a peek. Again, they do that a lot over here with the boosts or just straight up the stairs. Got a couple of different looks like that. After a little bit of a nade, he's definitely out looking. You could see he's expecting it. It'd be such a steal if they got this round in their favor, given the way that the Cloud9 finally have a way back into the first half here.
Yeah.
Starting to pick up some rounds. All right, they're setting up for it. You could see Buster on the other side getting boosted up. This is super scary if you're inside of the bomb site here. Those one-ways are hard to deal with.
For Nerds, he's the man who has to make a difference. Smoke coming through into those top stairs. I like this from Nerds. He's just trying to buy time. So they have a numbers game over here. Even if the pistols are used as cannon fodder, allow Nerds to shine. And Buster's probably going to be the first fight. Swinging through. He's still tucking his head, waiting for the flash, and there it is. But he fluffs his lines. A laboured spray from Nerds, and it'll cost them this round. And an opportunity of taking it away from Cloud9. Bomb to go down, and 2 pistols left. And unfortunately, while the 5-7 might find a couple of consolation kills, I can't see them finding a round unless Cloud9 really throw this one to the wind. But hang on a second. Thankfully, Buster sees it off. That got a little bit shaky.
It did. And you're right. That was a sick flashbang setup. And it looked like there were a couple of people out in the open and just couldn't see anything. But it was kind of tricky because they were also they were just, hiding like cockroaches and just scattering everywhere from the light. And he couldn't find them. Good stuff here. Pretty straightforward attack from Cloud9's point of view. Sure. Molotoving up the back of the site, setting up the smokes towards the entrance to the bomb site, and kind of making that work. 5-3, and we're back on just all pistols now on the end side. Should be a good way back into the game here.
Yeah, we're getting a really good game here so far. It is being super solid. Have to wait and see, though, of course, friends. This round, unfortunately, just a little bit of a throwaway. Just the P250 for some Pius. But aside from that, not all too much brought to the table. These pistols, if they can get a couple of consolation kills, that'd be nice. I can't see them finding around at all. Some Pius will get himself one, but that should be all she wrote. Muddin on the rotate. He'll be spotted. I'll still drop him off. So, a throwaway round. And a bit of a time as well for conversation to come through, friends. Is, they kind of took attack pause about calling attack pause. We saw Snappy getting a little bit vocal, but now actually they will call attack pause off the back of it anyway. Bring Soren towards the conversation, see what he can bring to the table. You can see Groove rallying the troops as well. And right now, it's a good opportunity. I mean, we've got Cloud9 breathing down the next events, only one round behind. But of course, ENCE bringing in their full buy. First time in a couple of rounds we've seen the full rifles across the board, so they know they've got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to give too much, I think, to Cloud9 in this first half before they start to feel fairly comfortable. Their CT side's probably going to get even better than their T side when they switch halves. So I'm assuming that that already at this current scoreline, I think Cloud9 are feeling okay about it. 4 versus 4 to 5. They got a little bit of an economy going on. They know that ENCE, again, don't have a lot of money. They can keep the pressure on. Shiro is, again, top of the scoreboard with 10 kills. She's not really let off since the first map. Pretty impressive stuff.
Let's take a look. No AWP for some Pyjamas here, of course. Not quite enough money. Bot Flash can come over towards Ram, but should actually keep them at bay. And it will for a little bit. Nafri gets on in front of it, so he's got space already. The entry kills have already spoken and sung his praises. Dodging bullets right now as he gets spammed out, nothing being found out.
Very interesting to see Hobbit at 1-7. That really is curious to me, because I feel like Hobbit's been looking like a star player throughout the RMR for Cloud9, many of the games that I managed to catch. Some Pyjamas at the back. It's actually Madden to pick up the kill, and now Snappy comes in for a little bit of revenge. This time he's not entried on straight onto that ramp, but the spray looks so good. Shiro is practically dead. Madden's now getting shot at the back, pistols out, and that won't get the job done. Now, Shiro is very low, and it is a 2-on-2, and Nerds is walking around, but he's going to be dead instantly. Shiro, oh, he might be low, but it's not going to make a difference. Double kill for him, leaving Dihar alone.
And Dihar going to stay still. I like this. The bomb is still down. No decisions being made by Cloud9 right now, but Shiro has completely hightailed it back over towards B. They know Nerds is the B anchor of the info he's got. He's heard all the footsteps he needs to. He's going to rotate over. Shiro's already posted too. This round's in jeopardy. Dihar needs a masterclass. We got Shiro on 9 points of HP, and Hobbit, whose form has been somewhat that's not a lackluster. As long as he doesn't slow peek the angle, he should be fine. Caught in the flash, and he somehow avoids the bullet. Dihar's a lucky man, stay alive still. For 15 seconds, can he deny them getting towards the site? Well, he can deny Shiro, that's for damn sure. Hobbit getting a bomb down, 10 seconds. Time is ticking. And Hobbit will find the kill, fine margins, but Cloud9 tie up this game.
Oh, man. He did the hard part. I mean, obviously, he missed the shot at the beginning of Shiro. But once he makes it a 1 versus 1 Dihar, you have to assume that he's got a great crack at it. There was about 8 seconds, I think, at the end when that 1 versus 1 duel was happening. So on some level, Dihar also could have played for time instead and said, you know what, I'm going to wait. You have to plant the bomb at one point, and I'm going to jump on you right when that happens. But yeah, it's very, very hard. Like, it's easy for us to second guess how you play that. When you're in the game, it's a very different experience, obviously. And if you hide and kind of get run down, it also feels absolutely miserable. So either way, the scoreline is going to be tied up. It's 5-5, and Cloud9 are feeling great about this first half right now. I think they're going to be in a very, very fine position. We're back to pistols on the CT side. Dihar would love some revenge with the Deagle, but his position already revealed. Oh, he goes for it! Nade in hand, and Navity gets robbed.
Not a bad shot. Dihar's going to take those, of course, with this sort of somewhat middling buy over towards ENCE to walk away with a couple of kills, 2 to 3. They'll take the silver linings. And a flank coming through Nerds as well. He might put one in rotation, but he might be caught in the back, and he does not know. Hobbit, turn around, please. Oh my God, that got close. I thought for a second he was going to go the wrong way, and Nerds was going to have a shot in the back. Not to be.
Yeah, that would have been a disastrous turn of events. But they've managed to secure the round. Axel getting a little bit of a spray in there. And now they're in the lead. 6-5. Money heavily in their favor at this point in time. And I'm kind of starting to wonder a little bit for ENCE. I feel like some of these rounds for ENCE are falling apart at the A ramp, just the early fight. And I get it because it is tactically such a huge advantage if you win the fight on the ramp at the CT side, because now the T's, they don't have a lot of places left to go. But the problem is when it doesn't really work out, it just feels like you're giving up the round early. I wish they would try and find, maybe you can retake it later. Maybe you set up the boost to try and look over, and maybe you just hold it a little bit further back and you have the right nades to. I mean, there are teams that will double, triple grenade the bomb plant when it shows up, and you just hold all the way back. There are other options, is what I'm saying, for ENCE than just to fight aggressively at the ramp and get shut down.
Yeah, they're kind of trying to really force this agenda, ENCE, right? Of really trying to force this play style through. And I think for Cloud9, in terms of what we've seen so far in Vertigo, as sort of expected in a way, they're adapting to the situation very well. Axel and Shiro, of course, these two guys really hitting it off from the get-go and actually limiting the success that Nerds is having. He started super quick, but now they're starting to take the fights there, and they know he's playing towards B as well, so they kind of just do the simple thing of, well, let's just avoid him. Let's force him to play a rotate.
Yeah, why not?
And that is actually working. They know they're getting a lot of space. It's Snappy here over towards Rampage taking these first fights. And for the most part, he's been struggling. This time it's some Pyjamas who will fall to the hands of Nafny. Gets yet another opening kill.
Yeah, but they know. They have a good read on this one. Molotov in the back, and Snappy again falling to Nafny. Double opening for him. I feel like this has been proven over the stretch of quite a few rounds. And again, they don't have the money to lose these kind of rounds.
Yeah.
It's not just some sort of infinite walkway here, but they can just keep on going. They're going to have to eco every other round, and it's really starting to become a problem. DR's trying to find his way back. He's got Nuts here as well. Technically, two of them are quite low on health, so there kind of is a way to bring that seat into a 2-on-2, but the bomb is now being wheeled back because they control the middle of the map. You can see Axel's already taking up this part. All of them are so low. Nuts. Now would be a great time for a 1 versus 3 clutch, and he's going to take up Axel to begin with. The grenade just falling down. He had actually pulled the pin out, so kind of good that Nerds wasn't a little bit closer and just kept on running. He's not sure. He's thinking maybe they're going to come back, but it will be a bomb plant on the other side. I think that just made Nerds' job a lot harder.
Yeah, so he made the wrong call in terms of where he's going to play this one from. But in the 1 versus 3, he's found the first. 8 points of HP for Buster, 16 for Nafany. It's just so doable. But I like the way Cloud9 are playing this. They're playing off contact. They know that they have what's needed. Buster overlooked. Nerds, not often you see him miss those, especially when he requires only 1 bullet to any part of the body. But Cloud9 seeing yet another round in their favor. Now they've got a 2-round lead. This is really solid from them. They have won 6 rounds in a row. And they have won 7 out of the last 9 played. I mean, this is the form that we'd expect from Cloud9 on this map specifically.
I knew it's going to be a little bit tricky as well if you're a player like Nerds to play that kind of a clutch, because he seems to really favor the kind of, I'm just going to brawl in here and take all the fights, right? And in a round like that, if you are running into the site, you give them all the information to work with, and Cloud9 are going to be having a much better time of it. So he has to sort of sneak on in, and it's just a different way to play the game. Not to say they couldn't have done it, but definitely doesn't seem to be exactly to his style of play. This round, or you know, contradicting myself a little bit, I don't mind if they're aggressive with the aim grab, just because you don't have that much to work with. You might as well give it a crack, but I still feel like when it comes to the guns, maybe it is worth it not to straight up fight Nafany down there, because he's really been good at getting those entries. Yeah, Nafany, I gotta say, he is making a lot of difference right now for Cloud9. Pistol's gonna look over towards ramp. Not a stack, but a couple of bodies here over towards the B side. But the first fight going to be here in Madden. He's tucked. We've already seen Snappy have success in this position, and Nafany's got an idea. Doesn't matter, though. Madden will find the opening kill. And a quick trade coming through just to alleviate a bit of that pressure. And now they've got all this ramp space to work with. I don't really see a world in which ENCE can make this even that much more expensive. Maybe one constellation kill, but the bomb should go down for the most part pretty uncontested with the util they've got. Yeah, it looks like it's about to be 8-5 here. Axel, wide swing, keeping his distance from the pistols as well. Going to be one good kill from Snappy, but there's no backup that could even be allowed for. The rest of it is either smoked off or on fire, and there's no way to really make it through here. Another smoke goes down. Diha hoping for a headshot. It's not far off. Could have definitely worked here. Nerds on the flank, but he's already been spotted. So it's GG for this round, and Cloud9 are going to give it up to 8. Yeah, we'll just call it. I think once you've been spotted, there's no real kind of, I guess, point going for a second bite. You've already had your one chance, you've missed it. He'll keep hold of his sort of half arm of the Deagle. There's nothing really else he can do. If he can get a constellation kill, that'd be lovely. Hopper's going to go look over towards the B side, and he should be fine. Buster does have to hightail a little bit. That bomb radius could catch on the way out, but he's starting to kind of build enough space between him and the site. So he'll save all the better. Cloud9 guarantee themselves a lead at the turn of the half, 8-5. And the way they're playing right now, double digits doesn't really seem out of the question. They actually could see off the rest of this half flawlessly. The T side has got such a good read on what ENCE are trying to bring to the table. And that's really worrying. When they were going towards Mirage and morale and kind of, I guess, momentum could be at a bit of an all-time low for them. This whole series does start to get very worrying. Quite concerning to be witnessing, but again, it is also a little bit what we advertised when we were coming into this map. We knew that there was a real chance this could happen. I think what's frustrating for me is that it's happening just following the same game plan, it seems, round for ENCE. Just be aggressive down here and then lose the opening fight. This is a different time, though. A little bit of a start here as Madden will pick up the kill on Tenafony. So that's the first time in the last 10 rounds or something that's actually worked for ENCE. And now they're tripling down on the aggression. But when it works, again, there's a reason why they're doing it. It's not just because they're stubborn. It is obviously because it should give you a really good tactical lead in the round. Madden looks like he's going to get checked here, but it won't matter. Hobbit still goes down.
I don't know, drop a smoke as well. Perfect timing.
Wow.
Extinguishes the Molotov just as it plumes. And in doing so now, Cloud9 just have nothing to work with here with those Ram. They may have been forced into a rotation, which is exactly what ENCE want.
Buster. He's got the right idea. It almost looked like there was a little voice in his head that was saying, wait a minute. You didn't check that forward position. And Axal and Shiro, there should be absolutely no way back into this round. Should be impossible. 40 seconds, a 2-on-5 turned into a 2-on-4. You got the bomb down below. You got Axal sort of having to, I think, try to make his way through this part of the map and see if he can open it up for his teammate to join him. And Madden's going to say no. Third kill of the round for him. And now you probably just save the gun.
Yeah.
At least, if not, just not give it over to them. Just don't do it. Wow, yeah, he's going to throw it. They can rebuy it, so it's not really, it's not actually lost at all for Cloud9.
No, that's definitely the good call. Over towards ENCE there, long-term economy is pretty feeble. They've just got nothing left in arrears. So definitely the smart call. Of course, as you mentioned, they can rebuy in. No problems. Hobbit sitting on 6.6k and he's dead. Nafany got 7.4k towards the next round. Buster 8.7. So money for the rest of this half for Cloud9 is not going to be an issue. Same can't be said though for ENCE, even though they win that round. Again, this was the story of Ancient at times where they win rounds, but at what cost? They're pretty expensive. And we're seeing this ENCE side fall down to 2-3 players remaining alive, which has always been a bit of an issue for them. Buying will not affect them in towards this one, but maybe in towards kind of a like a 15th final, it could be somewhat of an issue. They'll be all right. So open play, good to see for both sides. And economy all good in terms of the U2 as well. So, and Cloud9 put it up towards at 9th, and there is the story that we have been hammering home all map long so far. Nafany on entry kills gets Snappy with Madden quick on the trade.
Yeah, sorry Snappy for laughing. It's, you know, it is funny when you see it happen over and over again. And I mean, in another world, you could also say very clearly ENCE came into this map with a particular plan for how to deal with this.
Yeah.
And I guess, you know, just to be a little bit, I guess, kind to ENCE, it's also possible that we don't know how bad things would have got if they would have let go of the A ramp and just defended the A. It's possible that there's an even worse situation on the other side, so we kind of only have half the picture, really. But it does feel like this is kind of what's been blowing up in their faces a lot, is that they're not winning the fight here at the A ramp most of the time. A little bit of a spray, but they still have the man by the sandbags here. It's possible the Nerds could come barreling out. He's been at the B-bomb site the whole time with no fights on his hands, and now he's ready for it. He sprays down one, sets up a grenade. It's going to be catching Shiro and the bomb as well. They needed Nerds here the whole time. That was the plan that was missing. 30 seconds, and he swings out for another kill. Up to a triple now, leaving Buster on his own. 1 versus 2, and he goes down to Sunpayers. 8-7 at the end of the half. Cloud9, they're fine with that. Second half is going to be rough for ENCE. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain? I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready with the second half, second map. It's on Vertigo, kind of the playground of Cloud9. And you're seeing why at the moment they had a brilliant first half on the T side. They did plenty of enough. The CT side, I expect it's going to be even better in ENCE. They had some kind of a game plan, and it just didn't really work out the way they were expecting. It was not completely disastrous. It's kind of hard. You don't want to criticize them too much. It was 8-7, so they definitely did something. But this second half, I don't really believe that ENCE can make it back and get 16 rounds on this T side. I'd be really shocked if they did.
So far, we have had, of the 3 halves we've played, all of them have been 8-7. And Nertz, you know, he's doing his best to really pull ENCE across the line, but I got to agree with you. I really feel like Mirage is looming. 8 rounds on T-side from Cloud9 on Vertigo is really impressive. That in itself is a bit of a statement. But ENCE's been pretty good on the pistol rounds. Let's take a look. Nafany, first contact for him in towards mid. Gets info and falls away. Smart, cool, calm, collected. Doesn't need to overextend.
They're so ready for this mid push. They got 3 people here. Nafany, not even flashed in for it. I mean, he has the only flashbang, so it might be tricky to throw that without getting a little bit of exposed. They're going to try and jump for it. Oh my god, Buster! He shot him mid-air as he was jumping over right through the scaffolding there. And now it's Snappy, 1 versus 4, trying to do something, but he gets absolutely blown up on this one. Oh, that shot from Buster is sick. I think he's... I don't even think he's holding for the jump. He's just holding for the potential peak on the other side. That is really cool.
That's a notch. If you can see a replay of that, I would absolutely love to. But a little slow-mo of that peak would be a beaut. Nafany starts things really well. Oh. He's got to thread the needle of the 2 metal barriers as well, the 2 metal poles. That's a lovely shot from Buster. I got to say, he's been having a lot of impact in terms of his kills. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from him. Really stepping up for Cloud9. Of course, he's sitting 14-11, just 2 shy of Axel at the top. Cloud9 extend their lead to 2 and kickstart their campaign on the CT side very well. Friends, no bomb plant, limited kills coming through. It means they've got nothing to work with in terms of money. Just a few pistols and some util. It's going to be so hard.
It would not be surprising at all here if we end up in a position where Cloud9 just run away with it on the first half. I wouldn't be surprised if this finishes 16-8 or 16-9 or something like that. Hobbit's going to get a kill on Snappy there. Of course, this round, kind of a force-up from the ENCE side. And the fact that it's a force-up and with Tech-9s, I'm surprised that it's not more aggressive. I feel like that's the power of having these pistols, is once you make contact, you just keep fighting, you just keep trying. Madden's going to sneak in a kill. It's very surgical for a Tech-9, but it works. And they're going to get Hobbit as well through the smoke. A random bullet just connects with Nafany on the other side, and they're going to get the bomb plant down. I'm wrong about everything. I take it all back. Axel and Buster in a 2-on-4.
I hold my hands up. I thought this round was going to be so comfortably taken by Cloud9. They're being tested for it. Axel, at range, still finds Nertz. And the big thing is 1 smoke looming in the hands of Axel and a kit in his back pocket. This could be enough to make this work. 1 smoke comes over. There it is, dropped on towards the bomb. They're looking for a fight as well. Some players on the shoulder spots. They need to get someone on the bomb. Axel, he's gone for a very aggressive smoke, not exactly on the bomb itself, and now he can hold it. He's hoping, sticking, he's taking damage. His Madden swings in, and I think he just about has enough time. But does he get dropped on the bomb? Yes, he does, to the hands of D here. They have converted an ego, and what a chaotic round from ENCE.
Absolute madness. You're absolutely. The smoke was really bad to begin with. It's kind of like up half on the crane. There's a huge gap underneath it. And in spite of that, I guess from the angle that Madden was running onto that side with, he was always just trying to knife him. But he can't. He was just gray screen coming out of it. From this position, Diha is able to see a lot more. And the Tech-9 will be able to take him down. That is so close. Just under 2 seconds, I think, on the defuse left there. The second time around, the first time was probably even closer. All right, ENCE pick up a really interesting round. That could really change things a lot.
A quite literal facepalm from Shiro as well. I mean, that is one of those things. I do question that smoke. Sometimes you just think right-click, drop on the bomb, and then just hope for the best from a ninja defuse. We saw it happen a couple of times with Heroic yesterday. Shush did a masterful 1-5-7. Nafany, and he gets away.
Yeah, winning fights on the T and CT side of this one. Don't throw this one away, ENCE. You fought really hard in the last one to pick it up, and if you can win this one, you get another one, you probably bounce to 10-9. You actually have a real crack at it here. Just don't give this one up too easily. A lot of stack on the bomb site. 4 people are there. They don't need to be so hurried, so quick about it, but they are just hurrying onto the bomb site. All right, they're going to take down Nafany. I was going to say, there's still a minute left. You can wait it out. You can try and see if you can take some fights against the pistols at range, but they're going to get the bomb plant down. They have more smokes that they just put up, and they should be able to retreat on back. Should be a very hard retake coming through here for Cloud9. The Buster is making a pretty good crack at it to begin with, and taking down Nuts.
Spamming through, a lot of damage being dealt. In fact, just keeping the C9 side at bay on Tetris. Scout pop shot, no avail. And Snappy spotting one. He doesn't need to overface it. Doesn't need to fight. Because if he does, Bossa can get a kill, and he will do. He will find one. MP9 reclaiming space, and Hobbit will do it. That's a round that ENCE shouldn't be losing, but I think with the defuse, it's still going to be also close. Has he got it? No, is the answer. Fine margins and a quarter of a second on the clock. But ENCE, by the skin of their teeth, get by.
How close was that?
I think, honestly, a quarter of a second. The finest of margins. They are so unfortunate to get that, but ENCE are so fortunate to see that run across the board. I think the big thing we have to talk about this is just the fact that Cloud9 even got that close with the buy that they had.
Sick.
What's up now?
Ooh, Madden getting loud. Okay, all right. I love to see it. You know, Madden, he's definitely been quiet this whole series. Him and Snappy have struggled to have, impact, but I think Madden's been a lot more impactful towards Vertigo. And you can see it vocally, emotionally, feeling good.
I really love it. This is part of what makes Counter-Strike way more enjoyable. When the players, they can shout to affect each other. There is, a little bit of audio bleed probably coming through, even with the headsets and everything else.
Sure.
Oh, man. Tied up game 9-9. They've got that one AK on Hobbit. And that's about it. Hobbit started to make his way back. He had a dreadful start, but he's made up for it now. He's up to 10. I can't believe they won that. I mean, we needed data analysts on it to figure out exactly how close it was, because it did feel like it was really, really tight.
Trippy yesterday as well, Emo 0.01. That was the difference. That will always go down in as one of the most important rounds that's lost. And actually, it's in the fact they lost that map as well.
Yeah.
And of course got knocked out of the RMR. Fine margins, to say the least.
Yeah, 100th of a second to make that work. That's so ridiculous. And the one AK on Hobbit. Going to be hard to defend with this one on your own, no question about it. Pistols out here for Nafany, and he gets run down, and Hobbit's kind of getting close, but again, there's smoke everywhere. You can try and take some shots through, and I mean, you might want to try and do that, but even if you got the headshot, could you actually reclaim the round? And I think he's probably already decided, unless they push, I'm just going to hang around here. So ENCE will take the lead, 10-9. Man, what a weird twist.
Yeah. I mean, different teams have different mindsets in this sort of round specifically as well, where some would look for kills. Oh, Shiro, he looks up the ladder at the worst time, and he's still getting behind. Nope, never mind. No, spot him out. Shiro's going to kick himself. I mean, of course, you only had a USPS, but that's such a brutal one. He spots him just at the worst time. But, some teams have different mindsets about how they approach this round. I think I've seen it quite a lot, especially in Tier 2, where a side in Cloud9's position would just throw everything at that round, not for winning it, just to make it expensive over on the other side, because they know ENCE's economy is going to be in a somewhat dicey state, and even though they win the round, it could force them into more of a Khalil buy rather than anything. But yeah, Cloud9, they're pretty methodical in that one. Just keep hold of what they've got, make sure it's not too inexpensive over towards their side. But yeah, right now, first side hit double digits is ENCE. That was a story over towards Ancients as well, but of course we know how hard fought that one was. At the moment though, it still just, for me, feels like Cloud9 have that edge. When it comes to full buy rounds, they just have something about them that makes them so scary.
Both Nuts and Exile are both at 19 kills, so they're doing pretty well. Buster as well with 17. They've got a couple of players at the moment that are really cracking the scoreboard, but one round gap is nothing to speak of. And now that Cloud9 have picked up some rifles again, very low on the grenades though, which is obviously unfortunate, especially for retakes. And ENCE gonna go and try to execute that same boost. Oh, actually, slightly different areas. They might boost one here and then go and boost on the other side and both go at the same time.
Oh, snappy.
Been done before.
Yeah. Time's ticking, and actually there is only one over here. It's just Axel in towards back boxes. Nobody close. If he falls, that site is completely open.
What a time to put down that smoke, though. If Axel had kept walking, you might have crossed right into the shot of that Galil. Back at the site, and this is where, again, the utility becomes a problem, right? Because if you're back here on the CT side, you probably want a smoke. Because if they Molotov this position, you should be dead. He's got Buster with him. Going to try and put up a little bit of a defensive smoke of his own, and they're crossing into the bomb site. There's finally the smoke at the back. Axel, he's going to go down, and Madden comes charging right through the smoke, and he sprays down Buster and Hobbit both. 2 versus 3 now. And Shiro, he's got that AWP, but he can't really stop the bomb here. Nearly takes down Diha, but he's going to be out of the range of the grenade. And Sampai's, he's going to be fine. Maybe a little bit of a headache, but beyond that, it's not a big problem. More smokes are going up to try and stop the CT, so making their way through. Oh, and Nerds, he finds just the tip of Nafiti's nose. 1 versus 1 with Diha very low on health, but tucked back on the stairs. And he should be fine. Taps the bomb with the kit, and Diha has to move eventually. Not going to really trust it. He actually did fake him out a little bit here, Diha. That's pretty cool. Goes forward. How is he still alive? Shiro! He gets the kill right at the end, and he's back on that defuse. He couldn't have wasted many more seconds, and he would not be able to win the round, but he gets this one. Huge clutch, a huge quad kill from Shiro to get the round.
Just Shiro things, and that's another round as well, which looked at one point unlosable for ENCE. And somehow, some way, they give just too many opportunities over to Shiro. That no-scope alone has won the round, right? If he misses that, he gets dropped, round's done. There's no way he's making that work. And that's a tilter you can kind of see on Snappy's face, and of course, just all along ENCE. That one really will come back to bite them potentially. Timeout called by Cloud9, their 2nd out of 4 used, as we're all tied square, 10 apiece. And right now, a couple of individuals really starting to run away. Despite Nertz's topping the scoreboard in the entire server, ENCE are just looking a little bit shaky. We're not seeing anybody support him where he needs to. And as a B anchor as well, I think he's been doing quite a good job on the CT side. Now, when we've seen him on T side, again, entry kills really solid from him, but he still needs a little bit more support.
Yeah, that last round is probably one that ENCE, they could end up going back to look at and say, that's when we gave up the chance to really win the map, because there's a very, very good shot at it there. The 2 versus 1 against Shiro with the bomb planted, the fact that they actually burned Axel out of the corner, and the double kill for Madden to come through the smoke to start the whole thing with. Although this is looking very, very good. Snappy, that must feel like a bit of cosmic justice that he took down Nafiti in such a way, because that's been happening the entire first half. So he gets a little bit of revenge. You like to see it.
To mention, just prior to that kill, Snappy was 2 and 8 in opening kills. So, that must be just such a sigh of relief over to a Snappy. Now after 3, Nafiti will drop. And in doing so, Cloud9 actually falls into a bit of an awkward call. How do they play this? Do they group up over towards the A side and kind of hope that they continue to force their way out ramp? They just play a 2-2 split, and what they've gone for is a little bit of a grouping over towards A side, leaving one towards mid and just out of Axel over towards B. But if you're going to leave anybody over towards his side, it would be one of the best rifles in the world.
With the UMP though, that's a little bit questionable. He's going to be good for the 1, and actually got enough time for Shiro to just get into position. The bomb is on the ground, so they are just committed to it. Shiro, he missed a shot. That doesn't happen a lot right now. He's going to get another crack at it here, and Madden just goes straight down. Shiro's ready for it, and look at how he's handling it. Every shot he misses, he's back around the corner. They cannot hunt him down. All on Sampai's 1 versus 3, but they line up for him. Oh no! Hobbit's on the other side of the E-box, and now there's a little bit of danger here. Sampai's just walked in and crouched down beneath. He's got 24 seconds still, and he's waiting for it. Bomb not in his possession right now. He's given up on the objective, instead out hunting for Hobbit. In 15 seconds, he's going to go back and pick it up now. Oh, he runs, fakes a bit of noise, and he gets the headshot. What a clutch from the Spanish player. The last in the tournament that we've got, but what a time to come alive for him.
Oh, that is monstrous. Oh, what a round. What a time for some players to step up. He struggled to have form in towards Vertigo. He struggled to really make an impact in towards this game, and he's picked his moments, and my God, has he delivered. ENCE needed a savior. They needed an angel, and it's the Spaniard who comes up with a monstrous 1 versus 3. That is brilliant. And as well, it's such a committal play to take that fight on towards Hobbit. It's such a risk. He's picked up the bomb. That's been heard. And then, if he falls flat there, even there was a world in which timing could have caught them in a rough position. If Hobbit had tucked his head, then he has to make an awkward decision. Does he hunt the fight, or does he go for the bomb plant? And you look at the face as Hobbit, full tilt. And I would be too. That is such a rough one to lose. But for ENCE, Oh my God, what a round for them to take to keep the lead in their favor by just one round.
And it cracked the economy on the Cloud9 side as well. Oh, it's so crazy. Yeah, Hobbit almost just sliding out of his chair behind that loss. 1 versus 3. They double peak him to begin with. And again, that's, I mean, it's not probably, it's definitely a mistake for Cloud9. Again, there's no, he has to pick up the bomb. He has to go and plant the bomb. And he's alone. You could have definitely played that differently, but hindsight's 2020. Well, let's just see. A little bit of a push towards the ramp. They're all USPs except for Buster, who's got the Deagle. They're going to get smoked off right now. They want to push it right into the SMG, and that's a pretty good hold so far. Snappy, he comes back with the Glock, and they're going to be able to withstand a little bit of aggression down at the bottom of the ramp, so a 12-10 scoreline. Truth is, in spite of how shaky it may look, ENCE are 4 rounds away from sending Cloud9 into the last chance qualifier and sending themselves into the major.
Yeah, and just to mention as well, in the LCQ, there is FaZe, Bait, Falcons, Aurora, and Big waiting. I mean, that in itself, only one team out of Aurora, Big, FaZe, Bait, and Falcons, and then, of course, one of these two sides will be making it to the major. Nobody wants to drop down there, but, of course, somebody's got to do it. Right now, advantage ENCE. 2 rounds ahead of Cloud9, 4 rounds away from making their way towards France. It is such a monumental time. And on Vertigo as well, a map in which Cloud9 have kind of made their home ground. Yes. This would be something.
Look at Snappy. He's just so tenacious. In spite of the fact that he's had a dreadful time the entire map playing on this, both on the T and the CT side, he's just back here anyway with a MAC-10. And you know what? If he could find out the Nafany or Exile here, without the lack of head armor, it might be something. It's so close. Nafany, he's almost got that one. Now they're going to be backing up just a bit. Nice grenade deep on there. Madden's taking a lot of attention. They're right behind him, though, so this isn't some sort of fake. Flashed out and back around. I'm actually a little bit surprised that they're not at least trying to control the rest of the map here for ENCE. 45 seconds now, and they are going to go back and look. They are worried that someone snuck down middle or maybe pushed out of the B-bomb site. Yeah, they don't have time, though. They just have to commit to it now.
Diha leading the charge. Nafany tucked in towards sandbags. So far, most of the kills, whether it's for him or against him, and opening have gone its way. This time it will be 4. Nafany for a double. Diha trades him out with a Molotov, and in the flames, he does enough just to pump the brakes on ENCE.
Only 20 seconds now, and there's already a 3-man setup. This should be on lockdown. This should be good. Shiro nearly caught jumping, but he's going to get the shot anyway. Snappy taking out Buster and very low on health is Hobbit in the corner there. 1 bullet and he should be dead, but it won't matter. Stands his ground and takes down Snappy. And Sunpius, he can't do anything. We'll have to back on out of there and try and save the AWP. So Cloud9, good hold on that one. Definitely a couple of scary moments, but I think ENCE kind of got locked into an attack pattern on the A-bomb side. By the time they kind of realized, wait a minute, we haven't done anything on the rest of the map. They only have 45 seconds and they don't want to run back to check everything. So I think it felt a little bit telegraphed that they were going to come to this A-bomb side. I've seen you were Cloud9, you saw it coming a long ways away.
Yeah. We've spoken a lot about Snappy as well in terms of those opening duels, but the same argument has been made towards Nafany and Sun. Snappy's been part of 12 opening duels, where for Nafany, 16. 8 of them he's won, 8 of them he's lost. So that in itself, monstrous. I mean, he has been so committed to one cause, finding opening duels, and win or lose, walking away with some information. Axel will spot out 1 over towards stairs. The buy over towards ENCE is somewhat questionable considering Madden in towards 8, Heck 9, a Galil for Nerds, an AK for Snappy, but no util for him to work with. This is a do or die round. They need Diha, Sunpius, Snappy with those premium rifles to find some serious kills.
Easy little grenade to be dunked down. If you're new to the game, you might think it's not a lot of damage, but it does turn the M4A1 into a one-shot headshot when they're down to what Snappy and Diha is, and that is all the difference in the world at a top level. That one click and they just delete it makes a difference.
I think depending on the range, when I say anything shy of 91, would make things awkward. Diha doesn't care. The AK, 1 bullet headshot, no matter what damage being dealt. Snappy will find one of his own, but Shiro quick on the trade.
They need some smokes here to get rid of him. Shiro hasn't really missed a lot of shots, but some pairs instead. He'll get the trade. Hobbit in the middle to take down Nerds. That's pretty huge. Now a 2 versus 2. Bomb is planted and still plenty of time on the clock. Nafany looking right at the edge. He's got the kit in his back pocket. Hobbit is there as well. And let's see if they could do to set it up. They have a smoke as well, so if you get pushed too far back now, Sunpace is not down on the stairs. I think that's really important. He's up close to get the kill. The swing, it should have been it, but it's Sunpace instead to get another round for himself. 3 kills right there, and you can tell the pain in their faces on Cloud9. They are feeling the pressure right now. They do not want to go down to that last chance qualifier, but they're being pushed there by ENCE round for round.
They are really starting to feel it now. This is not looking good. I mean, they're a side who are usually pretty unemotive as all things stand, but you can see it. There's no hiding how Cloud9 are feeling. ENCE are putting pressure to him, and they are taking this game to him as well. 2 top 10 sides in the world. Really brawling it out here on Vertigo. The buy over towards Cloud9 makes matters worse. Just upgraded pistols. And ENCE, they're 3 rounds away from the all-elusive 16.
Crazy scenes that are happening here at the RMR. I was not expecting it. Flash set up. They are thinking, you know what, if they're pushing middle. Oh, wait a minute, Shiro. He was not looking happy earlier. Axel's going to get a kill as well, but will get dunked on with the grenade. They're all starting to show up in this fight. You've got to be so careful. Madden's just out in the open, and you know you're going to get swung on time and time again. They are hunting down Sunpace. He's doing a really fine job staying alive. He did get a couple of kills there and almost hunting it. Nuts. The bomb is out there, and he knows where they are. And even in a 1 versus 2, they do not have armor, and they don't have a lot to work with here. He should still have a crack at winning this one. But let's see. AK on the other side on Buster. He's praying and dreaming of that one-shot headshot against Nerds. Oh, and there we go. He manifested it. It's going to be a wrap for Cloud9. They're back into it. That opens everything up.
This is such a good game of Counter-Strike. I feel for those who are missing it. This is how you play Vertigo at a top level. It is so back and forth. Nobody has the edge over each other, but you got to come back to it. How are ENCE losing that round? ENCE, once again, and this actually has been a little bit of a reoccurring theme this entire series. ENCE, against low buy rounds, just have this mental block where their approach to it is so poor. And if they had the same approach against full buys, they'd be fine.
At least from the outside, it looks like they've been gripped by this feeling that they have to keep fighting. And yeah, sometimes the answer is you don't. You're up against pistols, you've got like 1 minute and 20 seconds left. There's not a lot of need for it, though. You have to hold the phone once again. They've lost 2 players. It's just pistols on the T side. For Cloud9's point of view, you can ask the same question. Why are they fighting this round and getting blown up? Sunplayers charging him down. Buster is in trouble, and he's going to get blown up. Diha with the kill. Axile, it's all on him. He must bring this back. The Molotov, that's not going to help him. Grenade out on top. It's going to do a bit of damage. If he can win this one, he is the hero for the team. There's no question about it. It's going to get them fired up. But if he loses it instead, we might not see Cloud9 again for a while here. Axile just trapped in the corner. Going to be up there. Nuts with the headshot. I can't believe it. ENCE with just pistols. They bring it back and they are suffocating Cloud9 right in front of our eyes. Witnesses are everywhere, but they don't care.
What just happened? Back-to-back ecos coming through both sides, struggling against the pistols, but this time it's to Cloud9's demise. What a round for them to convert. That is huge. And yet another face bomb from Shiro, and I feel his pain. How is that one falling south? 14-12, and Cloud9 have made one of the ballsiest calls I've seen so far. They are full buying into this, and all a FAMAS, a UMP and pistols. This is insane.
I imagine there's nothing but question marks in the stream chat while this is going on. People just got to be wondering for the last 3 or 4 rounds. It's just been all over the place. Madden goes down. Nafany, he wants to swing it back. Oh, right, there we go. Snappy's going to be able to take him down. Can we get off the crazy train at this point? Can we get off this wild ride and just have a normal round where the people with rifles actually win? Nerds is going to be stepping in. The UMP out there on Axile looks like he's going to get shot in the back. And I mean, Nerds, he's let himself off the hook. He's gone wild. He's already at 26 kills. Going to get 27 right here and probably win the round. This should be it. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Cloud9 are hunting aggressively on this one, because if they don't have enough, they can't rebuy these rifles. Even if it's just one from us and one AWP, it's absolutely better than nothing, which is what they're going to end up having here if it keeps going. It's going to be 15-12. There's nothing Shiro could do about this. ENCE are 1 round away from qualifying to the major.
And picking up the AWP there again for Shiro basically confirms that he's not going to give this round a go. It's the right call. He's going to stick around, though. He's looking for maybe a consolation kill here or there. Not going to be given anything. And that has ended up to 15 on Cloud9's map pick. It's Vertigo, a map in which we've already been talking about. The narrative, of course, whenever anybody plays against Cloud9 is that this is Cloud9's map. This is the map in which they are the best team in the world at right now, or arguably one of. And it's 15-12, and one more round, and ENCE go to the major. And they knock Cloud9 into the LCQ.
It's just absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Nerds having himself a disgusting couple of maps. No one is surprised. You said it earlier, ranked 3rd so far, and gunning for more. He could end up ranking even higher behind this. 15-12, the scoreline. And Cloud9 need a miracle, maybe a couple of them, to be perfectly honest here, to get back into it. Shiro, he did steal the AWP into the next round, but beyond that, Deagle, CZ75, MP9, and a UMP to try and recover this absolutely disastrous string of rounds that we've been witnessing. And it's been on all sides. Don't get me wrong, ENCE have given up a couple of their own. Axel, it's not the M4 that you normally have to peek that corner. It's real risky to try and do it. And ENCE, they might just do this. They might just follow through on the attack. They've been feeling pretty good about this B bomb site. Even if it's been hit and missed, they're still going to try and go for it. The aggression is here, and this isn't a fake. They are following through. Axel through the smoke. He's got blown up already, and now it's a 4-on-5. So Pyjamas is going to follow through. Cloud9, they're down to 3 men, and just getting spammed through the smoke. Shiro, he's found no space for this AWP. He hasn't been able to fire it yet, because everything is on fire at this bomb site. Madden might be low, but it might be enough. Tag through the pillar at the back. I don't think it's going to make a difference here. They do not have a defuse kit. They have got no grenades. ENCE, this is a 99% round. So Pyjamas gets the one, and there we go. 16-12. ENCE, they've qualified for the major and have sent Cloud9 down into that LCQ. And absolutely crazy scenes. Diha, if you're not on this emotional train with him, you're not human. What a performance from ENCE.
What a performance, and a few individuals, and it's that man on your screen there, Nerds. Another monstrous game from him, and Cloud9 just could not find a way to shut this man down. 28-17. Nerds has gone back-to-back. He drops 34 kills map number 1, 28 kills map number 2, and Cloud9 have been sent into the LCQ. What a moment this is for ENCE. Just to remind everybody as well, ENCE started off the RMR 0-2. They lost both their best of ones, and they went down to the O2 bracket, and they had to fight from elimination. Best of 3s all the way, backs against the wall, pressure like no other, and they survive.
OG did it in the other group, right? And now ENCE are here mirroring that kind of performance. It's just very, very impressive. And again, more so through the lens of the fact that the second map is on Vertigo, which again, we've said multiple times, probably Cloud9 could be one of the best teams in the world at playing the map, but not today. Some really crazy mistakes being made, really on both sides. And you could see what it means on their faces here. On both sides, I'm sure Cloud9, and you could, I mean, all the way through, what a struggle it was. This is absolutely wild. What a day.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not even done yet, but
I know. It feels like it. What a series. I actually feel for those who missed out on watching, especially that Vertigo game. Even OT and towards Ancient, that was a story in itself. But that Vertigo game was chaos. From start to finish, there was no telling who was going to take that one. And it looked like at the turn of the half, 8 rounds on T-side for Cloud9. That looked like it was going to be all she wrote, but look what it means to them. Look what it means. Nerds has been trying for years with Endpoint, time after time, putting up monstrous performances, and he would be let down. His teammates wouldn't show up, and they couldn't quite close it out. And for Nerds, it's always been that one dream of, can he make it to a major? And when it matters most, at an RMR, the first time Nerds been on an RMR, and he does it with ENCE. I mean, and to come from O2 as well, that in itself, you've got to feel from him. And for Guy, I love him.
This is what we keep coming back for, right? And for Cloud9 too. I'm sure when they go back to practice again and keep it up, it's to try and avoid this from ever happening again.
Yeah.
And if you're Nerds, you'll remember this day for the rest of your life. There's no question about it.
This is why we watch Counter-Strike, right? This is why we watch, why we play, why we dedicate our lives to this game for moments like this. I mean, you've really got to feel for the guy. He has been grinding, dedicating his life to one thing, to qualify for a major, and he's done it at the final ever CSGO major.
Like
that itself is huge.
As well, breaking out of the tier 2 scene into the tier 1 scene, you don't know if you have that one crack at it, and it could be sort of, you know, a quick pop in and you disappear. That happens to plenty of players, right? So punching through the wall and showing, you know what, it wasn't just sort of one-time thing. We've made it to the major, we've qualified. You think about how many top tier teams already have not qualified, already been sent packing. It's wild, isn't it? So yeah, I can understand why they're having this kind of an experience.
And D here too as well, right? I mean,
normally a very stoic figure. I feel like you don't always get to see him react a lot either to victories or losses. But yeah, that one hit really hard for him. What a great story this is. Qualified our ENCE, and that, yeah, the relief must be unbelievable.
Yeah, relief for them, all right, of course. But you look towards these teams now lurking in the wings. We have the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, and now we've confirmed our teams that are there. Aurora, Big, FaZe, Bait, Falcons, and Cloud9. Only one team out of those. You've got Cloud9 and FaZe. That itself is monstrous. Then Big on top of that, and then you've got the tier 2 teams who can always cause an upset. Yeah. This LCQ, the fact that only one team is going to be coming through, it's going to be unbelievable. And we do have the teams. Falcons are going to be taking on Big, FaZe taking on Aurora, and Bait taking on Cloud9. And like we mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, only one of those teams on the 6 will be making it.
It's crazy. Obviously, the team that probably stands as the most people here is going to be FaZe.
Yes.
But every team has their own story, right? Cloud9, it'd be devastating if they don't make it. I think for Falcons, with Kenny and MBK over on that side, obviously they want to do it. Big were destined to play a lot better here. They looked like they were. And for Bait and Aurora, it would just be the most shocking upset if they were one of the 2 teams to make it out. That would really sort of confirm this whole story of the tier 2 teams coming through and doing well. And they have been playing well, so I'm not going to count anybody out in this. I think all of the teams here have some sort of way to get there, but obviously this is hell on earth right now for everybody that's down there.
Yeah, exactly that. We have a chance to speak with ENCE as well. Just go and check this winner's interview out.
Nerds, emotions. You could see it on all of your faces. How are you feeling?
I don't think like words can describe my feelings. I don't know. Honestly, like I want to cry. That's all. Like I'm so happy for myself, for my team.
Let's talk about yourself a little bit there. That best of 3 was crazy from you. You were just hitting shot after shot after shot. Was it all because you knew it was on the line? You were at that point, it was like, this is my opportunity to do it?
I mean, last time I played against them, it was ESL Pro League. I didn't have confidence. I think like I played bad in this game, and I said to the guys, if I will play good, it's gonna be the X factor. We're gonna win this game, and it's happened. Yeah.
You're at the major now. Of course, you've got a little bit of time to prep. Does this fill you with a lot of confidence? Are you guys going to be able to make it further and further? Have you got that hunger to win the entire thing?
I mean, I believe that we can actually win the major. Maybe like some people will say like what you say, but I really believe in these players. It was really hard for us in the best of 1 to go because like you don't have room for mistakes. You cannot do everything, and like in best of 3, you actually showing what you can do.
Well, I'm going to let you get back to the team now, man, but congratulations once again. Hell of a performance. Really looking forward to see what you guys can do. Thanks.
It's always good to see those sort of interviews, just honest, open, and for Nerds, we can just see on his face and his voice what that means to him. And I'm going to continue to harp on about it, but that's another kind of alumni coming through from UK Counter-Strike, proving that they can play at the top level. You know, it took us to the final major, but we're no longer a meme.
I think in that slow motion shot, you actually see the moment Dia stands up and his lips are just trembling a little bit. Yeah. What a great, fantastic piece of video. I'm so excited.
Run. Look at that. Started off 0-2. Monte beat them 6-11. That was a huge upset in itself.
Reverse sweeped it.
Yeah,
They lost no maps to get back into it.
That's crazy. And you've got to give so much credit. The iNation game, of course, bit of a stomp. 16-0 map number 1, it was sort of expected. But they didn't get pushed the distance on that second map, and there was a world in which things could go south. But for ENCE, what a story. And I think it's actually even more impressive than the likes of OGs just because of how badly things looked at the start and how strong they looked at the end too.
You know what? 500 game was very tough. 500 proved to be a really tough team to break down. And obviously beating Cloud9 at the end here is just the icing on top. What a day. I really can't believe it. This is so great. Yeah, I feel like every time we have a major, and I say this every year basically, but we know we're going to convert so many more people. If it's your first time watching and you're like, ooh, what this Counter-Strike stuff's about. I mean, this is what it is about. And this is why it's been going on for more than 10 years now. And obviously beyond that, Counter-Strike for a lot longer than that. We do have a little bit of a look at the bracket, I think, as well. We obviously have some of the hardest matches are still to come in terms of the emotions and in terms of the heartbreak, right? This is where it gets really real for some of these teams when it comes to the LCQ.
Yeah, no, exactly that, of course. This is the story of kind of how we got to where we are now. FORZE, NIP, and ENCE, of course, all showing what they're about in towards today's action. Of course, their losers then drop in towards the last chance qualifier. Falcons versus Big, FaZe versus Aurora, and Bait versus Cloud9. Those games will be starting in approximately an hour. And it's going to get very spicy. That FaZe versus Aurora and then Bait versus Cloud9 games will be on simultaneously, and they'll be coming up next. Falcons taking on Big will be our final game of the day later on. It's a late finish for those two, but a needed one.
It really is. It's going to be such a fantastic end to the day. You don't want to miss this. What a great day. I really, I've enjoyed this one. Really, really lucky to be seeing this kind of stuff, and obviously a historic moment for some of these teams as well.
It's been a pleasure, right? I mean, this is kind of why we cast Counter-Strike, to have these sort of moments, to see these sort of raw emotions. You don't really get this anywhere else. And like we're saying, if you're new around here, stick around, because this is only the beginning. We've got Counter-Strike 2 just around the corner, and these sort of storylines will continue. But ladies and gentlemen, from myself and Anders, we are going to take a little break. We've got about an hour until the next game starts. The last chance qualifier, 6 teams vying for 1 spot left out of challenger space, and that includes teams like FaZe, Big, Cloud9, and the rest, and the French hopefuls of Falcons. We're going to throw us onto a break. We'll see you all very soon.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
23 teams qualified, spread across the Legends, Challengers and Contenders stage throughout the Americas, throughout Europe, throughout Asia, and now the last RMRs of the 2023 season and CSGO's history is almost complete. One spot remains inside of the last chance qualifiers, and you've got 6 teams battling it out for it in a single wheeling best of 3. Oh, it all comes down to this one, Jackie. I cannot wait for these first few games.
No, it's sick, man. Like, the way the bracket was already filling out was leaving us thinking, okay, these are some big names, right? FaZe Clan down there. Now we've got even more huge organizations joining them, Cody.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy, right? Here's going to be your 3 games of the day. Of course, over on the B stream, you got your boys for your final one on the B stream, being Bait versus Cloud9. Then you got Aurora and FaZe kicking off over on the A stream, and Big Falcons to round out the day over there as well. These are your 6 teams who are battling out for that final challenger spot. My God, there's a world in which FaZe and Cloud9 don't make it to the major.
And I think that's the insane talking point, right? 2 teams that have really been able to find incredible heights in Counter recently might not even make it there. For FaZe, it would be a disaster. Everything would have gone wrong. For the players as well, it would be absolutely soul-crushing, right? You've been waiting a week here in Copenhagen to not make a big display. That would be terrifying.
Well, let's have a look at some of those teams that were able to get it across the line when needed. Here are your Legends teams. Heroic, Na'Vi, Furia, Fnatic, Bad News Eagles and Into the Breach, joined by 9. You'll notice there is one kind of question mark spot there in the form of Monte or Vitality. That best of 3 is going to be played out tomorrow due to the fact that inside of RMRB, there is one less spot for the Legends. So an interesting game there. You're not going to want to miss it. And of course, rounded out by the remaining challengers as well towards the bottom.
And let's have a look. Let's see how that bracket is starting to fill out then, obviously, because it's been damn competitive and it's only going to get a whole lot harder. So this is what it affects. Monte versus Vitality. You can progress to be Legends, or you will go down towards the Challengers. Obviously, for Vitality, if they make it as Legends, you already guarantee that you will be in the arena in Paris. And I think for them, that's going to be such an upward draft of momentum.
Yeah, they're going to really want that. Of course, French-owned organization being able to represent the banner at the final CSGO major in Paris. What an opportunity that will be, but what an amazing upset it would be if Monte are able to do it and get themselves to Legend. Wouldn't it be the first update that, the first upset that we would have seen across the RMRs? Let's have a look at those challenger teams though. The teams who were indeed still able to make it to the major, just not the Legend spot. Still very important to be there. OG, Gamer Legion, Maus, Apex, FORZE, NIP, G2, ENCE, Greyhounds, Mongols, Pain, Complexity, Team Liquid, Fluxo, and 2 remaining spots, of course. One from that kind of final best of 3 tomorrow between Vitality and Monte, and now one more from the LCQs as well.
I think that's the bit that makes it so hard, because the Challengers playoffs is very intense. You're basically looking at a gauntlet run through these best of 3 single elimination bracket, right? And that's terrifying when you look at some of the names and the draws we've got. Big Falcons, Aurora, FaZe, Bait versus Cloud9. Boy, oh boy, Cody, this is very spicy down here.
It is indeed. Of course, it's not all over once you've won your first BO3. Then you qualify for stage 2, which can be played out tomorrow. 2 best of 3s to decide it. If you are the team with the highest difficulty score that qualifies, you get instant clarification and classification to the next point. You do not have to go through that first best of 3. You only need to play 1 tomorrow. It's such a benefit, but there is a chance for that lower bracket, air quotes, run. Only one team's going to make it to Challengers, 5 teams, and a lot of damn people upset and sent home.
Yeah, incredible stuff, but we'll bring it back and start to laser focus more on the series we have here as the teams arrive and set themselves up to attempt to surprise Bait versus Cloud9, Cody, and you've got Bait on your screens. This is a team that I think has really found a new set of fans in Counter-Strike, right? People have got their eyes on them now. They want to see them do well. Captain Kirker there, flying the flag high for the roster. He had so many people crying out on social saying, we absolutely love this man on the first day of the RMRs back in A.
Yeah, he was absolutely fantastic, and that doesn't take anything away from the rest of the squad. That is a bait rain mac in the background.
Hell
and
yeah.
I
Look
want
at
one of
this.
those. That is cold. I love that. It might even be a flag, as a matter of fact. I'm not sure what it is, but either way, it looks damn sick. So do these 5 players as well. They weren't able to get it over the line inside of regulation for RMR A. They made it to that 2-0 bracket, but then squandered the 3 opportunities they had in best of 3s. One against Fnatic, the next against Into the Breach, and then against Apex. Look at that screen. Fnatic and Into the Breach going all 3 maps, and look at the 2 teams they beat in best of 1s. Virtus Pro and Mouse, my God, upset City. But yeah, when it come down to best of 3s, it was just too much of a tall order. That Apex game as well, we covered. That first map of Vertigo going to, what was it, a double OT, triple OT? It was crazy.
It was like 3 OT, yeah. It was absolutely ridiculous, right? And the individuals were all showing up. I think towards the end, Apex, they just had a bit more left in the tank. It really did feel like what was affecting it was momentum rather than anything else. But we've spoken a lot about bait. Let's give them an opportunity to speak for themselves. We caught up with Wrinkle. Let's check out the interview.
Wrinkle, man, thank you very much for joining me. You've had a bit of time to reflect off last week. Just talk me through how you and your team's feeling.
We're feeling good, but personally, I don't feel good because I'm ill. So yeah, and we will try to just play our default game, and that's it. Yeah.
And talk me through Cloud9 as well, right? You now know you're coming against them. You wouldn't have had any time really to prepare for them specifically, just because of, you know, these matches only got released like an hour ago. So what's the preparation coming in towards the LCQ?
We have no preparation. We will just try to make a snowball versus them, and we'll try to end somehow, like clutches, and that's it. So yeah, I think we'll just try to fight till the end, and that's it, yeah.
And talk me through the LCQ as well, right? There's a lot of big teams there. FaZe, Big, Cloud9, a lot of heavy hitters. For you guys, what's the confidence level coming in towards this tournament? Of course, you want to make it towards Paris, but how confident are you feeling?
Personally, I don't really care who to play against, and I think my team is also. So yeah, I think that's it. We'll just play, and
Okay, man. Well, thank you very much for joining me. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Wow. In his last matchup, he went head-to-head versus Stiko, the icon from early there for Wrinkle. They played against each other many, many moons ago, finally had the rematch, and after the game, he was told personally by Stiko, you will make it to the major, you've got a chance still, and maybe this could be it. But their opposition, Cody, it's Cloud9. Couldn't have been a harder draw, really.
No, it really couldn't have. Out of everyone that you wanted to go up against from RMRB, this is probably the one squad you wanted to avoid. Instead, though, it's the draw they've been dealt, and it's what they need to overcome to stay alive and have that chance at the major. Let's have a look at this entire squad. I mean, they're absolutely crazy. They did have a very off game just a few hours ago, or about an hour ago. And yeah, they didn't look themselves, which is certainly a concern, but a buff if you're a bait fan.
Yeah, it might be. We did actually catch up with Hobbit as well, so we'll see if he has any words that give us a bit more confidence.
Hobbit, thank you very much for joining me, man. Of course, commiserations to be in towards the LCQ. Give me your thoughts and your feelings in the team, right? It must be kind of pretty rough, but how do you mentally bounce back from that loss? Now you've got to play another game here in the last chance qualifiers.
I mean, of course, it's a bit sad, but still, I'm staying calm. I believe, I don't know, I have a confidence that we're going to go through. It happens. I mean, ENCE a really great team. They did really great, and especially Nerds, he just out-shooted us, you know?
And talking to me about bait, I mean, they're not a familiar opponent. You guys, I don't know how many times you've even played them all that much. So how do you come in and kind of prepare and get ready for a side like bait who you maybe don't play so regularly?
You know, I don't know how to say it, to be honest. In total, we're just gonna try to play our game. I mean, we still have a chance. As I said, I have a feel that we're gonna go through. I'm pretty sure about that. I'm confident. We just need to play step by step, game by game, and try to shine.
And of course, for you guys as well, we know that the ENCE game was pretty upsetting, but you guys generally feel confident. And coming in towards the LCQ, there's FaZe, there's Big, there's some other, you know, pretty notable names waiting. Do you ever feel kind of the pressure at all, or for you guys, are you confident coming in?
I don't think that we have pressure. It's I don't know. I didn't ask like everyone, but I believe that everyone was ready and really angry. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Yeah.
We love the same, man. Final question, just for you personally. You know, when you come off the back of a loss like that, and obviously it means quite a lot, what do you personally do and do you recommend to other people to do to kind of, you know, level your head, calm down and get ready for the next game? What's kind of your routine? You've had like an hour-and-a-half break. What do you do to kind of level your head?
You know what? We have still a chance. I mean, we are the team who can beat every team in the world. It doesn't matter what team. It depends how we're gonna play. So that's why I'm calm. You know, everything can happen, of course, and we can win easily or we can lose, and everything can happen. You just need to believe to yourself and to play. Never give up, never.
Never give up and believe in yourself. Good words to live by, I would say. Playing their own game coming into this one as well, incredibly important, especially off the back of that last one against ENCE. Bottom of your screen right now, this might look a little bit familiar. And, well, you wouldn't be mistaken. This is the exact same veto that Cloud9 just had into that ENCE matchup. Ancient, Vertigo, Mirage, the exact same order. Oh, my God, we might be getting a repeat. But... oh, I'm excited for this one, Jackie. There's a lot on the line for both of these two teams. Hobbits seem confident, though, which is actually scary if you're a Bait fan, right?
It really, really is. But we'll delve into this a little bit later on. For now, let's have a quick look at the predictions and see how it's been going on the pick'ems for the old talent, Cody.
0? Oh, this is the reset. Yeah, sorry, I was about to say I am not on
LCQ,
0.
it's all different now.
LCQ, it's all new. I've got to go for back-to-back. RMRB, I topped it out. Yeah, this is looking like everyone's favouring FaZe for the first one, with the exception of yourself. You're a crazy man, but I'm here for it. But we are repping Bait along with Harry as well. It's really split between that final game of Big and Falcons, all to play for between these 6 teams. Oh, I really want to get started, but before we do, we are going to chuck it to a short break. When we are back, it will be the best of 3 between Cloud9 and Bait. Both teams with single letters, single numbers in their name. Who's going to come out on top? Find out after this.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Coldzera. But is Coldzera old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Bait versus Cloud9, a best of 3 that we've been waiting a week for, as Bait first debuted back in EU RMRA. They've been waiting a while, but what has changed for this roster? Do they have any new tricks up their sleeves going into a best of 3 that really is the be-all and end-all of their bracket run now for either of these two squads, Cody?
Yep, it's certainly going to be an uphill battle for the Bait squad. There's no question about it. They're going up against Cloud9, team that are currently 5th in the world. Yes, they've had their struggles inside of RMR Group B, but this is going to be the first time that these two opponents are facing off against each other, so anything could happen. Bait, they looked pretty damn good inside of RMRA. Couldn't get it over the line on the best of 3s. But now this is where it all matters. They need to find this one to keep themselves in it inside of the LCQ, and Hobbit is going to be looking for the opener to be able to stifle any opportunity that they have. Instead, he gets dinked down, taken down by Alex666, and the swing from Shiro simply not good enough. B bomb site completely lost.
Axile trades back and Buster gets involved with the action as well. So from what was a good opener for Bait with a bomb being planted, it's quite quickly fallen out of their favor. Nafany as well strikes against the Devil as he raises hell into the pistol, and it's all on Onar. Doesn't even get a chance.
Yeah, round's done. Really clean from Cloud9 there, losing Hobbit off the middle of the boost. There we go, the vibes already. This is much better considering what we saw from them towards the tail end of the ENCE game, right? They were smashing desks, you name it.
I do wonder if Shiro is literally saying, like, the pillow made the difference. It looked like that's almost what
pillow
it was.
Pillow buff.
Because obviously he's whipped out the pillow now.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, bud. The pillow punisher. Main man Shiro. He shut it down. Oh, happy about the one tap. All right. Hell yeah. Cloud9 with the energy back in their camp then, it seems.
Of course, off the back of that, though, we do see Bait being able to fall by, basically off the back of this one, forced by Galil's across all 5. It's going to be quite a hard round for Cloud9 to be able to win here, but if they begin dinking up players off the nades, they might be able to do some work.
And Unicorn there, finally coming in with the odds as well. Ooh, Cloud9, miles ahead. They will be on Cloud9 with that prediction. We'll see, though, if that'll work out. Right now, it seems to be leading us to believe that way. Off the back of the pistol, but Onar again fighting for cave control, and he is owning. Fair enough then.
Yeah, the IGL are going to be able to find that nice opening pick here. Really gives them an opportunity over towards this B-bomb site, and they do have this 4-man setup so far. A single lurking player over towards mid, who now begins their rotation. Alex on the back lines, looking to back them up. And Buster's the only one here. The smokes are pluming on every single angle. We don't see this rotate from Cloud9 as of yet. Now with the bomb being planted by Amster, you've got to think that Cloud9 have got to pull the trigger here. Instead, we're still seeing people on the slow rotates round from A.
Arriving on the scene now, the Cloud9 cavalry taking their time, clearing out these awkward off angles as well, but the bomb about halfway ticked as the first push comes in. It's Axile, the stab with the SMG, looks to clear the angle and a jump as well, but Captain Kirkar, this man always looks so damn good, and already here he's starting it off with a good foot forward. Shiro forced into the save, but can he find exits?
Going to be able to find Wrinkle. High HP player, if he swings on the angle, might be able to take down Onar as well. If he escapes with his life off the back of the bomb, he does not. Quite expensive for the T side there, but they secure the round. Certainly going to help them out. Galil's now going to be dropped over to a couple of those players who did die, just to allow Bait to have a say here. We're not... I'm kind of not surprised by this at all. We see the bomb going down and then Bait finding an opening pick. I mean, it kind of decided the round as soon as it started, but Cloud9, they're still going to force into this one pretty damn heavily as well. We're seeing a CZ and a Deagle on Hobbit and Buster respectively, with fully automatics on the remaining 3.
I think it's also the fact that Onar seems to really like playing these T-side overpasses. It feels like they've got a lot of depth to their strat book. He keeps it very dynamic in the way they approach it, usually round by round. And that could be something that's quite hard to contend with. You know, the depth of the Tier 2 scene, the amount of games you're forced to play, you do build up a lot of plays to fall back on in the old strat book.
Nafany looking to destroy those plays with the early swing. which not worked out in his favour so far. Smoke go down to be able to delay that cave push. Damage going to be dealt, but he's not privy to it. A little bit of spam through Red Room as well to tag Amster down to 82 HP. Off angle being held here from Shiro. Little Cubby being held, takes down one, looks for the second, going to get traded back by Alex though. Axel going to be able to back him up to try to bring us now to a man advantage, leading towards the CT side of Cloud9, and this is a big, big wraparound from the CTs in through Jaguar, but they need to make it quick because Axile is going to be solo defending this A-bomb site right now, and they're out on it already. Wrinkle with the one tap to be able to take down Axile. The backline's being held by Owner, and when he starts fragging, starts calling a little bit better as well, something we were seeing last week. Now it's only a Deagle and MP9 to play with for Cloud9. Not going to be an easy retake for them at all. A single flash on Hobbit though. Still an uphill battle for them against these three rifles. It needs to be the dig from Buster, and that's what we see onto Captain Kirker. The spam from Hobbit as well to be able to take him down. Okay, I'm starting to believe in this one now. Owner with the long-range angle. No util to play with. Swings on through, takes down Hobbit, catched unawares. Flash goes through once again, swings it, tries to find information, just finds a couple of bullets instead. Trying to run down the timer. Expecting Buster not to have a kit, and he's absolutely right. But it doesn't matter. If he's going to be able to find that kill, he's going to secure the round either way. There's a second on the board for Bait. We've only had 3 rounds so far, Jackie, but a lot happens on both sides.
Yeah, it's been intense already, right? And I completely mirror your sentiment, what you're saying there about Owner. We've seen that he really is good in the mid-round calls. It feels like he thrives in that role, but especially when he's slaying, when he feels like he's not only commanding respect with his calls, but also with his fragging capability, he does feel so much quicker. He's willing to take a bit more risk and allow some of these players to have a bit more freedom as well, go off the leash. And with Wrinkle finding his first frag, it bodes well. It starts to get the confidence into the camp here. Cloud9, of course, because the money being absolutely abused. They don't really have any weapons to work with. The MAC-10 switching around, and this is just a freebie.
Yep, all 4 going to be gunned down over towards that B-bomb site, and now Hobbit, with only a USPS to work with, hasn't heard Amster, but he's going to use the smoke to his advantage either way, in case someone begins lurking on through. He's going to get caught in the sidelines, though. Oh, might be able to take down Amster, but Captain Kirker ensures that his teammate will not fall. And the MAC-10 claims another life. Another round on the board now for Bait, 3-1. And they're looking to continue this momentum, but my maths is correct. We're going to be seeing a full buy from the CT side now. The first one of the game coming in around number 5.
So Cloud9. What have you got in store for us then? Full rifles across the board as they invest back into this one, and the utilities there. Incredibly important. Ooh, but Bait playing with the tempo. I do like to see this. They're going to regress early onto A, dash out the smoke, try and drop the HE to soften them up, and also create a bit of a split in the push. Instead, it's Owner with the early entry frag, and Hobbit forced back as well.
Yeah, Exile just off the angle there, not able to connect any of the bullets, just spamming above them and breaking the brickwork. As that approach unfolded, Bust Up, he hasn't spotted Captain Kirker on the angle. Sneaks on in. Peg leg not making too much noise, it seems. As the smoke is about to fade, we might be seeing a swing, but it's not going to be required as Alex picks up Hobbit through that smoke. And now this big push from the CTs as well, hunting down these CT rifles. It's Captain Kirker to find that pick. And now Nafany inside of mid with 5 bodies to find. It's not going to happen. He's lucky to escape with his life here, but this is a fantastic round from Bait. What an execute that was on the A-bomb side.
Yeah, really do survive that one, right? If you're thinking coming into this opening rifle round, it's a chance for the Cloud9 to put the foot down a little bit. Wasn't much resilience. They dealt with it quite heavy-handedly. They clear out onto the first man. Axel, it's a nice play with the HE as back nades, try and slow them down. But they hit their shots, and it makes a world of difference.
Shake it off. That's what we're seeing from Cloud9 here. And if you've watched enough RMR games, you know the audio in the background tells you the timeout's now going to be called. Cloud9 taking a breather here. Doesn't look like too much conversations really being had. With the exception of the coach just kind of feeding them the info. Guys, reset the mental, don't worry about it. Yes, it was a big round, but still got plenty more to play for.
Ooh, meanwhile, we've got a bit of a mirror match map up even. Sure, why not? Let's go with that. They are the same map, right? We've got Ancient being played for Aurora versus FaZe over on the A stream. This one's already a 7-1 lead for the team. Grand slammers themselves. Hopefully they can maintain that pace if they want to try and forge their way to Paris. Here, though, already aggressive mid control. I like to see it. You're playing off the back of the pistols. Can't really play it like a rifle round. Go a bit full aggro. Try and see if you can do something a bit dangerous. And for Alex, 666 dashes out to HE to force back Hobbit. There's still one man lurking close, and Axar actually gets the opening duel off on the Wrinkle.
Yeah, first time we've seen him have success over towards that A-bomb site. Hasn't been overwhelmed this time round, which is great to see. Of course, off the back of that saved M4 from the previous. Does now stifle any form of approach towards that A-bomb site that Bait were thinking about. Of course, as we can tell, they are posted up towards B instead. Owner just going to be waiting to see if someone lurks directly into his crosshair, which is not going to be the case right now, with Util now being expended over towards that B-bomb site. Does start tingling the back of the mind for Cloud9. Owner not going to clear the correct angle the first time round, and all punished by Shiro. Axar on the back line has taken down Captain Kirk, and credit for a actual player to be taken down. And wow, this round has fallen apart for Bait. An amazing one here for Cloud9. All came off the back of those opening kills from Axar.
Yeah, the aggression with the pistols bodes well. Axar on the one M4 they had puts that to great use, finding frags. And it's a shame, man. You try and clear the angle in cave. It is a bit of a gamble. You know you've got a few default angles you have to clear. Even had the opportunity in the fight, but loses out on that one. It's Cloud9 coming into this with basically nothing, have upgraded themselves and been able to get another round on the board. So 4-2 split with the buy back in their hands.
Yeah, full buy on both sides once again. We do now see Wrinkle with his trusty AWP out into the server, and while blind, does just miss the shot on Buster. Delays the swing just enough. Be safe. Captain Kirker, very aggressive in front of this Molotov right now. As the molly fades, begins falling back though. Doesn't want to take that fight when there's no reason for Cloud9 to think it's clear. Another smoke going to go down, and Napoli doesn't seem to care about that though. Lines them both up, even though he's blind. Good for the second kill onto Amster. Now with the nade going in, Alex is not going to bounce onto the targets he's looking for. Does get tagged down pretty damn hard. Finds Napoli in the process as well, but another nade traded straight back. This time from Shiro to take him down in a 4 versus 2 situation. Owner alive with Wrinkle by his side. They need to find a couple of openers with 50 seconds on the clock.
And you can see what they wanted to do there. They get first contact, they cut all audio, they slow down and wait to go for the fast play off the back of the smoke being dropped by the CTs, hoping you're going to catch them unready, unaware of what's going on. It doesn't work that way. And now with 30 seconds left, you're hoping they give you a bit of a lifeline, throw you a bone. And there's no reason to. Cloud9 just have to play the trade game, play their angles, and Shiro, again, punishing. It's a pillow fight. And he has got a gun inside it as he takes down the first man. Wrinkle, though, really needs to reinvent himself here. 2 kills on Yorp. And no more. That's where it'll end as Cloud9 do pick that one up. So again now, looks like they are looking a lot more like the team we expected to see.
Yeah, really nice job to be able to chain together those final 2 rounds. Timeout now going to be called by Bates as they realise, okay, let's see if we can halt some of this momentum that the more experienced squad are going to be building up. And Napoli, really nice couple of sprays here just to be able to pick them up. And yeah, I mean, you've seen that, right? 2 players, both blind, finding kills. You can use your util as much as you want. If we've got the trigger discipline, we've got the angles already being held, it's not really going to help you out too much. Only 1 round separate these 2 teams.
And Wrinkle, from the start of the game, where I believe for the first 2 rounds he was yet to find himself a frag, has now moved all the way up to the top of the pop, 6-5, and sporting over 100 ADR as well. So good damage being dealt by the AWPer of Bait, and he's taking a fast pace. I love to see this. Aggression out early on mid. Hobbit, he was developing a play in the red room, but it's not picture perfect for him. Taken down by the shutter speed of Wrinkle.
Yeah, great opening there. Exactly what we need to be seeing from him. And now over towards this B-bomb site, they're looking for the AWP to strike twice. He is going to be holding these long sight lines, hunting down at least one of these 2 players that are posted up here. Seeing it once again, this 4-man probe towards B, that one lurking player, and Alex inside of mid. We know how much he loves to lurk on every single map if you give him the opportunity to. Silent drop, not so silent. Thankfully for Bait, there's no one there to be able to counteract it. Smoke goes down. Owner, hello. That's a lot of ground being gained there by the IGL. Everyone else pushed out onto the site as well. Buster looks away and does get punished by it. Owner blind, still able to find that kill though.
Nafany and Axar for Cloud9. Getting the cogs turning. Oh, timing on this could be absolutely everything as well. Same could be said for Wrinkle. He was flashed off as Axar. He really is getting the wheels in motion. Captain Kirk controls the cave as he slays 2 on the Galil. It's just Nafany left. Stuck behind the smoke, re-smoked off as well, but if there was ever a world, this is going to make it a whole lot harder. Forced into the save.
Yeah. That he was waiting for that smoke to fade. It felt like he was kind of counting down the moments, like 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh, god damn it, there's another one that's just claimed. Okay, fine, never mind. I'll fall back. Low HP player on Captain Kirker, though. Needs to be careful, get away from that bomb site. The radius is pretty damn huge on Ancient. Should be safe there on 20 HP, though. Yes, he is. Amster, though, not so much, and he was not best pleased with that. Did you see the head shake?
Yeah, bounced straight off the wall. Like a game of badminton. But it's far worse.
Yeah, badminton at least has a winner and a loser. At that point, you've just been killed by your teammate's explosion, so...
Hey, look, someone's got to die for the cause, and that is
fair enough,
right?
Fair
you know, it had to happen. Secured the round, though, and that's what we're really worrying about. Ooh, so this is a bit of a mixed bag as well, right? Obviously, trying to balance out the cash that you've got here because of how scrappy these rounds have been. And even though Cloud9 won a couple back-to-back, they weren't clean. Oh, yeah, he loves this.
Fair enough.
Bit of combat warping, Cody.
Yeah, he's getting up close and personal. You just see this angle being held for shotgun. Instead, he's got a big gun for it instead. It will one-pump you. It's not usually used at that type of range, though. 2 opening frags found from Cloud9. Nafany finds Kirker in the process as well. Ready for Amster? No, he's not. AK coming out on top with that one. Crosshair placement perfect. Only one player separating a level playing field here. Shiro playing quite defensively. Buster, Axile and Hobbit all doing the same thing. No need to go aggro here. The call has been made. Guys, let them push us. It's a weird round. They've not got a full read on what the buy is here, and Wrinkle's yet to reveal the AWP once again. It's a safe assumption it was saved, though. But this Deagle on Buster could do a lot of work if he tries to get aggro.
Oh, look at the timing at middle as well. Shiro, he's repositioned. In my mind, I'm thinking that's a free frag. Instead, it's Owner that deals death. The Kalashnikov claps back. And suddenly, the round that looked like it was going to be really awkward, now you're thinking, okay, you've got a fighting chance to play with on this one. But big old Buster with a 50 cal pistol, he would need to lay down the law, be the sheriff of the site.
Yeah, this is not this solo person you want here. Purely down to weaponry. Buster can do well with this. Let's not be hard on him, but it is still a Deagle against 3 rifles. They have no idea he's here right now. Bomb is going to get planted, and now the information is going to be called out. Owner's not going to be expecting to be this close, and wow, he whiffed the first shot. Not going to be able to recover that AK. Needs to check the angles, but Amster's there, ready and waiting to launch the trap. Takes him down. The boost goes over. Exile not going to be able to hop over the top of it. Amster now in the tight corner. Picks up the final 2 as well. It's a lovely little 3K from him. A fantastic recovery there from Bait. Perfect calling by Owner.
A great round. Shame as well for Cloud9. It looked like they were going to try and draw the crosshair off the angle and then go for the swing. Instead, they feed them the 1-for-1s and Wrinkle hits the last shot. Yeah, dude, like that's a hell of a way to create space. And you can see the frustration. You're thinking, okay, I've timed him. I feel like I've got a free shot. That would have been the round in the bag. At that point, you were looking at what? 2 versus 3. We don't really have much time. The one rifle that was in a good spot, immediately taken down. No flank potential. Well, that's not how the history was chiseled into the books. Again, Wrinkle here, catching a timing, spots the location of Buster, and they're fighting for this round already. Using the pistols in very aggressive angles, they've taken deep cave control.
They're just trying to set up this crossfire between the 2. See if they can find a single frag here. It's going to be 2 upgraded pistols as well, the Deagle and the CZ75. Looks like Nafany was potentially trying to bait them in, but instead, Captain Kirker says, I've had enough of your peeking. Get out of my server for this round. Wrinkle, he did get spotted out, and he spotted the person inside of the cubby as well. He knows Buster's there. Do they know that Hobbit is inside of Jag, though? Oh, that was a little bit rough from him. minimal damage onto Owner, and he finds that frag. And now with only 3 players remaining, the Deagle finding body shots, and that's all so far. It's not looking like Cloud9 are really going to have a say in this one.
There's something about Shiro in these angles, though. Issue is the spam will betray him. Owner pumps the bullets into him and takes that one down. So it is all on Axel. That with just a P250 and a 1 versus 5, really this is just a formality now. The round is a transaction. It will be a 7th for Bait as they climb ever closer to matching their namesake in rounds.
B?
Yes, B.
B number of rounds.
My favorite number of the number bet. Closely followed by 7.
Fantastic. What is your favorite number?
13 is probably a pretty good one, right? People hate it, but I don't know why. It's just a number.
My birthday's on the 13th.
Hey, there you go. All right. It's a bit of a birthday present.
Yeah, birthday present of a round there as well for Bait. Great from them. But a full buy from both sides. Cloud9, they're on the hunt for an aggressive swing inside of mid. They posted 2 players up very, very fast, and now they're going for the sideline attack as well. Everyone's getting involved. Axel, Nafany, you name it, there's a body there. And the bomb dropped in no man's land with the smoke going down to about to block off the double doors as well. This round is over and done with unless we see something crazy from Bait. There's plenty of time to work something out, though. Only 1 minute and 20 on the clock. I say that in jest because we barely had 25 seconds played.
No, that's absolutely insane. Like, the full set of utility across the board was basically used to command the respect for the play. And they haven't really played anything too overly aggressive. It's just been with the pistols. It's otherwise been a very default CT side setup for them. So I don't think Bait were prepared for the pace. And they get bonneted straight out of the round. You could still attempt, try and find something. Cash isn't going to be in the worst position, so they just set up back on the plant angle there with the AWPer. He can watch towards the ramp. Amster's hoping that he can get a bit of information and draw them closer in. But I don't really think there is a way back into the grand scheme of the round. There should be a 4 for Cloud9 with how it's gone in the opening moments and the setup they've got.
It really was opening moments, wasn't it? I mean, it was the first few seconds of the round. They got tons of aggro there from not only inside of mid, gaining the entire mid control. If there was one player there for Bait, instead of this kind of 5-man stack over towards the B-bomb site, like we see Alex there right now, kind of posted up, waiting for someone to lurk into him. If there was one player there waiting from that T side, just then to be able to spam through the smoke, delay them a little bit, then this round doesn't go as one-sided as it has, with all 5 players of Cloud9 surviving, with rifles taken through to the next round, along with the weapons, util, you name it. That is going to be great for that CT side economy. T side economy, not so much. As 3 players not even getting loss bonus due to the save. Does kind of bring their econ in line with the rest of the team, though.
So the money getting a bit better. And also the 2 AKs that can be scavenged as well could make the world of difference.
Very
Feeding
dangerous.
Hobbit as well, one of those is actually pretty nice. I want to see Hobbit get a little bit more back into the server, right, in terms of his individual. Having an AK on CT side, you feel like you can take those fights a bit more. Ooh, and they're both trying their luck towards middle, Cody.
See what they can find this time round. Quite a bit, as it seems. Hobbit going to be able to find Alex as he goes for the swing. Amster with the flash, actually aiding his opponent there. Captain Kirker going for these more aggro swings that we're more used to seeing him do. Wrinkle picking up a frag over towards that A-bomb site to bring us down to that 4 versus 4. Does force that relocation from the CTs inside of mid. One inside of Donut, one directly on the site now, coming from CT. And all that's over there is Wrinkle right now. But the rotate has been called. It's been made. Owner wants A. Screw that B-bomb site. It didn't work last couple of rounds. Let's see what we can find. Love this from Hobbit, though. Pixel angle being held. And he repositions to the left-hand side version of it. See if he can see anybody crossing, though. As of right now, nothing to be found. But if he waits just a few more moments, he's going to be good for it. Well, not like that, though. Smoke goes down. They know exactly where he is. Needs to swing onto this one to be able to find 2. It's Hobbit and Axel. They come together to take down a few. Hobbit's still going to be alive in this round as well. Be able to take down Owner. With Wrinkle, only 35 seconds on the clock. No bomb on his back. Molotov'd off. Probably going to be saving this AWP.
Yeah, they Molotov the pathway back towards the bomb, knowing they had dropped it on the contact they had towards Donut. So the win condition that could have been taken away from them. 6 shot by Axile as well, assisting his teammate
really
in
nice.
Hobbit there, right? Like he's called in, instantly repositions, hits that one. And Wrinkle, he did open up the round towards A, but they put the right players in the right place, and Cloud9 move on to save face here on their CT side, as they will get a 5th round at least, bit more of a buffer to work with.
Yeah, really nice to be able to save that AWP on Wrinkle as well. He's up to double digits so far on frags, along with Captain Kirk and Owner joining him. The only person on Cloud9 currently at that point is Axile, and you can see why off the back of some of these shots as well. Well, actually, you can't see it from Axile's angle, but you can see it from Hobbit's. You can see the bullets coming from the site, holding that crossfire. They were set up perfectly, and another timeout's going to be used here. Quite a, I don't want to say an early second use. We're, what, 12 rounds in at this point? Makes sense. Moving into round number 13, probably just crunching the numbers to work out what the best buy is so they can actually have a more competitive rest of the half.
One of those key factors as well could be seeing how they want to utilize Wrinkle once again, because he is a bit of an entry tool for this team.
Very much so.
And he's reliable as well. That's why they enjoy sending him in on those little missions. He feels like he's comfortable towards ramp to hit the first pick. If you send him contact A, again, we saw in the prior round, he actually did take Shiro down as well. So in the head-to-head versus the AWPers, 1 tick on the docket for him.
He's actually an incredibly dynamic player because he doesn't just need to use the AWP. He can use the rifle as well to be able to find kills. We've seen it on plenty of maps where he actually gives the AWP someone else so he can go out, he's feeling himself, find those opening kills with those AKs and sometimes with the M4s as well if he's really feeling spicy on the CT side. It's going to be a bit of a bait call inside of mid right now, pulling a lot of players in, but Shiro lying in wait on that A bomb site to be able to find the head of Amster. Site looking to be under Bait's control if they can get this util down though, and then with the bomb plant as well, it's going to be a 5 versus 4 retake situation. Looks pretty decent for Cloud9, but the bomb doesn't even get planted in time. Hobbit just shoots them down as they begin their approach, and now it's just Wrinkle and Captain Kirker, the top fraggers for the squad, looking to do some amazing work. Let's see if they can find all 5.
Just under 50 seconds on the clock then as Captain Kirker caught exposed out in the open, and Wrinkle already backpedaling, but does he realize coming in towards the rear?
Oh, he's sneaking.
Oh, finds that frag for free. Axile was behind him, hits the tap with the AK and rounds that one clean out to Cloud9. As they're getting their momentum back, starting to look a lot more like themselves. The fist bumps are coming out, the energy looks a bit better, and they're keeping the game in close check. So 7-6 is the scoreline now towards the dying moments of the first half. And Hobbit, he's come alive since he was given the AK. Instant change of pace, positioning, the way that he just looks so much more confident in these fights towards the A site and when he's trying to contest towards middle.
Such kind of reflection of that ENCE game that we saw just a few hours ago on this map as well. Cloud9, they started off pretty slow. A lot of rounds chained together by ENCE, and then towards the tail end of the first half, a number of rounds just back to back to back to back. They weren't able to have the same success on the second half, but they did take it to the OT. It's only going to be the Deagles right now for Bait. Not really expecting too much. A single kill onto Buster is nice, but now with only 2 bodies left and no weapons recovered, it's looking like a 7-7 scoreline right now, moving into round number 15. Who is going to be able to peep the other squad? It's a full buy from both sides in round number 15. Wrinkle lucky to escape with his life there.
And this is great on the eye test for Cloud9 as well, because they know they've got money, they know they had the better buy, and they played confident CS into this one. They played to win the round with the tempo, rather than just waiting for Bait to come to them. Every encounter they have as well, they're looking far faster, hitting their shots now. So, game all tied up. Bait, they were really on top of things in the opening moments, but now the energy levels are matching. So 7-7, all really is decided at the end of this last round. Who will have that additional edge to work with going into the second?
Hobbit, he's top mid, he's bottom mid, he's everywhere mid. He doesn't care where you are, he will find you, and he will find the frag. 5 versus 5, rifles across the board. A lot of damage being dealt in mid right now, though. Alex and Kirker drop down low. Hobbit going to be able to find 2 opening picks. Going to look for the third as well. Caught with his trousers firm around his ankles, though, with that molly in hand. The trades on the kills continues. Now on a 2 versus 2. Round barely started once again, and we're already down to the last 2 men on both squads.
And this is nuts. A blockbuster way to open things up. Everyone just scrapping for control at middle. A repeat of what we had into the previous round. but this time it will be decided from a 2 versus 2. B site is completely open. The welcome map was down. Owner has very muddy shoes on, and he will be walking in to plant that bomb. Shiro and Buster really want to play the buddy system on this, try and work together as a unit. They've got tons of utility as well, and they're even finding more Molotovs on the Fallen Bait players as they come in for this flank. Luckily, Owner, his post-plant position is going to be towards Cave. He can block off that avenue, Cody, but it's really going to be a bit of a split now. Cave and ramp being tested.
Yeah, it comes down to who can one-tap quicker, right? Both rifles, both AKs in hand. Is Shiro going to be able to clear this angle, or is Owner going to be ready for it? Swings on through. It's going to be Owner coming out on top this time. Now on a 2 versus 1. Is Buster really going to attempt to stick this one? Well, he was thinking about it, but gets taken down. It's going to be an 8th round here for Bait. They lead at the half, but it certainly wasn't convincing. This is an incredibly close game. Let's see who comes out on top in the second half. Our first map of Ancient.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello, it's bugged. Hello. I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh, no! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe LXB, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistants? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Oh, the Launders Show, now available on Blast TV, but we've got some great entertainment coming your way right here, right now, as Bait lead there towards the end of the first half. Had a great opener, came into it swinging, and looking much like what we saw from them back at their debut in RMRA about a week ago, Cody.
Yep, definitely is. It's amazing to see them here, still able to put up the frags, and, well, the Launder Show on Blast TV. Not the only thing you can see on Blast TV. You can check out both of the games that are live right now, along with any of the rounds that you missed as well. So make sure you go over there and catch up with everything that's been going on. All things RMR. Right, let's see this execute out on towards this A-bomb site. Bit of a push straight away from the T side, but it's going to be Amster going to be able to open us up. Nice little pick there onto Nafany. Look for the swing, but with the smoke down, Not going to be able to find anything else. The Rap's now going to be coming on in, but on the back lines is Shiro. Goodbye. Wrinkle taps him out of the round, and now two-man advantage. Up close and personal was Axel, though. High rate of fire on the Glock. Back up from Buster. Not going to be able to find anything as of yet. They continue the swings. The pistols are good. Oh my God, he's getting pincered from both sides as Hobbit now is looking to go massive, but can only find 2 kills. It's a 10-second defuse, but with more than 10 seconds on the clock. Bait looking damn fine coming into this pistol round and grabbing themselves a 9th.
I always find it so risky when you see players that are defusing going for the fist bumps. It reminds me of way back in the day, I think it was Crystal's team at the time. The coach literally came over to celebrate and shook them off the defuse. Had to play a whole overtime because of it. So it always gets me a little bit nervous. But luckily, Captain Kirker, with the nerves of steel, was able to deal out a fist bump whilst also getting that defuse through. So Bait moved from 8 to 9 and keep themselves in a great position here.
They're feeling themselves coming into this second half. 2-round advantage now, but of course with the bomb going down, Cloud9 are looking to repay the favour that Bait gave them in that first half. Of course, Bait winning that force buy round in round number 2 against the better weaponry. Instead of the 5 Galils, though, it's going to be 3 of them, but they do manage to find a kill. This Axile taking down Amster, and that was a little bit laboured from Wrinkle. Not something we usually see. Has to chuck the nade, but he's going to get taken down by Axile. Continues his aggression here. Not many bullets remaining in the M4A1S. Might have to reload it in a few moments, but not going to get swung anytime soon. Spam continues now from Shiro, picking up frags, left, right, and centre. Favour returned. An 8th round now for Cloud9.
Yeah, quick tempo play, keep it spicy, keep it fresh, run in with the SMGs, and do what they do best, just get into people's faces. So a quick round there, and already, you know, the emotion, the confidence that you might have been building, thinking, okay, we've taken the pistol, we can work from this. You really do crash back down to reality on the CT side when a play like that hits you in the face. And Cloud9, they'll actually have the only buy to work with because of the knock-on effect of that. So Bait, not really anything to play with.
Yeah, they just have to force. Look at this. It's half armor across the board with Deagles, upgraded pistols, a 5.7. Famas as well. 1D potential here for owners. A lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to be able to take down Nafany. Shiro finds that frag. It's 2-man setup on this corner right now. Buster lucky to escape with his life there. Molotov going to go down onto the site to be able to clear them out. Flash goes up as well. Naf might swing the corner. He doesn't actually. Does get spotted out as it begins to fade. Plenty of options for Cloud9 to play with here. Don't just need to commit through to this B bomb site if they don't wish. No one's going to be expecting Shiro here. They see him after he finds the opening pick, but Hobbit's there to close us out. Now just Alex with a 5.7. 4 bodies to find than a dream. Instead, he's going to find a couple of bullets in a few moments' time. And 9th round is going to be on the board for Cloud9. There is no hope in hell he finds 4 kills.
No. At this point as well, probably just looking more so to try and find a weapon or do a little bit more damage in the battle of economy. But they won't really even give him that. You don't actually have to force yourself that far out. So the angle he's holding, great if someone comes towards him, but they just want to sit down and see if they can save everything they've got here. And this would work a lot better for Cloud9. With this form, you then get the 4-player save, one of them being a scavenged weapon as well that you can take over there with the M4. 2 M4s in plays, actually. So a bit of a difference could be made with Axel, with a silencer in his back pocket.
Always nice to have one of those there. Never know when you might need it.
Whip it out, put it on. Keep everything nice and quiet.
Nice and stealthy. Sneaky beaky like, some might even say.
Yeah, like a Victorian family's front room. No noise, no music. It's not allowed. Silence only, please.
Bricked up windows.
Yeah.
None of that window tax nonsense. How do people watching this think actually studied Victorian era in school? I think it was forced on us, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a very British thing.
Yeah.
They do like to teach you about
things that
Brits,
don't really matter.
But yeah, the things we had done years ago.
We had this king once, right? He had a lot of wives. Killed a couple of them. Anyway, round number 19. It's 9-9. Equal scoreline. Not an equal round, though. We see a full buy once again coming on through from the T's. CT's not so much. It's a 4-man stack, though. Oh, it's a barrage of bullets in the USPs. What do they find? A lot of damage and a frag onto Buster, as a matter of fact. But they are going to be able to trade those back. It's not going to be a rifle recovered. Small economic damage to Buster, but they recover the AK either way. Taking that through to the next round. Why not?
Yeah, so a lot better now then. Cloud9 looking like they are starting to at least control the pace of the game, make it a bit awkward, but those have been the freebies. Those have been the easy ones because of the knock-on effect of them picking up the anti-eco following the pistol.
Absolutely.
This is where Bait can at least reinvest. Money's not quite there for Wrinkle to go onto the AWP, and they've had to cut it short when it comes to some of the utility and the kit as well.
Hamster doing his best Hobbit impression inside the mid right now. Ooh, little bit of spam here and there. There's a lot of them committing here. This is almost an identical execute to what we saw from Cloud9 over on their CT side. Owner is going to be able to find Hobbit through the smoke inside of mid. Doesn't get any real information off the back of it though. Bomb site secure for the A, but there's 3 players here to be able to shut it down, and the bomb is still nowhere to be seen. There's a lot of ground being gained by the T's though. Shiro poking and prodding inside a donut. Axile looking to be able to take down Wrinkle, and oh, he almost doesn't do it. Catches him unawares for a brief moment. As he spins around, gets a fright of his life. 4 versus 3. Axile not going to be able to hit that first shot. Captain Kirker going aggressor over towards Nafany on the other side of the map as well. But Cloud9 still going to be committed onto A, which certainly makes sense here. If Axile can find these 2 kills, could be a very dangerous spot to be in if you're Bait. Oh my God, he's done it.
Oh, Axile is so crisp and such a nuisance maker with how he's played this round. 3 frags already to his name, boosted up, put on a pedestal as Buster will try and cover the flank. In reality, both of them are working in tandem. Owner leads the charge with the support of Captain Kirker. They've got a rough idea about where they're playing from, but they haven't cleared towards the boost. This is where Axile is going to have everything he dreamed of. 3 back here to shoot at onto Captain Kirker. Even if they have to play for the 1-for-1 trade, he would not give a damn at this point. And Kirker realizes we don't have the kit to work with. We don't have any time either. As soon as they lost that first frag, that's the round going with it. It's a Cloud9, even when it looks like it's a sticky situation. They still clean up.
Yeah, they're going to be hunting Captain Kirk here as well. Axile does fall to the bomb, but plenty of money in the bank for him, almost 14K. How the turns table. There's another timeout going to be called. 11 rounds now for Cloud9. This is starting to get dangerous for Bait. While only 2 rounds separate them, that doesn't tell the entire story. These last 4 rounds, incredibly consistent for Cloud9. They've got money for days, about to buy anything and everything that they want. You want an auto sniper? Sure, buy yourself one. You want double AWPs? Have at it, go crazy. Even buy triple if you really wanted to. We're not gonna be seeing any crazy plays like that though. But let's have a quick look at the end of that round. Well, that round in general. It actually looked like Bait's round to win. It was a 4 versus 2 situation with Axile finding frag after frag after frag. That 2-man setup towards the end was brilliant. And yeah, upset setting in for Bait. Once again, down onto the pistols. This is not great for them.
And it is funny how in the majority of these games at the RMRs for Cloud9, they do lose an abundance of the early opening rounds and then go on a big comeback. They love playing Counter-Strike on hard mode. And here, Nafany, going aggro through the fire and the flames. It will be costly, but it won't matter as they can play the trades easily, clean up the rest of the kills. It was only the Mac 10 he had on him as well. And it's just Alex and Amstar that remain. So Cloud9 should be able to take them down, move on, and put themselves 12 rounds onto the board here on the first map of Ancient. 2-player setup towards Red Room Hobbit. He sees it, but couldn't commit with the AK. And they can send one of them down. See if you can grab it. If you hold on to the rifle, at least you've got that into the next, and he really does want to recover it. Quick pickup on that.
Yep, Amsa now running for the hills. Nothing else to find in this round. Gonna leave Alex to spam away to see if he can pick up at least one more frag, but not really in a position to be able to recover anything either. An AK through to the next round is certainly going to alleviate some of that economic issue that began presenting itself over the last couple of rounds and will still be present in round number 22 as well. This is something that we saw quite commonly from Bait as well, that they would go a few rounds down, but the second their opponents hit that 13th round, the all-important one, that somehow reinvigorated them. We're talking about favourite numbers, lucky numbers being 13. That must be Bait's as well, because it's been game after game after game in these best of 3s. The second their opponents get to that point, they're able to kind of light a fire up their arse and go for it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where mentally in CS, the minute you're kind of looking at a scoreline where you feel like you don't really have anything to lose, you've got everything to gain, it can make the world a difference in terms of your individual confidence. Rounds otherwise you might not have gone for, you play a little bit more aggressive, you trust yourself, you're visualizing those frags, and it can bail you out of a bad situation. But Bait, they don't have much time to wait for that. They need to get stuck in a little bit quicker. Looks like a bit of a technical pause here. We saw Shiro pull away from the PC and relay something to the admin. So I'm sure we'll have that resolved and then carry on with the action on the first map. And we can delve into the veto a little bit more as well, right? We touched on the fact that this is an exact mirror matchup in all 3 maps and the place that we will see them versus the game we just had with Cloud9 taking on ENCE. So it's a bit of an interesting tidbit. Ooh, we've also got the B stream game that's going on, A stream rather, as FaZe slowly bringing this one back. Aurora currently in the lead. It didn't look like this the last time we checked in, but it seems like with their cash being so low, this is going to go level pegging, 13-13, Cody.
Yeah, Aurora had a bit of a gauntlet run throughout this entire event. The teams they've been going up against have certainly not been in their favor. Talking teams like Spirit, Heroic, G2, then Eternal Fire, and then FORZE, that final one earlier today as well. That was the real one they needed to win. Weren't able to get it over the line, and as such go down to the LCQ. Either way, we draw our attention back towards our Cloud9 versus Bait game. It's a 12th round for Cloud9 as of right now, and a full buy coming on out from the CT side of Bait on round number 9 themselves. Let's see what they can do here. If Cloud9 find the 13th, they reset the economy once again for Bait. It certainly begins to cause some issues, some doubts set in the mind of them not going to be able to win their own map pick. This being Bates, of course, only looking to be able to gain a lot of ground here as he gains control of Jag. And it's just 2 people who have no clue where they are, where their opponents are, spamming away for a wall.
Poise yourself early outside of the B site and try and tussle for control of the cave. If you control the cave, you really do control the map for the most part on Ancient. This is going to be a nightmare for Hobbit. Man's just blown clean out of the server by the HE dashed in from Alex. Luckily, there was a quick trade for Axar, but it doesn't amount to as much as they're still playing this game. And we whittle our way down to just a 3 versus 3. Wrinkle reveals himself, and it looked like he really was about to go absolutely rambunctious on the AWP. Silenced by Shiro, plummeting now into a 2 versus 2. Timing could be everything on this. Buster's beaten the Molotov, got into a nice little off angle, can re-smoke towards deep CT. So a lot of this now falls massively back onto Amster to do the damage. Alex is forced to rotate, at least can upgrade onto the M4 and try and join him a little bit later, but time is of the essence.
Yeah, time ticking down now, around about 20 seconds remaining on the clock, about 15 now. They need to go for a push. Double smoke and a flash available. Amster needs to find his opening pick. Is he going to be expecting Shiro on the close angle? Doesn't look like it. Long sight line being held, and it's a spam from Shiro. That does a strong majority of the work. Buster taking down Amster, though, to be able to gain that 13th. And now we're probably going to be seeing a force buy here from Bait. They don't want their opponent to be able to go to that 14th round. Something which we've seen quite commonly is a stack over towards A. Boosting up, I believe it was Amster with an MP9. Yeah, here we go. We're going to be seeing Alex on the MP9 this time round. Amster going to be with the M4. And they just kind of set up, boost on towards Tree, and see what they can pick up. It is going to be Cloud9 pushing for this mid control, though, and pushing is what Amster's going to be doing. Pushes into main, loses his life for it, and that's an M4 on the ground. Not what Bait were looking for, and certainly different from what we've seen historically.
Oh. The edge of the smoke there for Alex. That's a frustrating kill to be on the receiving end of. Luckily enough, Hobbit on the reposition. Didn't fluff his lines the second time as he jumps up and still has time to reposition the crosshair, hit the head of the captain and knock his hat clean off. This could get awkward. The deagle for Wrinkle. It pounds out. Could repositions quickly enough to grab it as well. So Buster in the 1v1, you're thinking maybe there's a chance Wrinkle could start having a bit of fun, but this round isn't dead just yet. AK, arms owner, and he's got a suspicion. Knows there could be a player tight towards the donut. Goes for the fast wrap in through CT. Smoke wall to block him off. How does he play around this one?
Well, he's not going to be expecting Shiro to do this, that's for sure. Heard all that information inside of mid. Swaps out to the Tech 9. Doesn't even want to AK him. Actually, no. Changes his mind. Doesn't want to be him as opponents. Recognises it could just blow up in his face if he does it wrong. Owner thinks all of these angles are cleared. He's pushed straight through from it. Shiro's followed him behind, but he has a weird feeling there could be someone there. No kit to play with, though, so running out of time. And, oh, that was an interesting one from Shiro. Not one we usually see him miss. Tap, misses the first bullet, taps again. Oh, God, I'm running out of rounds to be able to find the kill. Either way, 2 players surviving. One being Buster, one being Owner. And it's a 14th round for Cloud9 now, on the cusp of closing out their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and even if you run out of rounds in the mag, they're certainly stacking these rounds up. Here on the overall scoreboard, that's 7 on the spin now for Cloud9, which is magnificent, really, when you think about the fact they lost out on the second half pistol, instantly come back in with the anti-eco, and already the body language has changed, right? They looked so deflated and dejected in that series versus ENCE, and of course you would be. That was the game where you knew you could have stamped your tickets to the major a whole lot earlier. Now you've got to grind through this Gauntlet bracket. But they're starting to get a bit of that Cloud9 smile back, and that's what we need. Yeah, man, that's a fast opener into the round. Ooh, Alex looking to trade it. He does actually get away back into red.
Yeah, really nice from him to be able to kind of recover a little bit of semblance in this round. On the backlines, though, is Buster once again taking some leafs and pages out of Alex's book. Does indeed find that frag onto Wrinkle, completely unaware. Alex going to get taken down from range by Hobbit as well. Was he inside of main? Now a save calls come out from Bait because they realise, yes, while Owner has a lot of money, look at the rest of us. That's not how the econ works. You can't be buying armor for your teammates, unfortunately. It's going to be a 15th round for Cloud9. One step closer to their first LCQ game won, and Hobbit from the sidelines, yeah, saw Owner taking him down. Was not expecting that at all.
Okay, Cloud9 not only picking up all of the pieces, but denying any additional armaments there for Bait, as those rifles taken out of their hands, weren't ready for the close angle clear. And this is Cloud9 sat on map point now, here in the series, on the first map. Like you said, Bait's map pick, and this is one of the maps that I think they impressed us the most on throughout the RMR. They look really confident on it. The T-side calls were great, but now it just goes down to Bait having to win every round flawlessly to draw this into an OT. That's the only win condition they have. At least Wrinkle is back on the AWP, but the same can be said as Shiro, the scoped assassin, is waiting to pop off into this one.
Great off angle being held there by Wrinkle to be able to take down Buster, who tried to get just a little bit too over-aggressive towards that B-bomb site inside of mid. Hobbit not going to be able to strike twice, and wow, you're really going to be swinging into Shiro. You know this AWP is here, surely, off the back of the bite. Still got that 2-man advantage on Wrinkle. Counts his blessings, falling back.
If they lose this round, there could be no game, no life for them. And for Shiro, he's damn good at rolling the dice. Pushes further up. Oh, the flick doesn't connect though. Owner with a surprise shot. Announces himself and looks to do even more on the reposition. Wrinkle, he's been folded up and tossed into the paper bin. Afeni as well. Actually starting to create enough space for this. Now you've got a 2v2 that you can work with. Oh, Axile on the AWP. Always so damn sick to witness.
Captain Kirker on the backlines, looking to be able to take down Nafany here. Didn't gamble right last time. Doesn't look like he's going to do it here either, as he's sidelined by Naf. And now it's Amster to find 2. Finds the first, looking for the second as well, but not going to be able to do so. They bounce back completely, do Cloud9. They look dejected and upset after being bested by ENCE. And now they're able to take one map today at least. First map goes to Cloud9. Oh, they're getting a little bit warm. You can feel it in the air.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Bug. Everybody saw that. No. Yes, let's f***ing go! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No. That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second. You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to Challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to Challengers and 1 team advancing to Legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to Challengers and 4 teams advance to Legends. From B, 5 teams advance to Challengers and 3 teams advance to Legends. 1 further team advances to the Challengers stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Hello and welcome back. New voice coming in for map number 2, Vertigo. Up next is Cloud9's picking a map in which historically they have been regarded as one of the best, not even just in this tournament, in the world.
Oh yeah, dude, a lot of stock to this team, right? They're a great roster. They had newfound form back at EPL nearly 2 weeks ago now, and then coming into this event, there's been some shake-ups, there's been some upsets, but here, it was a lot more what you'd want to see if you're a Cloud9 fan, Cody.
Yeah, this was a really great first map from them. It looked a little bit shaky to begin with, but as you mentioned earlier, Jackie, these guys like to play the game on hard mode. Neo, you mentioned earlier as well the fact that this is a good second map for them. But recent history, they've been a little bit shaky, especially against Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire almost had their number in the first half alone.
Well, and ENCE, of course, beat them earlier today, and that's the big thing. I think this is the map in which, coming into the tournament, I think everyone would probably agree the best team in the world on Vertigo right now are Cloud9, but there has been hiccups. And I think we're starting to show where some of these teams, especially at the tier 1 level, they kind of realize they don't need to adapt maybe as much, but then now they've started again, a couple of shake-ups here and there. They could take that fight to them. But for me, the big thing that meant essentially ENCE won over on Vertigo. When Nerds is dropping 28 kills and, he doesn't really ever get tested, you are going to farm a little bit. So we're looking at Bay and we're looking at their individuals, and especially Wrinkle and Captain Kirker, they have to put up numbers here.
No, they need to. They have to go absolutely massive, right? I think even above and beyond some of the form we had seen from them back in RMRA, because otherwise it's just not going to happen. Wrinkle, even at that matchup now, like on Ancient, he still looked pretty sick, right? He's still creating space. He's getting stuck into the action, even when he had a really slow start for the first 3 rounds. But it's just not enough.
Yeah, and to mention as well, as we were on the interview, Wrinkle's ill. Apparently he's really under the flu. He's had it over the last week. So if you're feeling pretty rough and still performing like that, I think it's pretty impressive, Cody. But, now we're coming towards Vertigo, and this is a map in which notoriously is super difficult for AWPers.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one, and we saw them play this map up against Fnatic.
Yes.
And Nikados was kind of a bit of a sleeper one when it came down to AWPing, and so it was Wrinkle to kind of take the mantle, take up the forefront in that best of 3. But he didn't really touch it on Vertigo at all. He was feeling himself in that rifler role, finding these super aggressive opening picks, and that's what we need to be seeing today once more. We know that he's prolific with not only the big green, but with those AKs and M4s. And when you've got Captain Kirker by your side to be able to help out and swing on through these random angles because it's just Captain Kirker things, it usually bodes well. But are they going to be able to do it against the best in the world? That's the real question.
That is a big question. I think if I'm right in saying, Jackie, you were the only one who went for bait coming in towards today's predictions. How confident are you feeling now?
Look, I always got to go for the underdog. It's just the way it is. The upset potential could always be there. Yeah. But you're right, man. It's definitely got way harder for them. And Vertigo isn't going to be an easy ship to sail on through. So, yeah, my predictions could be a bit rough.
I have been a bait believer all this time, Neo. You will not remove. Damn right, I put bait. Damn right, I put bait.
I hold my hands up. Absolutely fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, either way, we are going to throw this one to a break while Cody kills me in it, and we're going to get underway in towards Vertigo momentarily. Sit tight. We'll see you all in a moment.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Ryan Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. I said that a lot, just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun, to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are just about getting into the kind of preparation stages. Vertigo is up next. It's the pick of Cloud9, and they've relatively comfortably taken map number 1. This is the main thing now. We're looking at this. Cloud9 coming off the back of a 16-9, and now we head in towards, of course, map number 2. Look at those unicorn odds as well. 1.04 to Cloud9 compared to a 9.5. Safe to say they are feeling pretty confident that Cloud9 are going to take this. And, of course, you two boys both voted for Bait now. I've learned that. But I don't know, the confidence, it seems to be hard to justify now just because it's Beta looking a little bit shaky, and with illness in the camp as well makes it all the more harder.
Please allow me to huff my copium even more, please.
Okay.
This team has looked so good during RMRA, and it was a throwaway comment I mentioned to Jackie earlier as we were kind of going into the break. It was like, it's almost like Cloud9 have played a week Counter-Strike against some best teams, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're feeling a little bit warm now. I feel like it's kind of set in the fact that, you know what, we could be going home. We need to play the best Counter-Strike I've ever played. And that first map, it was pretty damn clean.
Do you want to know an interesting fact about Bait? And I saw something on Twitter the other day. Bait are now, this is their 6th attempt over the cross of 2 RMRs to make it to a major, and they're still yet to win one. They had the same thing in Rio, and I think I'm right in saying they went 2-1.
Oof.
And one actually, and their second game actually was over Fnatic, which I casted. They won 69 on Ancient, which is obviously what they've just lost against the Cloud9. But yeah, Bait have had over the span of now what is, yeah, something along the lines of, I think it's like 6 attempts now, and this might even be their 7th attempt to make it to an RMR, or to make it to a major through the RMRs, and they're still yet to win a qualification game. They've had the worst times of a losing streak when it comes towards qualification.
And it's always so rough as well, because it's one of those things you look back on, you think, guys, we 16-9 Mouse, we 16-14 VP, we take down some of the harder teams in the competition for their money, right? Probably the teams that you're really strat heavy against. You're trying to think, how can we anti-strat for this? How can we be prepared for that game? Then when you start getting to the actual games where they were 2-0, it all went wrong. They weren't prepared for some of the competition there, into the breach with the upset as well, and it all just spiraled out of control. But I think mentally, you've got to forget about all that. Just focus on where you are right here, right now. Like in that interview you had with Hobbit, right? Where he's just saying, we're going to take it one game at a time, and that's it. That's all we're thinking about.
I think that's how you have to approach the LCQ. You cannot get ahead of yourself. Even a side like FaZe, for example, right? They're coming in as the biggest hitters in towards the LCQ. They cannot look more than one game at a time because they'll get swept under the rug, and that's how it will be. Either way, in towards Ram, Axel kickstart things quickly.
Yeah, really nice opening from him there, and they're looking to shut down any form of momentum that Bait could find, and jumping backwards to avoid getting headshot. Love these little cheesy plays coming on through from Cloud9. Alex now on top of the orange box, looking to be able to deal with some damage as the bomb gets planted.
Axel, 3 frags already found with a water elemental. Can he keep the elements in check to pick up this pistol round? Tucked into the back, Alex 666 with the kit, but time's already starting to tick, and I don't think there's much more to be done. Connection, but not looking clean. It is going to be a bit of a trade game played. Alex runs on in, taken down by Shiro. There's the final frag, as he is a P250 hero.
That's a super solid round coming through from Cloud9. I mean, that's how you make a statement early in towards your map pick, and especially considering as well how they played against ENCE, right? That is really the way to do it. Brilliant stuff coming through, and I think for Cloud9, if they can keep up this sort of tempo, this sort of momentum coming through, this is where this side is going to really be able to roll with the punches. No matter what bait throw at them, they're going to be able to essentially just find consistent form, and that was the thing against ENCE. They lacked that consistent, and I guess the cutting edge too, where they couldn't shut down some of their heavy hitters. Well, now they have.
They're looking to make sure it's not a permanent shutdown though, but off the back of a pistol round, it doesn't make sense. Spam down on all of them. That's basically it.
And now, of course, we take a little bit of a breather. It's one of those throwaway rounds, really, where all things, because we don't take too much from it. We don't really look in towards the fine details of a pistol round, just like that, because for bait, it is a throwaway. Full buys come through for the side, and now we have to look in towards what they can bring to the table. You're looking at Cloud9 as well, and technically speaking, you usually chalk this up as a bonus round, but Shiro does have the AWP.
Yeah, they're not taking any risks, right? It's, sure, yeah, I could buy myself an MP9. I can just stay with the weapons that we got. No. I bang myself an AWP. I look to bang some opponents with it. Let's see what we can find. Nafany now going to be tagged down to 20 HP. A lot of util going to be coming his way. Still yet to be face-to-face with an opponent at this current moment in time. Axel going to be hunting down at least one player here. Molotov goes down to be able to shake the waters of Captain Kirker. Ney going to go in to be able to back him up as well. Big old boost here from Wrinkle, looking to be able to find some success if they begin their aggression, which simply is not going to happen as of yet. Ney goes in, Captain Kirker down.
Yeah, okay, so you're looking at bait now, and there's a real world in which they can be spread thin, and Molotov can start to heat them up. Owner will take a significant amount of damage, and things do get a little bit testy. Looking towards bait, the first full buy, that's to make it work. Shiro, what a shot as it was. Wrinkle full blind. Buster on towards Owner, and this is starting to crumble. Amster was in a rock and a hard place. He thinks he's being flanked, but little does he know, he's all alone on an island. That rock is his only standing ground. In a 1 versus 5, this one is surely done.
At this point, it's more akin to a pet rock. He's put some googly eyes on it. You know, he's going to see if it grows up, take it home with him, because there's nothing else to be done really here. And they're going to clear the angle. Buster with a brutality on that one. 3 rounds up for Cloud9.
This is dominant now, right? I mean, this is kind of the no-hold-bars Cloud9. This is the Cloud9 that we actually need to see against ENCE, where they're coming in and they're not showing any respect. This is what we love to see from Cloud9, and this is the way this side can approach Counter-Strike sometimes. I think they're a side who, in some fashion, can be their own worst enemy, where they overthink things. They approach the game in a little bit too of an overthought manner. Me and Anders were talking about this a little bit earlier against ENCE, where there was a few rounds where it just seemed like they were their own worst enemy just because of how they approached it. If they went simple and allowed for Shiro and Axel go kill, it works, right? It's so simple, but it's so effective, and we're seeing bits of that now. Hobbit even finding success too. He had a really quiet game against ENCE, but individually now starts to just cause a little bit of a ruckus.
The overcomplication came a lot from Hobbit and Shiro. We saw a couple of rounds where they could have just stuck a defuse. Instead, they went for multiple picks and they blew up in their faces. And I think it was actually on Vertigo that we saw that happen a couple of times. Although, Cloud9, they're in the driver's seat right now, and it doesn't look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. The gas pedal pressed all the way forwards. They're in 5th gear, trying to gain as much momentum as possible. And there's your updated Unicorn odds with 3 rounds won. Unicorn are saying this is done and dusted. Jackie, what are your thoughts? Do you think it's going to be over this quick?
Man, I mean, with the way they're playing right now, it is hard to even really build a bit of a case for bait to take this map. Cloud9 looks so good. Throughout the first 3 rounds played, we've seen Shiro have a double kill each time, at minimum, those 2 frags. And he's looking crisp. He's winning every opening duel they dare to give him. You don't really have anything to play with either, just the pistols, man. Deagle supported by 1 smoke there, not even the flash, actually, for Amstar. Oh, he's got the CZ, but they're just eating lead on the pushback. Good use of the util.
Right now, you look towards the Cloud9 roster, and yeah, with the money they've got, you'd maybe even question keeping the Mac 10. But because you know you're coming against a low buy, it's an opportunity to farm a little bit of cash. Hobbit will shot on towards Owner that connects. Alex will fall as well. It's also the crumble. Wrinkle, well, there's a little shot from him. It's only a constellation kill.
Yeah, nothing else to really find here. We might be seeing these two pistols brought up, trying to hunt for a little bit of damage, but yeah, that's what we're going to be seeing now. Deagle's on the swings. Axel's ready and waiting for them, though. A lot of damage onto Captain Kirky, yet to take them down, and oh my god, they line up for him as Shiro finds Amster the second he swings on out for that fight. It's another round for Cloud9, and they cannot be faltered as of yet. Bait, they need to try something new.
Yeah, this is very scary Counter-Strike being played now by Cloud9. This is kind of the no-hold bars that we always want to see from them. But this is really where I think for Bait, they've got to take attack, right? They understand that Cloud9 are showing no respect anymore. They've kind of come in towards this map and realizing this is our map. We've already taken yours away from you, and we know that we are, you know, strategically and mechanically a better team than you. So we're just going to wipe you out of this map and wipe you out of the series. And of course, unfortunately, out of the RMR itself. And I think for Bait, they need to pause it. They need to pump the brakes a little bit, or this map will run away from them.
Yeah, you've got to have the confidence back in your favor. Ooh, for Axel here, you're thinking that's a freebie. Man's been able to check out without paying, but instead it's Alex and Amster that both annihilate the early aggression coming in towards the B side. Double Molotov as well, blocking off the angles, and Shiro wants to peek behind it. Oh, he's been a Sandman so far. He's sat on a pillow, and he is dealing damage. Tucks the first man into bed. Napoli catches the rotate, and Wrinkle is removed from the equation.
That was a funny little ragdoll there as he just zips along. Captain Kirk not cleared. Shiro, and the bomb will fall.
Yeah, really nice position to be in right now. 3 versus 2 sitch, and actually both T-side players completely spread. One over towards that B-bomb site, one over towards the A-bomb site. They are going to be looking for some more ground to cover. As a matter of fact, it doesn't look like Captain Kirk is too aware. The Nappies are already here. Orp going to be picked up, along with the bomb as well. Posted himself round towards this B-bomb site. And another lurk once again from Hobbit. We saw it a lot over on Ancient. This time it's not going to work out in his favour. Bomb is soon to be planted. Not if Bait can have anything to say about it, though. Molotov goes down, gets swung. That is going to be a round on the board for Bait. A lot more confidence being shown in that round from all players, even though it was sloppy to begin with.
Yeah, that was a really scrappy round from Cloud9 and actually way less discipline than what we've seen so far from them. I mean, the opening 2 kills for Alex and Amster, they were freebies that the Army shouldn't have got. I mean, Axel swinging in full blind, then Amster's full blind, then gets a kill either way. It's really messy, and it's not really kind of Cloud9. It's uncharacteristic, not clearing a lot of their angles, getting a lot of free kills over towards this Bait side when they should be being tested. That could be a little bit of a tilter. Thankfully, they've got a bit of breathing room, but need to be careful not to let too many of those slip.
Yeah, give up too many rounds, and you will start to see Bait not playing with as much respect, not putting themselves into a box in these rounds. And that's where the issues crop up. That's where they play their best CS. That's what we've learned over the course of the RMR. Here, though, Nafani stuck on the ramp, thought he was safe with the wall of smoke, but instead, he's blown away by Owner. To get the opening pick this time for Bait as well, and there could be even more to be said. Hobbit up on top of their head. Takes down Alex.
Yeah, Alex seemed to be expecting it there. Flash went out, and it did connect onto both of them, but not going to be able to convert that into a kill. Close angle here from Captain Kirker, waiting for the aggression. Instead of waiting for it, he goes for it. And the flick on the AWP, not going to take him down. Does make him incredibly weak, though. So they have to rethink their strategy coming on into this one.
A strong gust of wind can get both Captain Kirk and arguably Hobbit out of this round. They need to be extremely careful. Or the other side, they could actually just use them as cannon fodder. We see that happen quite a lot, where they send the low HP player in, human flashbang, exactly. Just go looking for information. It's not the worst play in the world. It does a little bit of damage. Even that is a bit of a positive. I like this boost. If anyone tries to play up close and personal, they're going to get into a little bit of trouble. Will Shiro clear it? Because if he does, he gets a double. Waiting, holding, finding for Wrinkles. He makes it a double, and he falls away alive somehow. And now they just need to park him on site, but little do they know that Shiro's already pushed off. This round crumbling from beneath their feet, and Bait left in a 1 versus 2 with his Amster to clutch it out.
They try and fall back to the site, but they block one another. It gets awkward on the timing, and that's the outcome. Cloud9 taking site control and looking to close the gap on this one. Shiro tucked in behind the sandbags, firing off the rounds as they will climb all the way up to a 5th here to start it off on their T side of the second map.
Things are starting to look very, very good over towards that Cloud9. A couple of individuals really stepping up in the fragging department. As we already know, Shiro right now in the double-digit mark when it comes towards kills. 11-2. He goes to sort of 161 ADR. Axel not exactly too far behind as he's 6-2, but 128 ADR. Both of these two guys, of course, the big hits is the Cloud9, really showing exactly why they live up to those names. But more importantly for me, opening duel, Shiro, the Orba, taking a lot of those opening engagements and causing a real kind of ruckus over towards bait where they can't compete.
Yeah, you can't play default AWP styles here on this map. It doesn't work out too well. The only place you can really post up is at the bottom of ramp. Captain Kirk are going to be looking for an opening 1D here onto Nafany. Does he spot him out? Yes, he does, as smoke fades. And the Mac 10 swings on through, finding another. Looking about to pick up Amsa as well. Does indeed do so. Now a sight, all lost. The rest of bait over towards B. Nothing else to really find here. Just going to be saving off the back of having the armor and having these upgraded pistols. Ona might try for exits, but that's all she wrote, really.
Well, I think to mention as well, you're looking at bait, and I wouldn't even mind sending in potentially the likes of the two pistols going in. They're going to have money to work with. That's the big thing, right? They're going to have a buy until the next round. I actually wouldn't mind keeping Alex and Wrinkle around. The only problem is that they know Cloud9 are never going to have any problems in terms of kind of their finances, at least for the next few rounds. So it's kind of the risk versus reward paying off there. If they can scoop up something like an AWP, that would be monumental, but they're basically going to play Protect the President with Shiro. They'll leave Hobbit to go searching, but for the most part, pretty comfortable. 6-1 on a 5-round lead. Bait are already starting to really struggle.
Yeah, and in that round, we got to learn why there's an NA in Nafany's name with the Stewie 2K play, right? Just using that Mac 10 around the smoke, playing aggro. That's what we wanted to see, the USCS momentum. And Cloud9 really are just living the high life now. Looks a whole lot better in the body language, the way they're approaching the game. They're not thinking about it as, you know, a huge matchup where you are against the best in the world, right? They're thinking more, okay, let's play to our own strengths, let's play for the individual.
Same can't be said for bait right now, though. Look at their faces during those player cams. Look at the bottom of your screen as well when we cut over to them in a few moments' time. They are looking a little bit dejected coming into this one. They know their tournament lifeline is on the line, but not only that, they're shot at the major. The final one in Counter-Strike Global Offensive history. We're going to see it in a couple of trays, left, right, back, and center. Nafany and Wrinkle both taken down. Captain Kirker, this is more like it from him to be able to swing out and just try and be aggressive, get up in their faces. And Ona actually going to be the one to find the most success. Finds 2. And the 3rd to boot as well. Can he find the 4th and 5th in Shiro and Buster, though? Find out in the next couple of moments.
Minute and 10 on the clock. They just need to play the time on this one, really. Alex has got the flank covered with the backup, and they're playing the buddy system. Even if you find the first frag, you're hoping you can swing on the contact, but they were slightly delayed, not expecting the AWP to be stationed here towards the bridge. So that puts them back in a bit of a position where you can build from this now, but you have to be confident about it. They're going to link up. Playing in the ladder room on the off angle. Amstar could be the annihilator, and he flicks off, doesn't hard clear. Oh, this is a real big issue. It's just Buster left with 35 seconds on the clock. Has the bomb on his back, utility as well, but you've got to set your focus on this B site, and that's where Ona is making his reposition to.
This is going to get really, really dicey. How does Ona play this? I like the non-committal play coming through from Ona. The only problem is, for the young guy, no utility to work with. Buster, a smoke and a flash. And I utilize that smoke and a Molotov to come through as well, just to keep them in their position. Bomb will go down. Now the post want to be set up, and Ona, he might be beaten away as Buster will set himself up in towards a post plant.
Yeah, no kit to work with here either, so needs to make sure that this aggression is directed early on in the round. I don't think he's spotted anything as of yet. He does towards the end of it, though. A little bit too far on the swing is Buster. And he's going to get punished by the young IGL over on the side of Bait. Bomb is now going to be defused. A second round the board for Bait, but it is still only a second against the 6 of Cloud9. It's still not a convincing turnaround as of yet.
Yeah, pretty damning as well, just looking across the board. I mean, Captain Kirker, he is essentially the guy who plays all the hero roles, right? He is the hero rifler over towards Bay. He's their equivalent of Axa, or hoping to be, but so
how's that going?
Really struggling. Opening kills for him, 0-3. He cannot seem to find success. And this is what Cloud9 are so good at doing. They're very good at this crunch over towards ramp, where as a rifler, you just get given no success, no freedom to work with. You're trying to claim space, you're trying to keep Cloud9 at bay, but they just pepping you, whether it's util or spamming you, and you can never sit pretty. And Wrinkle this time going to give it a crack himself.
Wrinkle trying to play on the close angle. See if he could be a bit of a demon if they come on pushing through, but instead it's just early information. They reposition, make their move on mid, and Ona, he found success into the previous round, 4 frags. Can he do that once again, or will they have something to say about this? They drop the smoke, has a Molotov as well, so replies in kind. Bit of burn damage onto the back of Hobbit, but look at the positions they've slipped into. They jump over the head of Alex. The read wasn't there. It's Ona that takes first contact, but they still clean up.
Thought we stood in his head then for a brief moment, but going to be able to find that kill either way. Amster takes down Axo, incredibly influential player to take down in this round. Shiro looking for a little bit more. Ona going to be able to retaliate really quickly though, but brings it now down to a 3 versus 1 with Nafany falling to the wayside, and a third round on the board for Bait. They're starting to string a couple of rounds together now. This is more like it from the squad.
I'm gonna say that's another one of those rounds where you have to look at Cloud9 and just kind of question the approach. I don't really understand what the call was there, because the bomb and the pack were separated in the sense that even if either one of them had got towards the site, there was still going to be a waiting game where it was always going to be so awkward. And in a worst case scenario, trying to get a bomb down would have been so tough just because the rotation would have come through. So it felt very disjointed, in a way, like the comms were cluttered. It was very weird. I think for Cloud9 are a side who make very few mistakes for the most part, but when you see them really have these glaring errors creep in, like that mid kind of B split, then you really can see that they aren't really as fine-tuned as we always want to believe.
It felt very non-committal. It kind of felt like the call was, yeah, I suppose we can go B.
It was like a default without actually having a default plan.
Yeah, it was exactly that.
A strategy. It's like, okay, we're going to try and end B, but let's just poke and prod, right? Let's just see if we can get any information. But then
doesn't work.
A couple of people over-committed. I mean, Buster flying towards the site. I don't really understand why he's doing that. Especially he doesn't play entry. Hang on. Shiro looking in. Pop shot falling away. Hobbit will find Wrinkle through the smoke.
That's what you want. Orpa taking the contact, getting a ton of chip damage off, and Hobbit instantly being able to convert that tag into a frag. Ona, he's had back-to-back great rounds, a 4K and a 3K to boot, so he should be a little bit more amplified. He's got the Empress in his hands, but can he impress us into the 10th round?
No commitment here from Cloud9 as of yet. Still just pinging a bit of utility left, right and centre to see what sort of information they can gain. As of right now, it's, oh, there's a dude with an AK over on A. We're not too sure whereabouts, so we're just going to spam some angles and begin pushing on up. Love this boost. Second time we're going to be seeing this coming on out. Found a lot of success in that previous round. Wonder if Cloud9 are going to be expecting it this time, though. Hobbit looks for the angle, but he's going to get punished. AK round to the forehead, and now the reposition back onto the site. It looks like Bait, they're learning here. Great to see, because they were sidelined earlier on, and they're going to be covering it this time round. Ona's going to swing once again to take down Buster, but Nafany there for the trade once again. It's a 3 versus 3, low HP on the AWPer of Shiro. We know it does not matter how much HP he has, as long as he's still on the server with the big green in hand. He's still going to be an influential force.
Very interesting to see Ona be the one at the peak rather than Captain Kirker. Maybe showing that confidence isn't there for the rifler, which is always pretty damning. Axel first got the great flash as well, but it doesn't work. Captain Kirker somehow bailed out of the situation. Nafany for one, only for that. And it's now Shiro with 5 seconds left to just try and stay alive. Just take a pop shot. It's a good effort as well, but he will keep that AWP in play, thankfully. And you look towards Cloud9 as well. The buy might be a little bit brutal. Look at the vote as well. Cloud9 looks solid. It's just a quick 2-0. And 67% of people over on Blast TV are going to go with a yes. How are you feeling, Jackie?
Man, with the way the game's being played out right now, even with Bait getting a couple of rounds, a little bit of momentum back underneath their wings, it still feels like the Cloud9 camp is really in a great spot. The amount of trades that they find, the sheer success, it's always there for them. But it is a 6-4. 10 rounds already played out. We head into the 11th. Do love that. Shiro, man, with the spawn to go for the aggressive peek towards B stairs early. The difference a millisecond could have made.
Boost going to come through. Just to mention as well over in the other stream, 8-3 towards FaZe. They're looking like a 2-0s on the cards there. Let's see if the same can be said over towards the B stream here. Right now, 6-4 in favor of Cloud9. And the buy over towards the T-side, somewhat weird and wonderful. And especially now that the AWP has been dropped in the hands of Wrinkles, he makes it a double. Great shot towards Nafany. Reactions and locking down the force and the pistol. Gonna try and reclaim the space, but he's holding the AWP. He's waiting to see it scooped up, and now he knows that's confirmed info. And he's waiting for more peaks. He might just be given as well. Smoke in his face. I'm gonna drop one of his own.
Yeah, they didn't want to re-swing in directly into Wrinkle, which makes sense. Once he's feeling himself, he knows where to find the frags. Going to be Captain Kirker just ahead of that smoke to be able to take down 2. Traded straight back by the C9 fragger of Axile. Now bomb on his back. 4 more bodies to find. And the B bomb site, at least a thought in the back of his head.
38 seconds. The CT side of Bait know that they can just hold their angles. They've got him relatively boxed in. It would have to be an absolute marathon to make it to the B site, and you still got to bypass the sole defender. He sets his focus on this, and Axile will start to move slightly further forward, but paranoid about the peak, instead hard committing to a bit of a save here then in the last 16. Wants to bring over the armor, AK, and utility to the next.
I don't mind this position. Is he trying to get the AWP?
Oh, God, that was really bad.
Okay, all right, man. I'll give you that.
Fair enough. I respect it.
Will be collected. It's more a case of can he save it, because right in the corner he's being tested. No scribbles towards Alex. Axel, please stay alive. And he might just do so. No, he'll fall off the time. No money in the pockets, nowhere near AWP. It could not be worse.
That is the 2nd round in a row now we've seen that AWP attempted to be saved. Last round it was indeed saved, so that's going to hurt your economy there. And now for this round, it's not even saved. You can't even take it through to the next. You haven't got any loss bonus. Cloud9, you might as well just push yourself into some of these fights if you're not 100% confident on it. This is some great openers, though, from Bait. Really nice from Wrinkle. Now we're going to be seeing something a little more aggressive here from Cloud9. Tech's going to be brought up across the board, basically. Onto 3, now onto 2, as Nafany falls.
Owner, again, always aggressive. He likes getting stuck into the action towards ramp. Captain Kirker will support him until he's blown away. Backs off to save the life he has here. Potentially fight another day. But Wrinkle on the AWP. Aggressive angle round towards yellow. Oh boy. Can he do some damage with the scope up against the pistols? The Tech 9s, all it takes is 1 bullet, and that's the Deagle that finds a similar sort of success. Wallbang onto Owner, 3 versus 3. Remember, Bait came into this with a fully stacked buy, and 1 by 1, they're getting picked off.
That's all it takes. Find those angles with the Deags, find those angles with the Techs, and you're going to be able to win the round. Wrinkle going to get tapped on down by that Tech 9, and a second onto Amster as well from Shiro. Now just Alex, got all to play with here, got an AWP against him, and he gets shut down by Shiro. Oh my God. I mean, what a clean round that was from Cloud9. They only had the pistols. It was Deagles on 2, Techs on 3, and they lose someone early doors. Still able to convert the round, finding kill after kill. Shiro goes massive. He's a monster, man.
Monster. 17 and 5 of 130 ADR. That's where Shiro sits right now. Cloud9 going to call for their 2nd timeout, but honestly, I think this is more about them kind of really playing the mental game, the mind games against the youngsters. Oh, all-star there, Bust. A lovely shot, I gotta say. I mean, Owner, yeah, fair enough. Buddy. What more can you do? But Wrinkle, the repeat, I think that's the biggest difference you see between a lot of the tier 1 AWPers and tier 2 AWPers. It isn't mechanical prowess. They both have a very, very similar kind of a mechanic set up. They're both cracked aimers. It's just a mindset in your approach, right? I think that a standard AWPer in tier 1 would take a shot there and fall back a little bit, inviting a repeat because you know it's going to be a left eye peak, and then you have the advantage. But these are all these micro decisions you have to make with milliseconds to work with, where I think for Wrinkle, because he's hit a shot, he just tries to kind of test his luck once again, and it comes back to bite him, and arguably he throws the round.
Things going a little bit wrong then for Bait. After they mounted their comeback, right? A little bit of a spree in terms of the rounds they were acquiring. But now Cloud9, they're again in a great spot. If they test this B bomb site, it's just 1 Deag that they have to bypass. Ooh, they go for a bit of the boost up as well. Take the wood control so Axel can go walking in. This could get very rough for Amster very quickly.
Just going to be waiting though, yet to reveal himself. Angle being held on the edge of that smoke. Behind the orange box, the nade goes in. There's more util to follow as well if Cloud9 want to. Nafany's head's been spotted. But Amster
Not able to connect it this time round. The rotates now come on through from the bait squad, and it's only going to be Alex here so far. The rest of them yet to follow. They're going to be arriving as the bomb starts getting planted. Here comes your nade in, the only one in the round, but it's the tap through the smoke from Nafany. It's Axile on the swing, finding frag after frag, and he cannot be bested. It's an 8th round on the board for Cloud9. They've secured the half. They're looking to move towards those double digits as well.
That's monstrous. That is just Axile in his prime. I know, of course, it's against, you know, a no-buy in a sense, but it's just Axile in his absolute prime. Mechanically, unbelievably gifted. That third shot, just so quick to adjust. Cloud9, 3-round lead they hold up, but as you mentioned, Cody, we're going into the kind of the storyline of potentially them finding double digits. And if Bait fail in this round, they're going to have no money to work with in towards the 15th and final. This is a must-convert if Bait want to make it a competitive half.
Yeah, this decides the outcome of the whole damn half. And for Wrinkle, oh, well, he will slice the man right down the middle. Remove Shiro from the equation. That's Shiro that has had a huge game as well. 17 frags. And Owner's reposition couldn't have come at a better time. He's got the info. Axile trying to find a flick across, and it will not happen. Doubles down with 2, and he wants to keep on kicking. Further headshots found as Hobbit will be left lifeless, quickly scrambling to get rid of that AWP, but I think it got stuck on the railing.
I think it may have. Might be able to recover that one. Gives them a little bit more weaponry to work with, moving into the the 15th and final round in the half. Important round to find here for Bait. If they can take this 8-7, win that pistol round, entire game flips on its head. Didn't look like they were going to be able to save the AWP, unfortunately. Instead, Alex finds himself an AK for this round. It's still going to be a full buy for Cloud9 as well. And now, because of that lurk that we saw, we're seeing Buster having to hold down in towards T, waiting for it. Speaking about waiting, Shiro doesn't want to do any of that as he swings on out. Catches himself a few bullets, though, from Captain Kirker, who goes ballistic. This is what we're used to seeing from him. He's had a slow game so far, and now he's beginning to come alive.
Okay, minute 20 on the clock because of how aggressive and speedy this round has really been. And it keeps on getting better for Bait. As we will see Captain Kirkart and Owner finding 3 frags combined. Just Axile and Buster that remain. Bomb on the back. Goes up towards ladder room to try and join his teammate in middle, but they might be muddled up. No, Buster, breakneck speed to find a headshot off onto Owner and get away. Still presence on the server, Neo, with 13 HP.
Now we're looking at Axile, right? He has to make a difference here. He's going to go elevated. Does spot one coming through. He might be able to put ahead. He misses opportunity. Second half asking, Alex will fall. Back to 2 versus 2. But Buster's low on HP, and now Axile's taking a significant chunk.
And this is really rough for them. 35 seconds left on the clock. They go back down the ladder like a reverse Santa Claus. They've been going up and down, and now they want to set their focus on the A side. But like you mentioned, HP is not pretty. They are green around the gills, and Buster is far worse for wear. He's going in as the front man. And at least with the spacing from Bait, they've gone for the 2-player setup. You gamble, and if they come to B, we have a freebie. We have a setup here where we know we can contain it. If they do go to A, we play for the retake with the kits and utility.
What they do for an AWP right about now, just drop it in Axile's hand. We know secondary AWPing, Axile can make that thing sing. But the only problem is there's nothing here and about. Flash will come through just to keep them at bay momentarily, but they've got to be able to take some fights in. This is where things get rough. Nate coming through as well.
Oh, it misses.
Won't catch all too much damage. Boss up close to personal. Full blind though. And Axile at range will find a kill. That was doable. Boss at the forward. It's all down to Axile with 2 points of HP. And Amster full. Got a kit. Tap one towards the bomb. And he will find the round. It's fine margins indeed. But Bait survive a scare, and in doing so at the turn of the half, 8-7, as even as it can be. We'll see you after the break.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And
Easy.
somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
That 8-7 first half was brought to you by Shiro's Cloud9 branded body pillow. Hitting the store shelves soon, so get your pre-orders in whilst you still can. If you want to be able to drop 17 frags in your first half of T-side Vertigo whilst playing your MM games.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Does it have Shiro's face on at least?
Well, I mean, I hope so, bud. Cloud9 made it.
Fantastic. Great. Thanks, Cloud9.
Well, we're about on the way in towards our second half and potentially the final half of Counter-Strike today, and of course for this tournament for Bait. This could be pretty rough for them. They need to claw things back if they want to take it towards Mirage. They're around down. Look at those odds. They're so favorable towards Cloud9, and you can understand why. But Harbor's up close and personal. One's crossed, spotted, but the Geordie's at range. They're always the most consistent.
Yeah, going to work out pretty well for Amster there. Traded one straight back, though, does Shiro. Now in this 4 versus 4, and more damage being dealt by the dual Berettas, but not able to find any kills as of yet. The movement god of Axile as he jumps on down into Wrinkle's crosshair, taking him down. Now it's down to an athlete to be able to do a lot more work. Amster in a 1 versus 2. Damage already going to be dealt to Shiro. Buster going to be a little bit weaker than he was when he came into this fight as well. Can't find the hedge. Needs to find one more shot onto the body for Shiro. But the headshot angle being held. And it's going to be a 9th round now for Cloud9. Incredible round from them. It gives them that breathing room moving into the next. With the bomb being planted, Bait could force up into this one.
Oh, that body pillow is doing wonders for Shiro. I've got to give him credit. 3 kills. It helps you with your pistols, apparently. +5 on all stats. Oh, +10 on the pistols. 3 kills to his name. Really good stuff coming through from him. With low HP as well. It's such a confident peak to be taken. But this is something that, again, me and I was talking about in our previous series with Shiro. One of the things that makes him so good and so scary to come against, obviously mechanically gifted, but he's wonderful at positioning himself in towards fights, and that itself I think is a really tough thing to learn. It's just having this understanding about how your opponent's going to peak and how they're going to play games. But Shiro knows all too well, and Alex knows all too well about a bullet to the cranium. Wrinkle onto right back.
The Galil of Wrinkle getting a little bit gory, and that's what you need to do if you're gunning for glory here in the 17th round. Minute and 30 seconds on the clock after the early engagements went down. Bomb still being left back towards the bridge as well. They'll pick that one up, set up with a wolf pack, and try and make their move as a unit, supported by the fact you don't really have much utility. The one smoke and Molotov for Captain Kirkar, so it's got to be clean.
Slow approach. They're waiting for it, though. They know that someone's got to be holding on here. They know the angles, though. Not a single molly being thrown over towards Nafany as of yet. Shira going to be the first place they see, but no one clears Naf at all. Swings on through, finds himself two. Looking for Ona now. Backline's found. Not going to be able to find much fragging potential, though. Only the one so far on Shiro, and it's ring around the rosy between the two of them. Ona going to be looking for 2 more kills. Bomb on his back, now in his hand. Gonna get planted. Does he have a plan? That is the real one that we're trying to work out. Ona has to fall back. Yeah, he's cautious about this rotate now. It's understandable why. A lot of util to play with, though. Molly and a smoke now.
This is still sort of awkward. I mean, there's a kit in hands of Hobbit and a smoke as well, which they can drop. Molotov will come through over towards Ali, and then they can drop a smoke and go for the ninja defuse. It's a classic elevated angle. Buster will find it, and the round goes the way of Cloud9. But just something I want to bring up, which it's sort of perplexing towards me. Shiro's taking a fight. He's buying time over towards sandbags, and Hobbit doesn't move once. He's just parked up on B. I was kind of looking at the mini map, waiting for him to rotate, kind of begging it in my mind. He just parks up, even though Shiro was taking a fight with the last man remaining alive. So, slightly questionable. I think if Shiro got maybe quicker help, he could have won things out there in terms of just playing an instant trade and then no bomb plant, which would have been great, just because it meant Bait's economy would have been pretty diabolical. But it does give them a somewhat buy in towards the next. Gleals across the board apart from Ona with the AK-47.
Nafany again towards the ramp. We're going to see if he can find any early openers. The HE might be able to assist him, make them a bit more supple as Ona gets tagged down by 12. But Captain Kirkar, he loves these angles. He plays them on CT side, and here on T, he's looking for the early entry. Sneaks up underneath Shiro, but it will not matter. Headshot connects. We switch on over to Buster's POV, and he's about to get moving. Oh, only the dance move good for one. Couldn't drop down. Hell on the rest of them.
Yeah, Crim's held this exact same angle in the Fnatic game against Bait and was able to find so much success inside of mid, just shutting down those T approaches round after round after round. Bait basically gave up on it. They've tried it once now. They've been, well, ripped of life, let's say. And now they're repositioning back towards the B-bomb site. Not too confident in that mid push.
In towards back pillar Hobbit. This is such a tough angle to keep hold of alone, and then they'll know that Wrinkle looking for support. Hobbit pounces at the right time. He'll find one, but only. Quick trade coming through, but time starts to tick, and low HP on towards Amster. Cost him his life. It's quick trades, and Cloud9 play the numbers game. Simple, effective, and it works wonders as Cloud9 go up to 11 and get closer and closer to staying alive in the LCQ.
Love winning rounds. Love getting all the kills. Love Shiro's pillow. Simple as.
Simple as. I'm a simple man. Love me a body pillow, and especially when he's getting a bunch of kills with it. Wonderful stuff. 23 kills, 119 ADR. He's loving life in the server, and I'm loving him. Great work coming through from Cloud9. Counter-Strike right now.
I'm breaking the fourth wall real quick. Someone clip that and send it to me on Twitter. I need the voice note of Neo saying, I love me a body pillow, please.
I'm a simple man. Over towards Bait, they've got a simple buy. It is just pistols, a little bit of armor, no utility. This one, safe to say, going to be pretty damn tough, Cody.
Yeah, not going to be an easy one for them at all. Captain Kirker might be able to find this one dig onto Buster as he gets a little bit too overzealous inside of mid, but with the nade going down as he falls on back, Captain Kirk is going to take the brunt of it. Nafany picks up Ona as he tries to find some semblance of ground towards this A-bomb site. Buster's going to be ready and waiting for this one. Should be able to good for two. It's a little bit of chip damage, not going to be able to find the kills as of yet. Does have to begin falling back as he gets overwhelmed by the Deagles, but backup's there in Hobbit.
Yeah, simple. Very simple. Now, Alex, I mean, he's already taking damage. They know exactly where he is. He'll be seen off by a Hobbit. That's one of those rounds as well, all things considered, that the main thing you're looking towards is just making sure the T-side don't get a bomb plot. That's it. It's simple as that. They're going to have a buy anyway, but with a bomb plot, they have just a little bit extra to work with. So, main thing is only the one casualty. Not all too bad, Jackie.
No, not too bad whatsoever. they're going to be content with this. I mean, currently leading the game 12-7, right? Yet to drop around on the CT side since we've kicked off the second half here. And this is surprising, really, for me now. It's taken this long for Bait to take their second time out of the game, right? That feels like it's a lot of momentum you could have potentially iced out, even for your own team's mental as well. We've seen a few cuts to camera where it looks like it's really getting to them mentally.
Yeah.
So just to try and stop that getting under your skin, I would have preferred to have seen one of those timeouts used a little bit earlier.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen Bait gone for that timeout just prior to their first full buy. I think that's a really good time to do it, especially considering they lost the pistol. This is now 4 rounds in a row on the CT side from Cloud9. It's just pretty comfortable Counter-Strike being played from them. And for Bait, their life left in this tournament hinges on Cloud9 not finding 4 more rounds. I'd be using these things left, right, and center. Either way, Nafany looking for the first fight, and he will be smoked out.
Yeah, those mollies, those smokes, just forces the issue just a little bit. And Nafany looking so confident in his swings here. Gonna run dry of bullets in that M4, and he's gonna get punished due to it. Owner now trades one back, but Buster been able to pick up one in the form of Amster. Shiro doing the exact same thing on the other side of the map. He jumps on top of the sandbags, about to pick himself up a kill, but everyone's falling to the wayside at every single fight for Bait. It's not working out in their favor. It's not as clean as we would like to see and what we need to be seeing from them. They only played one best of 3 since last week's RMR B, and that was against Falcons. Did not go their way. Lost 2-1 in that series.
Yeah, they got reverse sweeped, right in saying as well. And it was pretty messy. I think their second map, I remember watching it, it really wasn't good. I think they got battered like 16-6. It was not comfy in that second map. I remember watching it. But yeah, for Bait, I think there's definitely a world in which their life is starting to look pretty damn thin. It's all up man. Alex, he's had a bit of a quiet game so far. We'll get himself a consolation kill, but that's 5 in a row from Cloud9. And now we're getting to the point where alarm bells are really ringing out, Jackie. And even to the point now where the buy-in towards the next going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough. There is not really too much stock we can now put on this side in terms of them finding newfound form and momentum, because Cloud9 have just been bleeding everything out of them, even in unfortunate situations. Still feels like they're just able to win it just off the back of the 1vx's. Manona's frustrated, but it feels like it gets so much harder for this team to really make like the right calls. Normally he's like 1-2 steps ahead. He looks super confident. He does his work against the tier 2 teams. But as soon as he starts finding problems on the individual, when he looks frustrated, it seems like a lot of that gets a little bit lost in translation.
This is a young squad, and I think this is a thing that we're always going to come back to for Bait. It's so impressive for them to be at this RMR and to be competing at this level. That in itself it's immense to see. This is a side who are really, really solid and kind of top of their game in terms of their tier 2 circuit. However, when you look towards them now, they need experience in the squad. You know, Coach Madden, 22 years of age, it's like he's really kind of a wealth of experience. But we're calling on him just to rally the troops. He needs to bring up the morale, because you can see the faces. They are just feeling brutal over there to Bait, and they need someone to pick them up.
Human element displaying itself once again in Counter-Strike. It's the reason we love this goddamn game. Let's see if they're going to be able to reinvigorate themselves with this round. It's not going to happen. I mean, it just all falls to the wayside. Hobbit and Nafany ensure that there is no step, no say in this round for Bait. Alex was the only person who brought up into a rifle here, and he's just going to get gunned down from every angle known to man. Gets himself a consolation frag, looks a little bit better on his HLTV profile, but that's basically all that's to be seen. It's not looking great for Bait. If you're a Bait fan coming into this one, I'm feeling a little bit sorry for you, because this isn't what we like to see from them. This is the experience on Cloud9, and honestly, kind of the anger of Cloud9 as well. We saw how frustrated they were off the back of that 2-0 from ENCE, and now here, they're just taking it out on Bait.
Yeah, and another thing to mention as well is the big hitters over towards Bait are just not showing up. Captain Kirk and Wrinkle, bottom of the scoreboard, both sitting on 10 kills. You know, that is not what you want on this side. The big hitters that just cannot find form. They cannot seem to fathom success in towards this game, and I think it's getting too little too late, Jackie.
It really is getting rough, bud. Shiro again, striking. Still hit the headshot on a Wrinkle. Nafany dropped down relatively low, and Buster tested towards middle, but he does not give a damn about that. Stands strong. Re-aggression from Nafany as he's blind. Runs in to the bullets from Onar, but Shiro keeps it moving as he will lock that one down and walk away with a 15th round match point on the board now for Cloud9. Looking like it is just a matter of time until they shut this one down. It's inevitable, really.
Yeah, you can see as well, like the difference in mindsets between these two sides. We're looking over towards Bait. Both Oda and Wrinkle have taken 10 opening fights and 50% of how much they win them, right? Which is, it's good. It's good to see them really kind of trying to force this playstyle coming through, but Cloud9, they're ready for it. Entered this quad a lot earlier with arguably better players. When you've got, you know, a choice between Captain Kirk, who's currently really struggling to find form, or Nerds, who was on fire earlier, they use this. They already warmed up today against this sort of playstyle. They are ready for individuals to throw themselves into the fray. Snappy was unbelievably dedicated to this earlier, and unfortunately, Bait just can't seem to match the level of Cloud9 right now.
Well, here it comes. Smoke's come out, and we're soon to be seeing all 5 players stack up and push over towards this A-bomb site. Shiro is looking to be the doorstop to stop them from swinging open anything in this round. Nafany here as well to be able to hold on to the cubby. Takes down the opener, takes down Wrinkle. That could be the last time we see him in an RMR for CSGO at least. Smoke goes down to be able to extinguish the Molotov to stop the feet from burning. He's about to go for another swing as well. He's getting swung. Close range. What was that from him? Owner tried it, gets punished. Hobbit going to be able to take down Captain Kirker as well. Alex and Amster now on a 2 versus 4. It's not going to happen. Nafany's been so good on sandbags, but this time he is going to be bested by Amster. Still going to be tagged down low though, puts this single M4 in Axile in a fantastic position with Hobbit boosted and the wrap as well. It's over and done with, surely.
It's done, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen, 16-7. Cloud9 live to see another day. And I'm not even going to say it was by fine margins because it wasn't. Dominance, map number 1 of a 16-9 on Bait's pick of Ancient was an easy one, to say the least. And then, of course, going in towards map number 2 of Vertigo, that one was as one-sided as it comes. And Jackie, this is why we like to say that Cloud9 are arguably seen as one of the best sides in the world on Vertigo.
Yeah, Bird, it's sick to see them being able to show that true form and actually get a bit of momentum going on their side, right? Instant reset from the mental side of things that we had in the matchup versus ENCE. And now, Bait, unfortunately for them, losing now on this one. They will be taken out of that last chance qualifier. You only get one go at it. It is single elimination in the best of 3s, and Cloud9 did not want to give them any kind of innings to that one.
No, not at all. I mean, what a performance. I got to say, really well done from Cloud9. And this is the Cloud9 we have to be looking on a more consistent fighter. And arguably, we didn't see all too much consistently in the groups, but when the backs are against the wall and it matters most, this is what we need to see. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye over towards Bait. And on the other stream as well, we're saying goodbye towards Aurora. Same time, both of these two streams have finished. But, you know, it's commiserations. I think that's the main thing. I think the big storyline that we're always going to bring up is how well Bait have played. A side who get very few, if any, tier 1 opportunities to play against top-level sides, and they are causing upsets. They're causing a ruckus, and they're really starting to kind of ruffle the feathers of the big boys at the top. And we're seeing them alongside Monte and you know, some of these other big hits, even Aurora on the other stream, right? They're showing that the tier 2 can compete with some of the big teams, and that maybe they do have to kind of pay a little bit more attention, because when it gets towards RMRs, when it gets towards open qualifiers, these boys can show up and play.
No, I think that's the beautiful thing about the way that we kind of run the major cycle in Counter-Strike, right? Very open, anyone can compete. You at home could try and find your way to this RMR, and that's why it's so sick, because the tier 2 teams have just had so much time to grind, especially post-COVID, right, with the online era. The player numbers were going up, the hours were going up, everyone was grinding non-stop, opportunities that would pop up all throughout that scene, and we're seeing that now for the first time kind of back on LAN, right, where it's all right, this is sick. You're coming into an RMR cycle with a wealth of experience, you're looking damn cool. It's been the best RMR for me in like the recent years. I'd say even, you know, beating out some of the other events we had just in terms of the upset potential and the new storylines building into CS2. We get that new generation of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we've had a chance to have a conversation with Wrinkle over towards Bait as we just say goodbye, but he has been a standout player, so it's awesome to hear from him. Let's check it out.
Wrinkle, thank you very much for joining us. Sorry, it's the end of the road for you guys here at the RMR. Give me your thoughts. How are you feeling after this?
Feeling really not bad because we lost to a really good team. Yeah, I fucked up with my illness, so yeah, I'm not feeling really good now. But yeah, it is what it is. We could end it like in the main group, like when we were 2-0. But yeah, it's life, and we didn't.
That's a good mentality to have. I think I speak for everyone that says, obviously, you're getting ill. It's not your fault. That's life. It's unfortunate. Do you feel like it affected you in the server, though? Were you not feeling yourself? I mean, we saw some of the fights you were taking over on Vertigo, and like we know that you can kind of shine so bright, but it didn't seem like you and the team were kind of in it today. Was it kind of that week off from Counter-Strike as opposed to what Cloud9 have? Do you feel like that played an effect as well? Do you feel like because they've been playing games all this week, they're a lot more warm than you guys?
I can say that they play Vertigo really good. I think they have one of the greatest Vertigo in the game. Yeah, and so it just was hard to kill for me. I couldn't even kill on T-side, I guess. So yeah, and we lost. That's it.
Final question from me. What's next for you guys in the squad? You guys have done an absolutely amazing job. You went 2-0 in RMR A. Of course, you weren't able to get it over the line in the best of threes, but you showed so much promise. Do you guys have plans to continue? You got any tournaments lined up moving forwards?
We'll just play online tournaments and keep practicing, keep doing our stuff, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you've gained so many more fans from this event. So unlucky. I'm a fan of you now, man, as well. So best of luck, whatever you guys do moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the support.
You love to hear. I mean, what a lovely guy. And of course, Wrinkle was one of the best performers. He was the best performer out of Bait, but one of the best performers in that group as well. He was unbelievable. But unfortunately, Jackie, the curse for Bait continues. If I'm right in saying, in terms of qualification games, not only this RMR, but the Rio RMR as well, that's 7 games they've lost in a row now when it comes to qualification best of threes to get to a major. They are the epitome of so close yet so far.
Yeah, it really hurts, right? Because obviously in the back of your mind, kind of when you go 2-0 up, you're thinking, all right, there really is a chance. We've always got the safety net, but it didn't really happen. So let's have a look at the bracket. Let's recap how we've developed to where we are, because the Challengers playoffs are raging on. FaZe beat out Aurora over on the A stream, Cloud9 taking the victory over Bait here, but there's still that big Falcons game.
Of course, and if French CS wants a hopeful, wants a hero, Falcons are going to have to take down Big, which is a doable affair, but of course they will come in towards that one as the underdogs, to say the least. It's one more game today in the LCQ, of course, to decide who are our 3 going towards tomorrow. It has already been a spicy day of Counter-Strike, to say the least, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, it's not done. Of course, Harry and Hugo will be bringing you through all of that action as Big take on Falcons to see who is the third team joining FaZe and Cloud9 in towards the next. But for now, from myself, Naokai, and the wonderful Jackie, we are going to bid you farewell. We'll be back tomorrow for more Counter-Strike action as the LCQ continues for us. But of course, one more game. Make sure you do not miss on that Big versus Falcons game. Will French CS be there at a French CSGO major? We'll have to wait and see. We'll see you all tomorrow.